Your relationship seems quite good. Li Zhang's impression of Lu Weiya was limited to her special friendship with Tasaka Rin. Well, it's the kind of relationship where they fight for no reason. He remembered that in one timeline, Tasaka Rin joined the clock tower, and on their first day of meeting, they broke their dormitory. There were even rumors in the mineralogy department that they shouldn't be in the same classroom together. He didn't expect Lu Weiya to have such an attitude towards a study. Li Shang recalled that their family seemed to be rare twins. Could it be that the two of them were sisters? Generally speaking, as an inherited magic crest, it can only be given to one person, but Edelfelt is different, they can pass it on to two people. But only Lu Weiya has been seen in the outside world, and the other person has never been seen by anyone. No, Lu Weiya pushed away Astati's hand, raised her chin slightly, and said, I have nothing to do with her. Tsunere. Now even Tsunere has been phased out. But he always liked Tsunere. Ahem. Li Shang calmly asked, shall we continue discussing the matter of the thesis? The value of magic crest is self-evident. In a situation where others are unaware, it can be used as an unexpected killer move. Lu Weiya crossed her arms and said, the fewer people who know, the more valuable it is. Of course, if it is exposed, it will definitely attract others' covetousness. Although the Edelfelt family is powerful, it is not easy to keep secrets, so we can look for a few reliable allies. Li Shang nodded. This was their previous idea. The same goes for the research group. Several families can come together and create a structure. After all, Li Shang has already developed a complete and unreserved magic system. And it has the advantage of being the first to develop. Because it is troublesome to transform magic chants into magic crests. Who can come up with hand seals corresponding to syllables out of thin air? Converting chakra into magical energy is relatively simpler. After all, they are both forms of energy. In the Nasuverse, there is also the technology to convert electricity into magical energy. As for which allies? Lu Weiya fell into contemplation. The 12 lords behind the 12 magic noble families are naturally the best choice. But they are too powerful, and in a situation where the strength is unequal, it is easy to cause many troubles. Lady Batory. Astati suggested, there is no better ally than her. We don't have to worry about her betraying us. Lu Weiya agreed and nodded. She is a flawless magician, proud and powerful, indifferent to anyone and anything. She is an absolute aristocrat. But her family has a strange obsession with vampires. Astati continued, no matter when, the Batory family always takes the lead in wanting to exterminate all vampires. Although your magic crest is excellent, she won't be greedy for it because there are hardly any magicians who can be her opponents. Li Shang also had some impressions of Lady Batory. She is the lord of the Department of Law and Politics, the assistant dean and successor of the clock tower, and is hailed as the pinnacle of modern magicians. Astati is one of the few magicians she recognizes. Lu Weiya shrugged and said, let her persuade her, there should be no problem. And once Lady Batory agrees, the other lords won't dare to act rashly. Astati looked at her and smiled, you can do it if you try. Lu Weiya turned her gaze away and said, I don't need you to tell me, I will try my best. Li Shang calmly drank a cup of coffee. And you said your relationship wasn't good? The second ally can be Lord Barueleda. Why? Lu Weiya was a bit puzzled. You have a decent relationship with Lord Basemero, but you have no connection with Lord Barueleda. Although she is over 70 years old, she has always been very close to young magicians. With Li Zhang's talent, she will definitely be appreciated by her, Astati explained. And her disciples have always been quite formidable, Astati added. That's true, Lu Weiya admitted. Even as a proud magician, she had to acknowledge the discerning eye of this lord. Among her disciples, the most well-known was the crown puppeteer Kanchi Chengxi. She could create puppets that were identical to the original, reaching the level of being indistinguishable from the real thing. Kanchi Chengxi could use the puppets as backup bodies. Once she died, her soul would transfer into the puppet and be resurrected. Even she herself couldn't tell the difference. The only problem is that Lord Barueleda and Lord Basemero belong to different factions, so it might be difficult for them to get along, Lu Weiya expressed her concern. Although the three major factions appeared peaceful on the surface, the secret struggles were quite brutal. Occasionally, prestigious magic families would end up in prison or be wiped out due to factional disputes. No need to worry, Astati smiled. Lord Basemero hardly interacts with other lords, so there's no grudge between them. She may be a leader, but she is isolated. Lorelei is actually an inexperienced young girl. Lord Basemero's full name was Basemero Lorelei, and she was the youngest among the lords. But because of her magic circuit that surpassed everyone else's, she became one of the strongest magicians. It is said that the previous lord voluntarily abdicated in favor of Lorelei. You dare to say that, little girl? Luoya glanced at Astati and said, I'll leave these two lords to you. I'll prepare a suitable stage to maximize our value. You're making me do the most troublesome task. You have no conscience. Astati reached out her hand, but Luoya dodged it. As the heir of the family, you will definitely have to deal with the lords. I'm just allocating tasks reasonably, Luoya snorted and said, besides, you could have inherited the family, but you refused. Because I think it's more interesting for my cute little sister to inherit, Astati replied. Perverted taste. Luoya showed a disgusted expression on her face, stood up and said, after everything is done, remember to notify me. After she left, Li Shang also glanced at Astati. I didn't expect her to have such a hobby. She really has a sister complex, and she even has two of them. Astati noticed his gaze and returned to her usual demeanor, saying, Lorelei is not difficult, but you need to show enough value to Lord Baruarita. However, it's also easy. Just create a few seal magic as soon as possible. No problem. Li Shang nodded in response. His ninjutsu was not ordinary. Except for the bloodline limit, all other ninjutsu could be used as magic. The only difference was the power, which was somewhat weakened. This was normal. In this mysterious and weakened modern era, magic itself didn't perform well. After all, the clock tower had been wiped out several times in the FGO storyline. Although it was because big shots like Merlin hadn't made a move, it still gave the impression of being weak. After the conversation ended, Li Shang waited for the two rich ladies to take him under their wings. Although he had always been resolute, it was also nice to occasionally experience the warmth of rich ladies. Most of the lords of the clock tower rarely left their homes. Weber was simply an exception among exceptions. He showed up in the classroom every day. Li Shang speculated that one reason was that there weren't enough lecturers in the modern magic science department. There was no other way, the Elmero family had declined too much. They were at the bottom among the 12 prestigious families nowadays. In terms of real power, the Edelfelt family of Luviagilita can completely swallow them up. But at least magicians are nobles, and it would be too crude to swallow them up. Moreover, the El Meloy family is left with only a widow and an orphan. They really can't save face. Plus, no one cares about modern magic science, and thanks to the hard work of Lanes and Weber, there is finally a glimmer of hope. Li Shang waited for almost a week before finally getting the chance to meet with the monarch, Baru Yaleta. It was an opportunity he never expected. The banquet where the Izuluma family's Golden Princess and Silver Princess will make an appearance. Li Shang looked at the invitation letter and couldn't help but ask. Yes, the Izuluma family is a branch house of the Baru Yaleta family, so the monarch will definitely attend this banquet. Astati sat across from him and explained. Li Shang took a bite of the fried shrimp. He naturally understood the reason. He was just surprised that he would be involved in the plot in this way. Should he take this opportunity to improve his relationship with Lanes and Weber? After all, they were quite unlucky in the plot of The Twin Towers of Izuluma. When is it? Li Shang asked. 3 days from now. Astati looked at him and asked. I heard that the two princesses have the most ultimate beauty in the world. Aren't you interested? Just artificial beauty. Li Shang shook his head without caring. In his previous life, he had several teachers who performed action scenes together, and one of them was called an artificial person. Indeed, they were beautiful, but they looked strange after watching them for a long time. The Golden Princess and the Silver Princess of Izuluma were the epitome of ruthless magicians. They had been transformed by magic and elixirs since they were young, and there was almost no original part left on their bodies. And this kind of transformation came with great pain and the side effect of reducing their lifespan. The most outrageous thing was that they were just the latest generation. The Izuluma family had been around for so many years, and they introduced a new generation almost every 20 years. Of course, each generation was more beautiful than the previous one. Technology was constantly advancing. Without any surprises, they could achieve the ultimate beauty that connected to the source in the most ideal state. I'll go with you. Astati's gaze shifted to the dinner in front of him, as if he casually said it. Sister, should I go and join in the fun too? Tasaka Sakura blinked and said, what are you going to do there? Astati glared at her and said, you better focus on your classes at the clock tower. Tasaka Sakura showed a knowing expression and said, since it's sister's order, I'll just stay alone in the empty room. Li Shang was slightly taken aback. Why does this tone sound a bit like the little devil BB-chan? Astati gave Tasaka Sakura a warning, skillfully changed the topic, and said, regarding the 2 spots for the Holy Grail War, besides being bought by the Middle Eastern oil tycoon Atram, the clock tower has decided to send the designated sealer, Bazet, to participate. Li Shang was not surprised. Although Bazet was a sacrificial pawn, her strength was indeed very strong. Unfortunately, she was secretly attacked by the priest, Kirei Kotamine. As for the designated sealer, it was a characteristic of the clock tower. In the name of protection, they imprisoned magicians with rare talents or those who violated taboos. It was an unreasonable mechanism. The reason why Tasaka Sakura was transferred to the Madu family in the original work was also because of this reason. But due to the power of the clock tower, only one magician has managed to escape the designated seal so far. That magician is Tangerine Aozaki. It is said that her younger sister, Aoko Aozaki, directly attacked the clock tower and forced them to abandon the designated seal. Sister, do you want to participate in the Holy Grail War? Sakura Tasaka looked curious and said, I have an older sister named Rin Tasaka in Fuyuki City. I wonder how she's doing now. I kind of want to go see her, but I definitely can't compare to my sister. Astartes smiled happily at the second half of Sakura's statement, clearly pleased. As for the Holy Grail War, I'm not interested. You can go participate and experience the cruelty of magicians. But aren't all the slots already filled? Li Shang asked in response. He felt that Astartes' attitude was strange. Although he did want to participate in the Holy Grail War and have some fun, after all, he could infinitely restart and summon servants. He already had several targets in mind, such as Tamamo no Mei, Abigail Williams, Artoria Pendragon, and Okita Soji, among others. He just didn't know if he could summon them. As for the slots, he didn't think it mattered. He could just rob someone when the time came. If there are no slots, we can create slots. Astartes calmly said, the summoning ritual for the Holy Grail War is derived from Thurgi. We can completely analyze it and then cheat. Li Shang tugged at the corner of his mouth. Is this the thinking of a top student? Of course, the prerequisite is that you're interested. Astartes had an expression of watching a lively event and said, I'll find you a particularly powerful relic when the time comes. What is it? Li Shang asked subconsciously. It's a secret. Astartes blinked and said, but I promise you'll win the Holy Grail War. Li Shang didn't know what to say. His senior sister's attitude was similar to Kenneth's when he participated in the previous Holy Grail War. They both underestimated the Holy Grail War. Think about the servants in the Fifth Holy Grail War. King Arthur Artoria Pendragon, King of Kings Gilgamesh, the reborn Red Saber, and the son of Zeus, Heracles, among others. To ensure a stable victory, Li Shang felt that he needed a true god. But gods are not allowed to be summoned. If he didn't have the ability to infinitely restart, he really wouldn't want to join in the fun. If senior sister gives me a surprise, I can participate in the Holy Grail War. After Li Shang finished speaking, he felt it wasn't quite right. Why am I mooching off others again? It seems corruption is something that happens unconsciously. Sure. I'll definitely give you a big surprise. Astartes was quite confident. Li Shang could only express his anticipation. But he still tried to awaken his sage mode before the Holy Grail War. Then he could also be used as a servant. Time passed quickly. After Li Shang and Professor Carso took leave, they boarded a train to London with Astartes. They eventually got off at the Windermere Lake District, a famous vacation destination in England. Li Shang remembered it as the filming location for Harry Potter, and also the hometown of Peter Rabbit. The station has been reserved by Izaluma. As soon as they got off the train, a coachman approached Astati. He took off his hat and bowed, saying, Are you Miss Astati? Welcome. Lord Byron ordered me to come and pick you up. Please get in the carriage. It was a horse-drawn carriage, not a car. As a typical magical aristocratic family, Izaluma has always kept its distance from high-tech products. Cars are one of them. Li Shang found it quite novel. He had never really ridden in a carriage before. After he climbed into the carriage, Astati elegantly lifted her skirt and followed suit. The coachman looked at Li Shang with some confusion. He thought he was Astati's servant. Li Shang was dressed in formal attire today. Because he was attending a banquet, casual clothes would be out of place. Astati was wearing a black evening gown that exposed her shoulders. The pattern was a gradient starry sky, which, combined with her delicate appearance, gave a dreamy and mysterious feeling. Li Shang couldn't help but glance at her, then quickly turned his attention to the carriage. He silently recited in his heart, "No women in my mind, draw the sword naturally." The carriage was quite stable during the journey, with almost no noticeable vibrations. This was obviously not just due to the coachman's skill. After studying at the clock tower for so long and with the support of the magic wand and the 7 apertures Linglong heart, Li Shang could be considered a grand master in magic. It's levitation magic. Junior brother, at a time like this, are you still studying magic? Astati looked at him and smiled, "You're quite diligent." Li Shang always felt that this sentence sounded strange. What else can I do if I don't study magic? Well, I joined the clock tower late, so my foundation is relatively weak. I can only make up for it by being diligent. Li Shang explained. No wonder junior brother has made such rapid progress. Astati propped her chin with one hand and changed the subject, but it's not good to just study all the time. You should relax and have fun when you have time. Senior sister is right. Li Shang agreed. In his previous life, he was quite laid back and didn't really care about studying. As long as he could get by. That magic, which was easy to learn and could strengthen oneself, naturally captivated Li Shang. If only studying in his previous life had been so easy. Then let's go to Norway in a few days. Astati's mouth curled up as she spoke. Huh? Li Shang was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Why go to Norway? To see the forest. He was a bit confused at the moment. Did Astati have some ulterior motive for him? Apart from being handsome, he didn't have any special qualities, at most he had some talent. But his senior sister's identity was mysterious and her strength was formidable, so it didn't make sense. It's for a mission. Astati explained. The dead apostle we caught last time has confessed. He was forced to come to London under the control of the superior dead apostle, Rubare. I see. Li Shang nodded. Indeed, he had thought too much. Rubare, known as the Lake Apostle, has been lurking in Norway for over 500 years. He is a powerful vampire. Astati frowned and said, according to the records of the Holy Song Squad, he has consumed nearly 5,000 people. If we include the humans he infected and turned into vampires, the number would be several times higher. When Li Shang heard this number, his expression couldn't help but freeze. Both publicly and privately, this person must not be allowed to live. Li Shang considered himself not a good person, but he had his limits. He couldn't bring himself to indiscriminately kill innocent people. Since he had encountered it, he had to eliminate the harm for the people. Why did he send dead apostles to London? And why were they so easily discovered by us? If he wanted to drink blood or convert subordinates, wouldn't it be better to go to other cities? London, as the center of the Magic Association, is undoubtedly a dangerous place. Li Shang pondered and asked, why do I feel like this is a trap? Intentionally luring us there. Junior brother, you really are a smart person. Astati nodded and said, indeed, this is a trap. The captured dead apostles coming to London were deliberately sent. If you know why. Ruo Leilai's personality is such that she is only interested when there is danger and traps. Astati chuckled lightly and said, and Rubare and the Holy Song team have had dealings before. A few years ago, we almost eliminated him. A few years ago. Li Zhang's agile thinking, brought about by his quick-wittedness, made him ask subconsciously, senior sister, you should have been only in your teens a few years ago, right? This is too suspicious. Being able to chase down a dead apostle at such a young age? Hasn't anyone told you not to ask a girl's age casually? Astati glared at him. But there was no sign of anger in her expression. It looked more like annoyance. Li Shang didn't dare to ask about her age again and quickly smiled apologetically, saying, senior sister, please continue. I shouldn't have interrupted. The relationship between the dead apostles is extremely bad. The 27th ancestor of the dead apostles seems to be high and mighty, but he is the target of all the dead apostles. Each dead apostle wants to replace him. Rubare is no exception. He has set his sights on the vacant 10th seat among the 27th ancestors of the dead apostles. Astati paused for a moment and suddenly changed the topic, asking, do you know how the original 10th ancestor died? How did he die? Li Shang asked, taking advantage of the situation. The true ancestors were originally immortal, but there are always special abilities in this world, such as the mystic eyes of direct death. The highest level of mystic eyes can connect to the source that magicians dream of, allowing them to see the death lines and death points of all things. It is simply the greatest nemesis of the true ancestors. Astati showed a nostalgic expression and said, the 10th ancestor died at the hands of an ordinary Neon High School student. I remember his name was Tono Shiki, and he was the disciple of Aozaki Aoko. Indeed, neon high school students are the most dangerous existence. Li Shang remained silent and continued to listen. Rubert's mad consumption of human blood is to increase his strength so that he can take the 10th ancestor's position. But we soon discovered it and surrounded his castle with the Holy Song team. Astati sighed and said, the plan that should have been foolproof was preempted. And it wasn't just one person. Including the Holy Song team, there were 3 factions. I don't know what this guy did to offend so many people. 3 factions, how did he survive? Li Shang asked. I'm not sure. Astati shook her head and said, Ruo Lilai told us to wait outside while she went in alone. But she encountered the 18th seed of the 27th ancestors of the dead apostles, Anhans. He is a true ancestor specialized in hunting dead apostles. The 2 fought evenly, but Rubare was killed. This was the first time Li Shang had heard such a story. In his previous life, he learned about Type Moon from anime and games. And Suki-Heim was more like a stepmother's upbringing. The reason was that FGO was too popular and profitable. What was that saying? Every penny spent on FGO would be converted into a clump of soil on the Suki-Heim grave. At that time, my power was limited, so I didn't notice them. Astati said lightly, if it were now, it wouldn't be so easy for them to escape. Hockey, ah. Li Shang looked at her and felt that she was becoming more beautiful. Beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. Astati was undoubtedly a top-notch beauty in terms of both aura and appearance. Li Shang silently repeated to himself once again, women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Slash, slash, slash. Miss Astati, we have arrived at the Izeluma family. The carriage stopped, and the coachman lifted the curtain respectfully and said. As for Li Shang, he was completely ignored, because Astati's name was the only one on the invitation from the Izeluma family, not his. After all, he was just an insignificant pawn. While Astati came from a prestigious magical family and was the vice captain of the Holy Song Squad. No one dared to overlook her, whether it was her status or her strength. Li Shang got off the carriage and saw a huge lake in front of him. It was morning, and with a faint mist, it felt like a fairyland. In addition, on both sides of the lake stood 2 4-story high towers. The tower in the distance is the Tower of the Sun, and the one nearby is the Tower of the Moon. Astati introduced, the Sun and the Moon represent the magical styles of the Izeluma family. This is common, as many magical families have their magical styles centered around celestial bodies, especially the celestial science. The venue is in the Tower of the Moon. I wish you both a pleasant time. After the coachman finished speaking, he returned to the carriage, but just a few steps away, he turned into a toy. I actually misjudged. Li Shang couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being the magical family of the creation science. This magic is really interesting. The control magic of the creation science is indeed unique. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the reigning puppeteer, Orenji Aozaki. Astati casually commented, but their combat abilities are average. Because the magicians of the creation science are dedicated to art, not fighting. Puppets, sculptures, sand paintings, and various forms of beauty are what we pursue. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a beard appeared. He was wearing a crimson suit and leaning on a cane. Miss Astati, welcome. Your Excellency Byron, no need to be polite. Astati responded, her expression quite calm. Byron didn't mind her attitude at all and pointed to the main gate, saying, please come in, the banquet has already begun, and I am waiting for the next guest. Li Shang originally wanted to greet him, but was taken away by Astaldilla and missed the opportunity. The hall was extremely magnificent, filled with solemn radiance, creating a feeling that was not of this world. Is it magic again? Li Shang looked around. The style of the creation department is indeed different from other disciplines. Soon, he noticed the orchestra playing music. They were not humans, but puppets. Almost all magicians who have the ability to create exquisite puppets come from the creation department. Li Shang even saw pride in their expressions. As if they were not acting according to magic, but out of their own will. Junior brother. After Astaldilla handed him a glass of wine, she said, let me introduce them to you. Li Shang sat next to her and nodded continuously in the direction she pointed. Izeluma belongs to the Democratic faction, so most of the people present are from the Democratic faction. The rest are from the neutral faction, and only about 1/10 are from the aristocratic faction of magic families. Everyone seemed harmonious on the surface, but soon young and hot-blooded magicians started arguing. The existence of the new generation only brings shame to the esteemed magicians. Shallow bloodlines cannot stand in the clock tower. Still dreaming of being a noble. The clock tower has its current power because of the rising new generation of magicians. Do you think you can prove your status just by drinking a few sips of soup? The clock tower was established for the nobles. Li Shang shook his head. A pointless argument. In this mysterious and weakened modern era, the ultimate winner belongs to the new generation. There's no way around it, because Weber is the protagonist. His Elmero classroom is the center of the new generation. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Li Shang noticed the newcomers, Laney's and Gray. The two girls stood out in the banquet. In addition, there was Lanus's Mercury maid. Li Shang took a closer look at this magic dress originally called Moon Spirit Elixir. It has to be said that Weber is really outrageous. He transformed the Moon Spirit Elixir into a maid with independent consciousness. Astaldilla suddenly waved at the two of them. Laney saw her and her expression changed slightly, showing a reluctant emotion, but still walked up to them. My lovely little demon, long time no see. Astaldilla smiled and held her face with both hands. Laney's looked helpless. Li Shang was slightly surprised. Who was the time traveler after all? Senior sister, why are you so familiar? You seem to have a relationship with most of the key characters in the plot. I warn you, don't ruin my makeup. Laney's, with a serious face, said. After leaving the Department of Law and Politics, you've become bolder. Astaldilla raised her eyebrows and said, it's not fun at all. In addition to the Law and Politics Department's law enforcement team and the Holy Song team, their main responsibility is to mediate conflicts between magicians, maintain balance and contact with the outside world like a normal country. As the heir to the throne, this is undoubtedly a compulsory course. So according to the rules of the clock tower, all heirs must attend classes in the Department of Law and Politics for 3 years before officially taking over. Astaldilla got to know Laney's because of this. She withdrew her hands and looked at Gray. Gray took a step back in fear, greeted them cautiously, and said, Miss Astaldilla. Am I that scary? Astaldilla bent down and approached her, asking. No. Not at all. Gray pulled down her hood and said. Still the same personality. Astaldilla gently patted her shoulder, showing a completely different attitude from before. Laney's pursed her lips, but she was more curious about Li Shang. Because she remembered that Astaldilla hardly interacted with boys. Her circle of friends consists of beauties like Levia, Rorelei, and Hanyo Riri. Hello. I'm Laney's Elmero Arcatorti. We had a brief encounter in the Department of Law and Politics before. Lanus's eyes, like flames, were full of curiosity. Li Shang. Li Shang knew that Laney's didn't intentionally reveal her magic eyes, but because her magic eye level was too high. Unless covered by a special magic outfit, this is the only way. But the Elmero family is too poor to afford it. It's truly a sad story. What is your relationship with Estati? Laney's burned with the blazing fire of the 8 trigrams. Encountering Estati in the Department of Law and Politics was like encountering a natural enemy, and no matter what means she used, it was useless against her. Clearly, she had her foster brother firmly under control and was not weak when facing other nobles. But in front of Estati, there was always a feeling of being seen through. It was very uncomfortable. She is my senior sister. Li Shang answered. Senior sister, huh? Laney's was a little disappointed, but she continued to inquire, besides that? What's with this entertainment reporter look? Li Shang shook his head and said, only a relationship as fellow disciples. Laney's was about to say that she could try to break through when she heard Estati say, Laney's. What's wrong? Laney's turned her head, blinked her eyes, and innocently said. Trying to act cute and get away with it. At her invincible age, coupled with her beautiful face, few people could resist her. But Estati smiled indifferently and said, I see that you lack discipline. How about I educate you a few words on behalf of your foster brother? No need, right? Laney's stiffened and quickly changed the subject, saying, ahem, let's continue the banquet. Estati reached out and raised an eyebrow. Laney's, like a hamster, rested her chin in her palm. Her face turned slightly red, obviously feeling ashamed of this behavior. Li Shang took a cold breath. What kind of play is this? I also want to participate. Spitting, Li Shang recited the Zan spell again. At this moment, Estati let go of Laney's and looked towards the door, saying, this one is even more heavyweight. A woman with glasses, red hair, and a typical Eastern face appeared. Lanus's voice suddenly became hoarse, Crown Magician, Usaki Orange. Li Shang raised an eyebrow. He had long heard of the name of this Crown Magician, but it was the first time he had met her. In Fate Zero, she had once created prosthetics for Kenneth. In Fate Stay Night, she helped Emiya Shuru create a new body. She even had a relationship with Lev Laner Flauros, the administrator of Chaldea in FGO. Not to mention her main works, Tsukihime, and Kara no Kyukai, which had even more achievements. Li Shang subconsciously looked at a study. I wonder if the two of them also have a relationship? But obviously not, because a study didn't go up to greet her. Li Shang secretly thought that he was not a time traveler after all, otherwise, he would definitely have a chance to increase his favorability with Usaki Orange. At least he would have one more life. It would be nice to get to know Aozaki Aoko and Tono Shiki through her. As time passed, a voice came from deep in the hall. The air immediately quieted down. Only two twin maids walked down the spiral staircase leading to the second floor. They smiled and said loudly, "Lady Tiadra, Lady Estra, we're here." After a moment, two indescribable girls appeared. Their gazes seemed to tear through everything. All feelings were lost in an instant, leaving only the beauty that reached its peak. Some magicians in the hall knocked over their wineglasses, some were suffocating, and some were crying. There was no doubt that this was the manifestation of losing one's sanity. Li Shang, on the other hand, frowned. Why didn't he feel anything? He glanced around and saw that a statue was as calm as water, just like him. But Lainey's and Gray both showed signs of being absent-minded. If someone were to attack at this moment, they could probably take out a large number of magicians. Although the concept of ultimate beauty sounded mysterious, in Li Zhang's eyes, it was just an enhanced version of enchanting magic. And it didn't require magic power. It was somewhat reminiscent of Dirmud Uadwivna, the Lancer servant from the Fourth Holy Grail War. He was the chief of the Fianna Knight Order in the Gaelic mythology, renowned for his radiant appearance. The beauty mark on his face carried an enchantment imbued with magic power, capable of attracting the opposite sex at all times. Although the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess were exceptionally beautiful, they were far from reaching the origin. If they truly reached the origin, all the magicians at the banquet should have paid their respects to them. Li Shang was puzzled that he didn't seem to be affected at all. No reaction whatsoever. This was completely unscientific. With his strength, it was impossible to resist the charm of the two princesses. You have received the blessing of the Himeji landlord god, and your body has undergone a transformation, acquiring a new talent. For God's earthly aspect, a rank, you have gained resistance to weakening status skills and can resist mental enchantment. Li Shang had a question mark floating above his head. If he remembered correctly, the so-called Himeji landlord god was Hizoan Inshin, an auxiliary servant who was often ridiculed in the FGO game. That wasn't the point, though. The point was, where did this talent come from? It felt like it was forced upon him, just like the protection of the lake. Could it be that he really was the chosen one? Li Shang couldn't help but wonder. I am Tiadra, inheritor of the Golden Princess title. I am Estra, inheritor of the Silver Princess title. After the two princesses introduced themselves, they put on their veils. The magicians in the hall finally began to recover from the influence. Lainey's took a deep breath. She was one of the first few to recover. As the heir of the Elmero family, she was able to survive the dangerous clock tower because of her unwavering will. She glanced at the people around her. As she expected, a statue was completely unaffected. Since the day they met, she had never been able to figure out this woman's true identity. But Li Shang wasn't affected, which surprised her. It seemed that there was a reason why statue valued him so much. Lainey's patted Gray's shoulder to wake her up. Well done, Bailong. Applause broke out. A powerful voice filled the hall, awakening the others. An elderly woman in her 70s came into view. She had silver hair and was wearing a fashionable green dress. Sovereign, Barulirida. The magicians who realized what was happening bowed and paid their respects. She was the only sovereign who attended the banquet. Her real name was Enor Barulirida Itorohomu, the ruler of the creation department, a color-ranked magician, just one step away from the crown. Except for Weber, almost all the sovereigns were color-ranked magicians. In the entire world of magic, the only known crown-ranked magician was Orenji Aozaki. Li Shang suddenly noticed that Orenji Aozaki had already left the banquet. Considering the rumors about the two of them, he could understand why. The reason Orenji Aozaki was designated for sealing was because of Enor. The music started again. The Golden Princess and the Silver Princess left the stage, leaving time for the magicians. They were here to make an appearance. The noble's banquet was mainly for communication between magicians. Honor scanned the room and turned towards Li Zhang's direction. Astati, long time no see. She shook her whiskey glass and smiled. Barulirita-sama. Astati responded, would it be possible to have a private conversation after the banquet? Honor was slightly surprised. Her impression of Astati was based on her formidable strength and her relationship with the sovereign, Basermero. There was no other connection between them. Of course, no problem. Honor readily agreed and said, I will send someone to invite you when the time comes. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Lainey spoke up, it's been a while, Barulirita-sama. She was only the heir to the sovereign, and even if she had become a sovereign, the Elmero family's current power was not even 1/10 of the Barulirita family's. Astati could disregard it, but she couldn't, she had to be cautious. If she angered this sovereign, she would invite enormous trouble. Trouble that could be fatal. Honor nodded and said, Lainey's, you have done exceptionally well these years. Your Excellency flatters me, Lainey's responded with a smile. Have you considered switching factions? Lainey's froze instantly. The Elmero family had always belonged to the aristocratic faction, while the Baruleta family was part of the democratic faction, even the chief. If she agreed, she would undoubtedly be seen as a traitor. The outcome was self-evident. Just as she was at a loss, Astati touched her hair and said, it's too much to undermine me in front of me. Inalay laughed heartily and said, the Edelfert family is a magical powerhouse of the democratic faction. But I am also a member of the Law and Politics Department. Astati tilted her head and said, if Rowerai finds out, she will definitely blame me. Rowerai. Inalay narrowed her eyes. In the clock tower, only Astati dared to call her by name. Because the Basemero family always inherited the name Basemero and never mentioned their real names. Although Inalay knew they were close, she didn't expect it to be to this extent. Just then, Byron came to her side and whispered, Lady Inalay, I have something to discuss with you. Then I'll leave first. Inalay waved her hand at them like a young person and disappeared outside the door with Byron. Lainey's breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how she answered just now, it was difficult. It was impossible to agree, but she was afraid of offending Inalay if she directly refused. Sigh. Weakness is the original sin, diplomacy is dancing on the edge of a knife, and one can easily cut oneself. Thank you. Lainey's grabbed Astati's wrist, keeping her away from her beautiful golden hair. It's nothing. Astati casually waved her hand. Lainey's felt a bit envious. Since Kenneth's death, she had been in a state of constant worry and fear. She didn't know when she would have the confidence that Astati had. The banquet continued. Lainey's apologized to Astati and interacted with other magicians while holding her wineglass. Her level of skill in socializing was like that of a social butterfly. For her, maintaining fragile connections was necessary. Astati ignored the others and ate with Li Shang. It was as if they were really attending the banquet. Occasionally, a few people came over to greet them, but they were scared away by Astati's glare. Sister, won't you offend them by doing this? Li Shang looked at Astati, who looked fierce, and couldn't help but ask. According to reason, even the Edelfert family should maintain relationships. And they weren't even native to the London magical family. I don't like them disturbing us while we eat. Astati paused and said, besides, this is just my personality, they can't do anything about it. Li Shang withdrew his gaze. What just happened? It felt a little bit like being flirted with. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Li Shang focused on dealing with the dishes on the table. Although most British cuisine was not very good, the Izaluma family naturally didn't dare to neglect it at this kind of banquet and put in a lot of effort. Finally, it could be considered delicious food. At the end of the banquet, Lainey's arrived late. She had been busy for most of the day and had only had alcohol, nothing else. Are you going back tonight? Astati pushed a plate of pastries in front of her and asked. It's too late now, I plan to take the train back tomorrow. Lainey's, with a slightly flushed face from the alcohol, bit into the pastry and replied. Well, you can go back with us tomorrow, no problem. Lainey's didn't really dislike Astati. In this dangerous situation, having a friend like her was undoubtedly the greatest luck. Li Shang, who was watching from the side, shook his head imperceptibly. It wasn't that easy to go back tomorrow, but if he stopped her, it would seem too abrupt. And the situation had already happened, Lainey's was just taking the blame. Li Shang thought for a moment, he knew the plot, and he could help her clarify the misunderstanding. It would be more reasonable for him to intervene as a member of the Law and Politics Department after the bloodbath. The banquet ended. Lainey's and Gray went to the assigned guest rooms. Astati waited for a moment, and then a young man came to deliver a message, inviting her to meet at a scenic area outside the moon tower. By now, it was already dusk outside the tower. Two people followed the young man and soon saw Inalay waiting alone. "You go down first." Inalay waved her hand and the young man turned and disappeared. She looked at the two people, especially lingering on Li Shang for a while. Although she had noticed him before, she didn't think much of Astati, thinking he was brought by Lainey's or just came to say hello. "This person seems unfamiliar. May I know your name?" "My junior brother Li Shang. Tonight it's not me who will talk to you, but him." Astati answered calmly. "Interesting." Inalay smiled and said, "To receive such help from Astati, you must be an extraordinary young man. Just say what you want." "I have created a new form of magic." Li Shang got straight to the point. "Oh?" Inalay obviously didn't believe it. Li Shang was too young. If it weren't for Astati, such a person would definitely not have the chance to meet her. Actions speak louder than words. Li Shang said calmly, "Your Majesty, would you be interested in giving me some guidance?" Inalay was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He really was a bold ruffian. "I haven't used my hands for many years, nor have I met anyone who challenged me for a long time." Inalay looked at Astati and said, "I'll give your senior sister some face. I hope you won't disappoint me." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance." Li Shang took a few steps back and bowed slightly. Astati, seeing this, also stepped back, giving them the stage. "I am skilled in sand magic." Inalay extended her right hand forward, fingers curled up, and a stream of sand sprayed out of her handbag. Li Shang thought of Gaara, but the two were different. Inalay used sand painting for attack and defense. The flowing sand instantly solidified into Li Zhang's likeness. "If you don't fight back, you won't have a chance." Inalay reminded leisurely, but her hand movements were not slow. She flicked her finger, uttered a syllable, and the flowing sand turned into arrows that pierced the shoulder of the sand painting. In the next moment, Li Shang groaned, and an identical wound appeared on his body. Inalay's face showed a hint of disappointment. She had already shown considerable mercy. Inalay's face suddenly changed because Li Shang turned into a wooden stake. This was simply impossible, because she didn't hear any magic incantation. So how was the magic performed? Although there were instant magic spells, they still required a syllable. Unless it was a magic costume. But then, what would be the point? Li Shang was showcasing his new magic, not a costume. Inalay was confident that even Astati wouldn't dare to deceive her like this. The thought flashed through her mind. She turned her head to her right, and Li Shang had already appeared. "You used a magic costume." "No," Li Shang shook his head and said, "I guarantee in the name of the Department of Law and Politics, absolutely not." "Then let me see what secrets you have." Inalay became interested and uttered two syllables. 5 streams of sand, like threads, connected her sand painting through her 5 fingers. She smiled and said, "Taste the control magic that the Department of Creation is proud of." After speaking, she moved her 5 fingers slightly. But immediately, her smile froze. "What's going on? Why aren't you under my control?" Her sand painting reflected Li Zhang's body. In theory, as long as she moved her finger, she could control his body. Unless this body of his was not the same as before. But how was that possible? Li Shang didn't speak. He formed hand seals, tilted his head back, and spat out a great fireball. Inalay was startled. So much so that she was a step too late, and her sand painting was destroyed by the flames. This is a hand seal, not an incantation. While Inalay was pondering, the sand painting formed again. But this time, when she moved her 5 fingers, Li Zhang's face turned ugly and he made corresponding movements. Intentional. Inalay's thoughts didn't come out. She immediately turned around, and a stream of sand surged out of her handbag, forming a shield in front of her. A water dragon rushed up. The quicksand became heavy when it touched water and immediately fell to the ground. However, Honore didn't pay attention to this. She stared wide-eyed at the appearance of the second Li Shang. She almost thought she was seeing an illusion. "Your Highness, please be careful." Li Shang formed a hand seal with one hand and instantly appeared in front of Honore, crossing the sand. Then, he raised his finger and a stream of water gushed out. Honore was suddenly startled. But she was, after all, a monarch, and she had countless magical costumes on her body. The water flow was repelled by an invisible magic force. Li Shang jumped back to avoid the chasing sand spear. Honore's face darkened. Being pushed to such an extent by an unknown magician was clearly beneath her dignity as a monarch. But it had to be said that Li Zhang's hand seal magic was quite surprising. She narrowed her eyes, and more than a dozen streams of sand flowed out of her handbag. After she uttered 4 syllables, they turned into countless arrow feathers. Seeing this, Li Shang quickly formed hand seals. All the magic power in his magic circuit surged out. At this point, his magic power was already at its limit, so this was his last ninjutsu. Water-style water barrier. A huge stream of water appeared out of thin air, spinning wildly and forming a water barrier. The arrow feathers collided with the water barrier. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Shang directly retreated and said, "Your Highness, I have run out of magic power. I surrender." His pure magical skill was indeed average. If he had used the words and the 7 deadly sins, it would have been difficult to determine the outcome. After all, the focus was on promoting ninjutsu, and he didn't need to go all out. Inore was slightly surprised, then she put away the sand. She didn't have the face to bully a junior. To change the magic chant into a hand seal and still achieve great success, it's simply a miracle. Inore praised without hesitation, "Even the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess of the Byring family can hardly compare to your value." As a member of the main family, she naturally knew the true level of the Izaluma family. They were still far from the source, especially now that they were stuck in a bottleneck. But when they were made a branch house, it was just a trial. If they succeeded, the results could be completely confiscated. If they failed, it wouldn't affect her either. We, the Barulareta family, can invest in this project. Or rather, as long as you are willing to cooperate exclusively with us, I can agree to any conditions. Inore suddenly looked at Astati and said, "But obviously, that's impossible, right? Currently, only the Edelfelt family and the Basermero family." Astati spoke in a timely manner and asked, "What do you think, Your Excellency Inore?" Inore fell silent for a moment. Both of these families were not inferior to the Barulareta family, so it was almost impossible for them to have exclusive rights. "Naturally, I am willing." Inore nodded and said, "Although I don't want to cooperate with the Basermero family, if they obtain this kind of hand seal magic and their strength greatly surpasses ours, it would be a loss." This reason was in line with the factional struggle within the clock tower. She would rather let go of her unwillingness than let the enemy gain power. Li Shang spoke up, "Please attend the gathering in a few days, Your Highness. The Edelfelt family will send someone to inform you." "I will." Inore turned and walked towards the deeper part of the lake area. After a while, she stopped and said, "My foolish disciple, you don't even want to see your teacher when you return to the clock tower." "I came to see you, didn't I?" The figure of Orenji Izaki appeared in the mist. "You've become a monarch, and your teacher has also prospered. Let's not talk about meaningless things." Inore grinned, revealing her white fang. "You just lifted the seal and came to the banquet. Are you interested in the 2 princesses?" "Well." Orenji Izaki smiled and said, "That's not wrong. I am indeed interested. What if there's a mistake and it connects to the source?" "You're basically saying that Bairong's magic is flawed." Inore was somewhat helpless, but quickly changed the subject. "I thought you would be interested in the treasure recently bought by Izaluma." "What is it?" Orenji Izaki seemed completely unaware. "A bloodline of a certain fantasy species." "I see." Orenji Izaki smiled and said, "It's a pity I don't know. Otherwise, I could borrow money from the clock tower in my sister's name to buy it." Inore was speechless. Having a magician sister was really overbearing. Borrowing money from the clock tower casually, without having to pay it back. After all, who would dare to ask her for repayment? Unless it was someone like Jeweler O, or the monarch Basermero personally. But they also had no reason to antagonize Izaki Aoi for the sake of mere money. Although the banquet was held at the Tower of the Moon, all the guest rooms arranged by the Izaluma family were in the Tower of the Sun. After Li Shang and Inale reached an agreement, they followed Astati back to the Tower of the Sun. The distance between the towers was only a 10-minute walk. Perhaps due to the lake, fog had formed all around. Li Shang couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the portraits on the tower. They were too ugly. So, some art is truly incomprehensible. Li Shang glanced at the night sky. According to the original plot, the Golden Princess should have already gone to discuss eloping with Lainey's. Ahem, no, it was the change of the gate that wanted to escape. But the intention of the drunkard is not in the wine, they were framed and set up. The Tower of the Sun had 3 floors. Li Shang and Astati's rooms happened to be next to each other. But he didn't know which room Lainey's and Gray were staying in. "Sister." I have a question for you. Li Shang poured a cup of tea for a study and asked, as members of the Law and Politics Department, can we intervene in any murder case involving magicians? Of course. Astati blew on her tea and said, even if it involves other monarchs, our Law and Politics Department can handle it. Or rather, we have to handle it. In cases involving both parties, there must be a fair third party, otherwise it would be difficult to investigate and satisfy both sides. That's true. Li Shang nodded in agreement. It seems that the Law and Politics Department is indeed quite useful. Do you think something will happen here, junior brother? Astati took a sip of her tea and asked. It's very likely. The beauty of the two princesses is already unparalleled in the mortal world. When it comes to the source, someone might take desperate measures. Li Shang thought for a moment and added, and many people already know that Bailong has bought the Bodhi leaves, so there may be audacious magicians who would take desperate measures for the Bodhi leaves. The most beautiful in the mortal world. Astati put down her tea and asked lightly, junior brother, do you think they are more beautiful than me? Li Shang froze. What's with this topic? The transition was too fast, he couldn't keep up. This is definitely not the road to kindergarten. They may be beautiful, but it's all fake. Li Shang carefully chose his words and said, they definitely can't compare to the natural beauty of my senior sister. Astati's tense expression turned into a smile. After finishing her tea, she said, good night, see you tomorrow. If there really is a murder case, just bring up the Law and Politics Department. Even if it's a monarch, you don't have to worry. Although Li Shang had never seen the monarch, Base Marrow, he felt that his senior sister was even more haughty. She was simply fearless. The next morning, Li Shang and Astati were having breakfast when they heard the news of the Golden Princess's death. Junior brother, you really guessed it right. Astati stuffed the remaining bread into her mouth, making it look like a squirrel. Li Shang didn't do the same, he just put down his bread and said, let's go take a look. The Golden Princess lived on the third floor of the Tower of the Moon. Before the two of them arrived, many people had already gathered. Li Shang frowned when he saw the scene on the bed. The Golden Princess's body was cut into pieces, with her head placed in the center. With the white bedsheet, it looked like a blooming, tragic, and beautiful rose. The scene was indescribably brutal. Tiadra, Miss. A young man with messy hair and a pale face knelt beside the bed, looking dazed and lost. He is Mayo, the Yakushi of the Inheritance Department. He made all the elixirs needed for the two princesses' magic. Astati glanced at him and, as if possessing an appraisal skill, said, the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess are artificial beings. Their beauty is not natural. Using magic to transform the body is a common method in many schools. But achieving the level of transformation they have is extremely rare. Of course, there are also technical reasons. To create the technology for the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess, perhaps only the true magic masters, those families that have been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, can possess it. Methods like the Matu families are too crude. In the original work, Matu Zoken used his insect magic and elixirs to transform Matu Sakura, who was adopted into his family. He changed her attribute from void to water, in order to better inherit the Matu family's magic. But in terms of precision, it is far inferior to the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess. They are not only physically transformed, but also strictly adhere to the magical rituals of the Izuruma family in terms of clothing, daily routines, and even walking posture. In other words, the two of them live in this lake area, and are themselves part of a huge magical circuit. Soon, another magician knelt by the bedside. His hairstyle is very unique, with a lot of braids tied up, like a textile. A costume designer. Li Shang can guess his identity without Astati's introduction. It is also possible that he is also a part-time stylist. After all, clothing is also a form of styling. And unlike Mayo, he said with regret, my costume has been ruined like this. Byring and the Silver Princess came together. The cane fell to the ground. Byring trembled, looking incredulous, as if he had heard news of the world's destruction. Tiadra. No. How could this happen? The Silver Princess beside him wore a veil, her expression unseen. Finally, Inore and Aozaki Tangerine arrived. A murder has occurred. So everyone who was called here is a suspect. Aozaki Tangerine held her crimson hair and asked, but what's the point of doing this? If it is to covet this kind of beauty that may reach the origin, there is no reason to kill the Golden Princess. After all, even if the 12 lords were to create another one, it would take more than a decade. It's not worth it for so long. Tell me the specifics. Honore looked at the golden princess's body and sighed, what a beautiful work of art. Byron came to his senses and said, Lord Honore, Teodra's room was locked with magic. Only a specific magical ritual can open it. Is it a locked room murder case again? Honore pondered and said, although the magic lock is strong, there are many people present who can open it, such as the moon spirit elixir. Lainey suddenly looked up, trying to calm herself, and said, I have no reason to kill Teodra. Byron looked at her, picked up the cane from the ground, and said, I'll give you a reason. The twin maids who had served the two princesses since childhood walked in from the door. Lainey suddenly turned pale, realizing that she had been framed. I am Karina. One of the maids said, yesterday, I went to Lannis's room with Princess Teodra, and then I never saw anyone else. In other words, Miss Laney's was the last person Princess Teodra saw before she died. Byron summarized while leaning on his cane, then asked, what did you talk about? Princess Teodra wanted the Elmero family to take her in. Karina took a deep breath and said. Byron's face darkened as he looked at Laney's and asked, do you have anything else to explain? Princess Teodra did indeed talk to me about this, but I clearly refused. Laney's knew she couldn't remain silent at this moment. The more she didn't speak, the more suspicious she would appear. If you refused, why were you the first one to come to Teodra's room this morning? Byron immediately asked. Laney's felt a chill in her heart. She suddenly realized that it was Byron's doing. Last night, after she refused, Teodra said she had a reward sufficient to change her mind and asked her to meet in the morning. But Bylong's investigation was too thorough. She found Teodra dead and asked Gray to inform, within half an hour. He had already finished interrogating Karina. In other words, they knew the situation before entering the room. Regardless, you are the prime suspect. Bylong didn't give her much time to answer, and continued, next, the two of you will be confined to the Izeluma family until the truth is revealed. Wait. Li Shang stood between the two. This matter should be handled by my legal and political science department, and they should be under our supervision. What do you mean? Bylong's tone turned cold and said, the highest masterpiece of my Izeluma family has died, and these two cannot be handed over to you. My meaning is simple. Li Shang didn't care about his attitude, as the monarch said, there are many magicians present who have the means to open magic locks. Why assume it was the work of moon spirit elixir? If we're talking about who can silently open a magic lock, it would be you, Lord Bylong. You're slandering me. Bylong became angry and said, the reputation of my Izeluma family cannot be tarnished by you. Don't get so worked up, I'm just giving an example. Li Shang smiled and said, Lord Bylong, why do you look so guilty? And don't you trust the legal and political science department? You. Bylong suddenly couldn't speak. Daring to openly express distrust in the legal and political science department in the clock tower, is he asking for death? The legal and political science department is naturally reliable. Inalay spoke up in time, this matter will be handed over to you, but you cannot leave the Twin Mask Tower until the investigation is complete. For her, giving face to a business partner was a convenient thing to do. The ultimate beauty she had anticipated was almost declared a failure. Bylong hesitated to speak, and in the end could only nod. That's natural. Li Shang replied. After Inalay agreed, the other onlookers, the magicians, left one after another. In the end, only the four of them remained. Thank you. Laney's was a bit out of sorts as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Just now, she was jumping back and forth on the edge of death. Once the charges were confirmed, the Elmero family would undoubtedly be destroyed. Li Shang glanced at Gray. He had sensed the chilling sharpness hidden under her sleeve earlier. It was the Holy Spear. If released, there would definitely be a way to escape. But the Elmero family would no longer be able to stand in the clock tower. This is originally the responsibility of our legal and political science department. Let's not waste time, let's first see if there are any clues at the scene. Li Shang replied. Trimao, collect the body parts. Laney's nodded and immediately commanded the Mercury maid behind her. Trimao was the name of the moon spirit elixir. The bed was covered in blood. It was indeed difficult to clean up. The dismemberment is too thorough, we can't even determine the murder weapon. Li Shang squinted and said, so Laney's is the prime suspect. Astati crossed her arms and said, Trimao can transform into various weapons. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy against me. Laney's looked puzzled, but what's the point? Although Izeluma is a branch house, its influence is still above the Elmero family. Neither family celebrated the festival. There is no reason to deal with her. Moreover, the actions of the Golden Princess are also very unusual. The monarch of the Law and Politics Department, Basemaro, is the leader of the aristocratic faction. Why didn't he go to Astati and instead went to the fallen monarch? After all, it is a major event to change factions. Take it slow. Li Shang stared at Tiadra's head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Laney's and Gray began to investigate the furnishings in the room. Why is there no mirror? Laney's muttered to herself, having such a beautiful appearance, does she not like looking in the mirror? Gray pulled down the brim of her hat, burying her face deeper in the shadows. Perhaps she could understand. It's because she hates it. She hates her own face, so she doesn't want to see it. This shows that she doesn't like this face. Li Shang said in a deep voice, everyone has a desire to be beautiful. Regardless of what they look like, there are more or less mirrors and cosmetics in their rooms. Unless she has an extreme aversion to this artificial face. But it can also be understood that she may not be able to accept a face that is not her own. Gray instinctively clenched her clothes. She lowered her head. Astati reached out and patted her head. Seeing this scene, Li Shang remembered that Gray's situation was very similar to Tiadra's. Her face had also been magically altered, and it was the appearance of Altria. If Weber successfully participated in the Fifth Holy Grail War, Gray would definitely go with him. I wonder what Altria thinks of this face. Looking back on her life, her sister Morgan Le Fay had the greatest influence. Gray was the masterpiece of the Queen. Miss Tiadra told me last night about her reasons for defecting. Laney's took a few steps back and forth, saying, it's because the magic of the Izaruma family has stagnated, and Byron wants to use more dangerous and radical methods. Tiadra believes that if they continue like this, they will definitely die. Very reasonable. Li Shang said casually. Master. The Mercury maid took 2 steps back and said, it's all set up. The body on the bed returned to its human form. The connecting parts of the flesh were filled with mercury. All body parts are there. Laney's sighed and said, if we were in the clock tower, we could ask a necromancer who is good at death magic to help. I believe we would soon know the truth. Did you notice that she seems different from the Golden Princess at the banquet? Li Shang narrowed his eyes and asked, different? Laney's carefully examined the body. Although the smell of blood permeated the air, the beauty of the Golden Princess remained undiminished. Is it because the magic has disappeared? She asked again. Tiadra herself is indeed extremely beautiful, but in order to create the effect at the banquet, it was necessary to coordinate with the magic crest and magic circuits inside her. But now that the magic crest has been recovered by Byron and the magic circuits have been severed due to dismemberment, there is naturally no magic left. No, Li Shang shook his head. He was not affected by magic at the banquet, so he could better understand the difference in this Tiadra's appearance. They are 2 different people. Astati explained, the Tiadra at the banquet was obviously more beautiful, while the deceased one is slightly inferior. Yes, that's what I mean. Li Shang nodded in agreement. Laney's, however, looked confused and asked, what is going on? I remember that the Mineral Science Department has a magic trick that can show the existence of gems or minerals over time. Li Shang asked, Senior sister, is there a way to determine her time of death? The time he spent at the clock tower was ultimately too short, and he didn't have time to learn many magic tricks. Astati took a step forward and took out a yellow gem. Her magic surged. With a soft drink, the gem shattered and enveloped Tiadra's body. The time of death is more than half a month ago. Astati spoke up. So you're saying that the Golden Princess who appeared yesterday was created by Bylong at the last minute? If he didn't do that, his banquet would not have been able to proceed as planned, and his deeds would have been exposed. Lanus's face grew heavy. She had a rough idea of why Bylong framed her. Because Izeluma was a branch house. If an Alay knew that he had killed Tiadra, he would face punishment from both the creation science and legal science departments. No one dared to bear that. But why would this new Golden Princess collude with Bylong? Laney's asked again. Her claim of defection last night should be true. After all, there are precedents, and her fate may not escape death either. She wants to muddy the waters. Li Shang said in a deep voice, by bringing Elmi Lola in, it will inevitably cause chaos and attract everyone's attention, allowing her to leave unnoticed. Footprints. Laney's suddenly became excited and said, the ground in the lake area is all wet grass, so there must be footprints left behind. Since this new Golden Princess wants to run, now is the best time. And for magicians who consider themselves extraordinary and beyond the mundane, they don't care about footprints as evidence. Because they search using magic, not modern investigative methods. Only he, her foster brother, would use them. Let's go. Lainey's left the Tower of the Moon and stopped at the entrance, saying, Tremu, find Teodra's footprints. The Mercury Maid immediately turned into flowing mercury and quickly filled the remaining footprints on the ground. Li Shang couldn't help but sigh. This magic outfit was truly versatile. It could do anything. He remembered that she could even brew tea inside her body. Follow me. The Mercury Maid returned to her original form and led the way. As they went deeper, a lush green forest appeared. The forest was damp and primitive, and they were the first group of intruders. Decaying leaves were everywhere. Lainey's and Astati were both wearing dresses, not suitable for walking in this kind of forest. Seeing this, Li Shang slowed down. There's a barrier. Astati looked up and said. Lainey's eyes lit up. A barrier meant that someone wanted to conceal something. She took a few steps forward, and her vision suddenly cleared. A spring. An unusually open piece of land appeared in the forest. And water flowed continuously from the depths. But these were not the focus. The focus was the person floating in the spring. Karina, one of the personal maids of the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess. The blood stained the spring, making it look particularly vibrant. Why did she die here? Lainey's took a deep breath, her face filled with confusion. In her imagination, Karina didn't have a role at all. Although it was this maid who had betrayed them, the main characters should be Teodra and Bailong, right? Li Shang took a step forward and pretended to ponder. It seems we have overlooked a crucial question. The Izeluma family spent who knows how many years to create 2 princesses, but this new golden princess appeared within half a month. Lainey's was instantly stunned. Yes. Why was a new golden princess created so quickly, and even more beautiful than the original version? It was simply a miracle, unless it's temporary. Li Shang speculated, using magic combined with a powerful spell, it should be possible to create a temporary golden princess. And as far as we know, Bailong recently obtained a spell that was tainted with dragon blood from the Bodhi leaves. Lainey's turned her head stiffly and said, Karina is the new golden princess created by magic. That's the most likely possibility. Li Shang nodded and asked again, the original golden princess was most likely killed by Bailong, but what about this one? Who killed her? Lainey's fell into silence. There were too few clues, making it difficult for her to deduce the truth. Even Karina's identity was guessed by Li Shang. She felt a bit tired. Detective work was better suited for her foster brother. Let's retrieve the body first. Li Shang suggested. Trimao. Lainey's snapped back to reality and shouted. The Mercury Maid immediately extended 2 streams of mercury to bring the body to the shore. The cause of death is a fatal injury to the heart. Li Shang squatted down and could almost tell the cause of death without examining it. A very ruthless blow. He shook his head and found a piece of jewelry on the clothes. It seemed to be a necklace made of some kind of stone. The stone had a swirling pattern. Li Shang was slightly startled, it looked familiar. He looked at the obsidian necklace given to him by Astati on his wrist. This is a talisman. Li Shang stood up and said, but it hasn't been triggered, which means the killer knew Karina. Astati took the necklace and examined it. She was knowledgeable about gemstones as a mineral scientist. She nodded and said, the trigger for the talisman is quite simple and easy, unless the killer is too powerful, leaving her no reaction time. Otherwise, it's someone she knows, and she didn't have any defenses. We've finally narrowed down the range of the killer. Lainey's said with relief. Next, we investigate her acquaintances. Without a doubt, she is a member of the Izeluma family. Let's go back to the Tower of Yang and explain the situation to Lord Honore. Astati handed the necklace to Lainey's. There's one more thing. Li Shang reminded, to create a new golden princess in a short time, to deceive others, such ability is impossible for the head of the Bailong family, and even Lord Honore cannot do it. The only one who can do it is the crown puppeteer, Orenji Sasaki. Lainey's felt a bit breathless. Even the crown was involved. How capable was the Elmero family? It goes without saying that Orenji Sasaki's achievements are remarkable, and her puppetry skills may be the key to replicating the Golden Princess. Li Shang added, her attitude is unclear now, so we should be cautious of her. Trimao. Lainey's rubbed her forehead and said, anyway, let's first find out who the killer is. The Mercury Maid immediately picked up Karina. Weather magic. Astati looked up. A black cloud drifted from the east and covered the entire lake area in an instant. The speed was abnormal. Li Shang formed hand seals with both hands and said after a moment, there are over 30 magicians, no wonder the range is so wide. Launching an attack on Izeluma at this time? Lainey's frowned. No matter how she thought about it, it couldn't be a coincidence. And during the time when both King Baruleta and Crown Magician Orenji Sasaki were present, why would they dare to attack? Unless they had reached an agreement. Her heart trembled and she said, "They might be coming for us." As soon as she finished speaking, a low thunder sounded. The next moment, a strong impact descended from the sky. The protective barrier of the Izeluma family, which was almost visible to the naked eye, was broken. Li Shang quickly reached out to support the nearest lanies. His strong physical fitness completely resisted the shock. But Lanies, as a legitimate magician and the longtime manager of the Elmero family, aside from her magic level, she was just an ordinary girl. "Thank you." After Lanies stabilized herself, she noticed that the dark clouds in the sky had not dissipated and said, "This is just the first wave of attacks, we must stop them." Weather magic, a type of magic that can be considered a meteorological weapon. However, it is rarely used by magicians. Apart from the complex and demanding conditions, the consumption of magical energy is too great. The cost outweighs the benefits, but when used by 30 people together, its power becomes quite considerable. The magic covers the El Meloy family. No matter who the target is, Rhinus and the others will inevitably be affected, and the investigation will temporarily come to a halt because of this. If, by any chance, justice is served and a lightning bolt strikes and kills the culprit, that would be disastrous. That's why Rhinus said they must stop them. The more important reason is that she knows the abilities of Astardi and Grey, and they are capable of stopping them. Otherwise, with her shrewdness, she would definitely be happy to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Li Shang nodded. He knew that the attacker was Atalanta, the magician who failed to obtain the Bodhi leaf in the auction in the battle against Byron. Feeling unwilling, he made an agreement with Inorai and led his subordinates to attack the El Meloy family. Li Shang could only say that Byron's star of death was shining brightly. He had already been abandoned by the head of the main family, Inorai. "Grey, you protect Rhinus. Astardi gave the order, Li Shang and I will deal with them." "The two of you?" Rhinus was slightly surprised and asked, "Isn't that too risky? They have over 30 people. It would be safer to inform the head of the Byron family and the magicians of the El Meloy family to join forces." "It's fine, I have my own measure." Astardi raced towards the forest. Li Shang also disappeared from Rhinus' sight at the same speed. His physical strength gave him good strength and speed. But he still found that he couldn't keep up with Astardi. So he used the body flicker technique. "Junior brother, the new magic you've been studying is quite good." Astardi chuckled softly and said, "Do you want me to teach you?" Li Shang didn't hesitate and blurted out. After entering the clock tower, he had been taken care of by his senior sister in every way. It's not that he's taking advantage of her, but it's better than taking advantage of her. Teaching a few ninjutsu techniques is not a problem. We'll talk about it when we have time. Astardi stopped in her tracks. She held out a blue gemstone. An invisible aura quickly spread out in all directions. There is a temporary shelter on the nearby mountains, where Atalanta is drinking, accompanied by a few maids. It really looks like the posture of a nouveau riche. Astardi calmly said, 30 magicians are using weather magic behind him, and besides that, a group of people is approaching the Twin Towers. Byron is already welcoming the enemy. Should we go directly to deal with Atalanta? Although Li Shang hasn't seen Astardi's true strength, he doesn't think it would be too bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the vice captain of the Holy Chant team. You go save Byron. After thinking for a moment, Astardi said, if something happens to him, it will be difficult for us to solve the case. Li Shang didn't say much and changed direction. In the original work, Bailong was known as the double support of the Elmero classroom. Now he is alone, and there is indeed a possibility of hiccuping. Through the lush grass, it started raining in the forest. Not very heavy. The weather magic gathered dark clouds, and rain was its byproduct. Of course, the real attack is still lightning. The Gariosta family of Atrum is skilled in primitive magic. Its core is cost magic. It is a means of exchanging magic power for living sacrifices. It is called magic, but it is more like magic or evil magic formation. The strength in direct combat is average. With Astadi's ability, it is more than enough to deal with. Li Zhang's thoughts flashed and then he stopped. Not far from him, Bailong smiled while leaning on a cane. Don't underestimate Izaluma. He tapped the ground with his cane, and transparent bubbles floated around him. Without using magic chants, it means he is using a magic workshop. The so-called magic workshop is a war fortress constructed by magicians using barriers, traps, familiars, etc. in a certain place. For example, in the Fourth Holy Grail War, the previous ruler, Elmero, turned a hotel into his magic workshop. And placed 24 layers of barriers, 3 magic furnaces, dozens of evil spirits, reinforced corridors, and various magic traps, etc. Even if the servants wanted to break through, they had to pay a considerable price. But, my lord, times have changed. Emiya Kuritsugu directly disregarded martial ethics and blew up the entire hotel, causing Kenneth to lose everything. The Twin Towers is Bylong's magic workshop. He can exert power beyond his own in this land. The bubbles surrounded the magician. Bylong looked coldly at them and said, "Witness the wrath of Izaluma." The bubbles burst. Nothing happened, but the 3 attacking magicians in the front covered their throats and fell down. Their faces turned red. It was suffocation. Li Shang pondered. It turned out to be a magic similar to vacuum magic. But compared to real vacuum magic, it was extremely inferior. The deaths of the 3 magicians angered the remaining magicians. Just then, a huge lightning bolt fell from the sky. Bylong quickly used bubbles for defense. But the lightning was too powerful, and he knelt directly on the ground. There was a blackened area on his shoulder, indicating a burn. HMPH, is that all? The remaining magicians looked at each other and chanted at the same time, and lightning surrounded them. Bylong tapped the ground again with his cane. The bubbles reappeared. Li Shang shook his head. This head of the family doesn't seem to be good at fighting either. Actually, that's normal. Type Moon is mysteriously weakened, and magicians are hiding. Most magicians are immersed in studying how to reach the root and rarely go out. Because fighting cannot reach the root, Li Shang drew the 8-faced Han sword from the 7 deadly sins. Reinforce. He uttered a syllable. Power surged throughout his body. Ninjutsu is rarely used for support, so he uses magic. Word spirit. Fairy dancer. Li Shang whispered again. His heart beat rapidly, producing countless blood and power. And the surface of the Han sword in his hand was covered with a silver light. Critical hit increased. Li Shang jumped up. Instantly infiltrating among the magicians, the Han sword pierced through their hearts at an incredible speed. He doesn't need to hold back against the Asta family's magic. In the original work, Atalanta even used babies to extract magical power. Blood splattered. The magicians were completely caught off guard and fell into eternal darkness. Byron's heart stopped. In just a second, he saw the magicians fall and Li Shang appear. It was as if a movie skipped the process and went straight from the beginning to the end. He had no idea what had happened, but Li Shang ignored him, turned around, and looked at Chisato Aozaki, who was slowly approaching. Interesting magic. Chisato Aozaki smiled and said, somewhat troubled, "You are a stranger and powerful. Is it magic crest? The constantly surging power is truly surprising. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you a rampaging dragon." Miss Aozaki also came to help Lord Byron. Li Shang asked calmly. "Sorry, I accepted someone else's commission, so I am your enemy." Chisato Aozaki said with interest, "And I also want to see how strong you are." She suddenly lifted her foot and stomped down. A rune lit up, followed by a burst of lightning. Li Shang stepped back. In addition to puppets, Chisato Aozaki is proud of her reconstruction of modern rune magic. The origin of rune magic is extremely ancient. According to legend, Odin, the father of the gods, hung himself on the world tree for 9 days and nights, contemplating the mysteries of the universe. When he came down, he had comprehended rune magic. In addition, runes are often mentioned in various mythological gods and heroes. Like Scathach, the Queen of Shadows in the Gaelic mythology, is extremely skilled in spear arts and rune magic. The runes she uses are called primal runes, which are ancient magic from the Age of Gods and have the power to destroy the world. Chisato Aozaki's modern runes naturally cannot reach the level of primal runes. But she has deciphered several primal rune symbols that have been lost. Faster than I imagined. Chisato Aozaki couldn't help but say when she saw him easily dodge her rune attack. Li Shang didn't answer and directly stabbed with the Han sword in his hand. With a loud sound, his Han sword did not hit Aozaki Orange, but a muddy-colored rune, like a shield. But it only blocked for a second before cracking open. Aozaki Orange was startled and couldn't dodge in time. Her runes were pre-set to automatically activate. In terms of speed, she couldn't match Li Shang. But she didn't make any moves. A silver mayfly appeared on her body. Mechanical sounds rang out. Something dazzling, like tentacles, blocked his sword. Not only that, 4 tentacles, like wings, appeared behind Aozaki Orange again, aiming at Li Shang. 4 magic-powered projectiles were fired. Li Shang didn't hesitate to use the body flicker technique. 1 second later, the ground exploded. A crater over 3 meters appeared. Byring opened his mouth and quickly retreated. This is like a fight between immortals. This is my magical outfit, Crystal Mayfly. Aozaki Orange breathed a sigh of relief and said, I didn't expect that I couldn't react in time. At this moment, she was enveloped in a silver light, looking particularly dreamlike. There will be many things you didn't expect. Li Shang smiled faintly. His body suddenly accelerated, and the Han sword bypassed Mayfly like lion majesty. Aozaki Orange instinctively raised her hand. A rune appeared instantly. But it immediately shattered. Mayfly, like a swarm of bees, urgently blocked the Han sword. An astonishing force burst open. Aozaki Orange was blown away. In midair, she waved her hand again. Flames surged on both sides of her, trying to stop Li Shang who was chasing after her. A curved sword light flashed, like silver moonlight. The flames were separated. You surprised me. Aozaki Orange stood firm, stretched out her hands, and spread her 10 fingers. Countless runes shot into the sky and exploded. The dense ashes instantly turned into fine needles, completely enveloping Li Shang. With a bang, a wooden stake appeared and was pierced through the next second. Aozaki Orange trembled slightly, an intriguing magic. But she didn't waste any time because of it. Immediately, another rune tore open in front of her. Invisible ripples spread out. Behind, she pinpointed Li Zhang's location. Conchi Chenzi turned around without hesitation. She controlled Mayfly to surge out. The sound of ping-pong was incessant. Han Jian's attacks were all blocked. Li Shang raised an eyebrow and once again attacked with Fulingxin. A critical hit was triggered. The Mayfly made of crystal cracked open a seam. Conchi Chenzi's pupils contracted. In an instant, a rune blocked the tip of the sword. The shockwave dispersed. Conchi Chenzi took a few steps back, appearing unsteady. Bailong, who was watching, tightly gripped his cane, as if it could bring him a little warmth. This is simply unbelievable. Conchi Chenzi truly deserves to be a grand magus. Her rune magic is simply extraordinary. But what's the deal with this guy who looks like he's only 18? He actually has the upper hand. He feels like someone who has lived for decades and ended up in a dog's body. And Conchi Chenzi's perspective is much higher than Bailong's. Naturally, she can see that Li Zhang's magic level is far inferior to hers. Most of the instant magic he used seems to come from his equipment. The reason she is in such a sorry state is because Li Zhang's physical abilities are too good. Or rather, his strength and speed far surpass those of an ordinary magician. Even she is no match for him. In martial arts, speed is everything. The same goes for magic. Because he is too fast, she can't react in time and can only defend herself. Passive against active. Naturally, the active side appears more formidable. Conchi Chenzi's combat experience is richer than that of most magicians. She knows that the current situation requires her to have someone to buy her time so that she can counterattack. Thinking of this, Conchi Chenzi grabbed her own hair, infused it with magic power, and immediately tore off a strand, turning it into ashes. Li Shang was a little puzzled. What kind of magic is this? The next second, the sound of a wolf howl came from a distance. The sound approached from far away, but it was only a moment. Li Shang saw a golden wolf rushing over. It turns out to be a familiar. The familiar of a magician is actually the summoning beast of a ninja. But the two have certain differences. In addition to various magical animals, familiars can also be birds made of gemstones, mercury maids, and even servants. Servants are the highest level of familiars. Li Shang raised his left hand, his index finger like a barrel, emitting water droplets like bullets. In an instant, it reached the face of the golden wolf. But it was useless, the water droplets passed through its body directly. Magic is ineffective. Li Shang suddenly remembered who it was. Lug Beowulf, the werewolf. A monster of the 2000th level, a high-dimensional life form capable of shapeshifting into any form. Pure magic has no effect on it, making it the archenemy of magicians. Li Shang immediately thought of sealing techniques and summoning beasts. Undoubtedly, both can deal with it. But in the continuous counterattacks from Conchi Orange, he was unable to use advanced sealing techniques. Li Shang immediately retreated, avoiding the werewolf's bite. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Conchi Orange began to arrange rune symbols. She already understood that 1 or 2 runes were useless, so she needed more and broader ones. But the next moment, her eyes widened. A huge python suddenly appeared. The trees in the forest fell one after another. Conchi Orange hesitated for a few seconds and asked, "You're familiar?" In her line of sight, the werewolf seemed to be crushed like ants. But after all, it was also a monster, and its body rapidly expanded. Bailong was horrified and ran away. Enhanced magic gave him the physique of a young man. The battle between the two monsters, it can be described as earth-shattering. Lainey's and Gray, who returned to the Tower of the Moon, were dumbfounded. Is this the arrival of a mythological story? Lainey's had only witnessed such a situation in legends. Two giant beasts over 50 meters tall were tearing each other apart. Behind her, many magicians were also stunned. Only Anole quickly regained her senses. The next moment, quicksand surged out of her handbag, turning into a floating sand platform, carrying her to the battlefield. Damn it. Conchi Orange's face looked a bit ugly. Her rune symbols were supposed to be buried underground. But in this situation, she couldn't prepare large-scale rune magic anymore. In that case, she was back to the previous terrible situation. Just then, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, meaning that the weather magic was lifted. Conchi Orange's heart tightened. Li Shang was already difficult for her to deal with, and if a statue was added, she had no confidence at all. Should she use that move? There was a monster buried inside her body. If she was killed, it would be released, and her soul would transfer to a backup doll for resurrection. A beautiful figure appeared. Astarte stood behind her, forming a siege with Li Shang. She glanced at the two monsters in the distance, showing a little surprise. "Miss Conchi, now that things have come to this, do you really want to waste your life?" "This time, I admit defeat." Conchi Orange let out a sigh and said. Then she let the werewolf leave. Li Shang also released the summoning beast. "So, would it be troublesome for Miss Aozaki to offer 2 perfect dolls as an exchange?" Astarte said with a slight smirk. 2 dolls? Aozaki Chizuko's tone raised slightly as she said, "That's impossible. Even if she were to be killed, she would only need 1 resurrection. Asking her to give up 2 dolls would be more troublesome than death itself. After all, the materials for making dolls are extremely precious. And she is very poor. Then just 1 will do." Astarte also relaxed and said, "Give it to my junior, Li Shang." "Wait." Li Shang quickly said, "Senior sister, you should have it. He has the infinite rebirth of the simulator, so there's no use for a resurrection doll. Junior brother, although your strength is good, there are always unexpected dangers in this world, so keep it for emergencies," Astarte said. Li Shang frowned. How should he explain this? The doll is equivalent to resurrection, which is undoubtedly precious to others. "Senior sister, since I met you, I have received your care. I can't accept this doll anymore," Li Shang said firmly. "Stop, stop, stop." Aozaki Chizuko raised her hand and complained. "Now is not the time for you two to show affection. My teacher is about to come, and I don't want her to see me in this sorry state." She really couldn't stand it. The doll she made is the highest achievement in the entire magic world. How did it become a common thing that you two pass back and forth in your mouths? "Then I'll tell you after everything is over," Astarte looked at Li Shang and said. "Okay." Aozaki Chizuko glanced at the direction to the east and said, "I'll leave first." A few seconds later, Honor appeared. She looked at the messy battlefield and asked, "What happened?" "Nothing," Astarte said lightly. "I just had a little spar with Miss Aozaki." Honor remained silent. She recognized Aozaki Chizuko's familiar. But she didn't expect Astarte to have such strength. No wonder she was highly regarded by the Lord Bathermero. "What about Bailon?" Honor took a deep breath and asked. Astarte waved her sleeve. The unconscious Bailon appeared. She had already undergone memory modification. Li Shang is too young. Showing such strength would inevitably lead to being sealed by the clock tower. Although she is not afraid, it is still too troublesome. As for Orenji Aozaki, with her pride, it is impossible for her to go around publicizing her failures. Li Shang didn't say anything. His intelligence naturally understood Astarte's intentions. To be honest, sealing designated targets is indeed troublesome. If he can avoid it, he will. After all, he is going to participate in the Holy Grail War. A bunch of people chasing after him, who knows what kind of trouble will arise. Inalay reached out and checked Belong's breathing. He wasn't dead. She gradually regained her composure, but didn't mention the recent battle. "Astarte, how are the invaders outside?" "I have taken care of them." Astarte calmly said. They were the ones who violated the rules of the Mages Association first, so I was forced to counterattack. Inalay-sama, you won't be angry, will you? Why would I be angry? Inalay smiled and said, a study has done what she should do, and I naturally approve. Astati also didn't want to play along with her, and said, in that case, Inalay-sama, take Belong back to the Tower of the Sun, and the mystery will be revealed soon. Although Inalay had many doubts in her heart, she didn't want to offend Astati, who had the ability to defeat her. She used quicksand to support Belong and turned around to leave. Shidi, I modified Belong's memory and changed you to me. After Astati left, she immediately explained, to avoid attracting the attention of the clock tower. I understand. Li Shang said with a smile. He thought of Atalanta again. If he died, then perhaps Medea wouldn't be summoned. The course of the Holy Grail War would definitely be changed. But it didn't matter. Even if he had Medea, he wouldn't be able to defeat Gilgamesh and the others. Having or not having Medea didn't make much difference. Is Atalanta dead? She's dead. Astati snorted lightly. It's not a pity for someone who uses the price magic. It seems Atalanta used a living sacrifice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted this long. Li Shang said with resentment, good, she died. Astati burst into laughter all of a sudden. Well, Shidi is quite cute. She pinched her chin and said, after Atalanta dies, her qualification for the Holy Grail War will be revoked, and I will consult the ruler to give it to you. Thank you, Shiji. Li Shang thought of something else and asked, after she dies, will her family seek revenge? Everything we have done complies with the rules of the Mages Association. If they want revenge, they can come. Astati said in a flat tone. Astati, Lainey's ran over from a distance, followed by Gray. She didn't have magic like sand magic. Apart from the moonlit essence, there was no second magic outfit, so she could only walk. I'm fine. Astati looked at her flushed face from running and couldn't help but pinch it a few times. Lainey's glared at her and muttered, one day, I will come back. While it's still early, let's go back to the Tower of Yang and resolve the matter, Li Shang said, looking at the two playfully fighting. We should be able to catch the train back to London, he added with a smile. Do you already know who the murderer is? Lainey's quickly asked. More or less, Li Shang casually replied. After watching Orenji Izaki's battle, I can be certain that she created the new Golden Princess. Just a few questions to her and everything will become clear. Let's go back. Lainey's eagerly exclaimed. Although she was a bit tired from running over from the Tower of Yang, it was worth it to clear her name. Wait. Astati stopped Lainey's from running out and said, let's take a ride back. You're not suggesting we use your snake, are you? Lainey's said, shaking her head. I'd rather not. Astati didn't say anything. She extended her hand, which emitted a faint golden light. The light rose into the air and transformed into a flying carpet after a moment. It was predominantly dark blue with gold on the edges. A magic flying carpet. Lainey's couldn't help but show surprise and envy. Any magical outfit that could fly was extremely expensive. Unless she sold her family's Mercury maid, she couldn't afford it at all. Come on board, Astati said, stepping onto the carpet. The four of them seemed a bit crowded. Anna, make it a bit bigger, Astati instructed. The carpet beneath their feet immediately doubled in size. It actually has a personality. Lainey's calculated the price and felt a pang of bitterness. If a magical outfit had a personality, its value would be even higher. The same went for her Mercury maid. Even among the entire Magic Association, it was considered one of the most valuable magical outfits. Well, compared to its own value, the Mercury maid might be even more valuable. Li Shang secretly thought that his senior sister was indeed a wealthy woman. Even a flying carpet had to have a personality. Was this what wealthy women played with? He loved it, he loved it. The carpet was great. If it were something like a steel wire ball, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. The name Anna was quite common, he thought. He felt like there were many people named Anna. The flying carpet's speed is impressive. What would have taken 20 minutes on foot only took 5 minutes. The four of them got off the flying carpet. When I came out earlier, I asked Trimao to stay behind and guard Karina's body. I estimate that by now, Bailong and the others have already learned of her death. Let's go straight to her room. As Lainey's walked, she spoke. Li Shang nodded. No wonder he didn't see her Mercury maid earlier. They quickly arrived on the second floor. As Lainey's had said, there were already quite a few people standing there. Bailong, who had awakened, the Silver Princess, and another maid named Regina. Did you kill her? As soon as Bailong saw Lainey's, he questioned her. Compared to the death of the Golden Princess, he seemed relatively calm at the moment. After all, he really didn't know what had happened to Karina. Bailong, please don't jump to conclusions so easily. Lainey's smiled faintly, her demeanor elegant like a noble. She had regained her usual calmness. Bailong was about to continue speaking when he saw Astadi's gaze and remembered her battle with Momozaki Orenji earlier, so he immediately closed his mouth. Even if he used the ultimate move in his magic workshop, it would probably be difficult to kill her. Bailong, please inform Inale and Miss Momozaki to come over. Don't you want to know who the killer is? I'll reveal it to you right away. Astati spoke up. And Yakushi Mayo and the costume designer Islo. Li Shang added. Bailong trembled at the words, but his expression showed no abnormality. He turned around and went downstairs. After about 10 minutes, he returned with 4 people following behind him. It seems Miss Astadi already has the answer. Momozaki Orenji held up a briefcase and smiled. By the way, she glanced at Li Shang. The recent battle could be said to be the most memorable one for her in recent years. It would stay with her for a long time. Li Shang smiled back. At the same time, he found it interesting. He remembered that there was her familiar in Momozaki Orenji's briefcase. A creature stronger than a werewolf. It seemed that Momozaki Orenji was wary of him and Astadi, or perhaps she didn't think she could win, so she brought her briefcase just in case. Looking forward to your insights. Inale sat in a chair, leisurely picked up a teacup, and smiled. I've only seen detective reasoning on TV. Bailong frowned slightly when he heard the word TV. As a traditional magician, he was quite disgusted with technological products. But Inale was different. She enjoyed playing with MP3 players, watching TV shows and movies like young people do. He would definitely criticize others, but Inale, let it be. He dares not. I guarantee it will be wonderful. Astati smiled and then gestured to Li Shang with his eyes, indicating that it was his turn to perform. Miss Aozaki. Li Shang stepped forward and said, could you please examine Karina's body? Me? Aozaki Orange was somewhat surprised and asked, why me? I'm not a professional. You'll understand once you see. Li Shang pointed at Karina without explaining. Aozaki Orange became interested. She had a peculiar personality, and few people could guess her true character. Moreover, those who knew her understood that she had a dual personality. But in the end, she was simply a magician driven by her interests. If she was interested in something, she didn't mind becoming the antagonist, even if it meant losing everything. If she wasn't interested, she wouldn't be willing to do it even if someone killed her. That's why she took on the task of obstructing Li Shang and the others. She didn't care about offending the Department of Law and Politics, or even the clock tower. The only thing she probably didn't expect was that Li Zhang's strength far exceeded her imagination. Aozaki Orange squatted down in front of Karina, and after a moment, she was slightly startled. She reached out and touched Karina's cheek. Why don't I have any impression? She blurted out a sentence without rhyme or reason. Karina's body still retains traces of your magic, right? Li Shang asked the puzzled crowd. It's my magic. Aozaki Orange admitted. She disdained the use of lies. Upon hearing this, the reactions of the others varied. Especially Byron and Mayo, their expressions froze slightly. Of course, it couldn't be seen without careful observation. Are you saying that you killed her? Costume designer Islo voiced what Honor and others were thinking. No, Li Shang answered on behalf of Aozaki Orange, saying, the magic I mentioned is the one that turned Karina into the Golden Princess at the banquet. Instantly, silence fell. Even Honor was stunned and couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? She had no idea about this before. Byron hadn't told her either. If the Golden Princess at the banquet was fake, then the branch house head was undoubtedly deceiving her. Thinking of this, she glanced at Byron. The head of the branch house, who was dressed in a suit and exuded a gentlemanly demeanor, had a somewhat unpleasant expression at this moment. It means exactly what it says. Li Shang explained, the one who appeared at the banquet was Karina, but the real Golden Princess had already died half a month ago. But that's impossible. Inale frowned slightly and said, I know a little about the magic of the Izeluma family. It is based on the sun and the moon, and the time when they align has passed several months ago. That's right. Bailong quickly said, the best timing for my magic is when the sun and the moon are in the same position or in opposite positions. In theory, the family's magic is a highly secretive matter. Normally, he would definitely not explain it. But at this moment, he was a bit at a loss. Once the charges were confirmed, he would lose everything. It's not just a matter of losing his life, but his carefully cultivated family would also be destroyed. Li Shang was in a difficult situation at this time. He was not Weber or a student of celestial science, so how could he understand it so clearly? But he vaguely remembered that it was mentioned in the original work. That's right, there hasn't been a suitable time in the past month. Astati suddenly spoke up. But Karina is a temporary golden princess, so she doesn't need a real sun. There is a planet that can perfectly compare to the sun, and that is Venus. It is the brightest planet in the night sky, the morning star, the evening star, and also the star of Venus. Tracing back to its origins, the corresponding deity, such as Ishtar, is the goddess of beauty, which is very suitable for Karina's situation. Bailong's face suddenly turned pale. Li Shang heard a familiar name, Ishtar, and couldn't help but glance at Astati. Senior sister seems to really like Venus, speaking so highly of it all at once. He also likes it. When he played the FGO game in his previous life, he really liked Ishtar and her sister, the underworld goddess Ereshkigal, or Eli for short. Why did my sister's body become so gruesome? The silver princess with a veil asked in a cold tone. Before Li Shang could answer, someone else spoke up. So that's how it is. Enele slowly took a sip of tea and said, if I were in your position, I would definitely chop Tyadra into pieces, wouldn't I, Bailong? Enele, I don't understand what you're saying. Bailong gritted his teeth and said, if your strength matched your tough talk, that would be impressive. Li Shang teased him and continued, my senior sister has already explained the issue of the stars. Next is the issue of Aozaki Miss, who commissioned her to create Karina as the Golden Princess, and this person is undoubtedly the mastermind behind the murder of the real Golden Princess. Oh dear, but I forgot. Susaki Orange said with a joyful smile. Aozaki Miss. Lanies couldn't help but shout. I really forgot. Susaki Orange pointed to her temple with her index finger and said. Li Shang shook his head at the anxious Lanies and others, saying, with your abilities, you shouldn't forget, so there is only one possibility. Your memories have been modified by someone. Susaki Orange's face gradually became gloomy. The rest of the people were suddenly shocked. Memory modification magic exists in the clock tower, of course. The one who uses it the most is the Department of Law and Politics. Because they often have to use it on ordinary people who accidentally get involved in the world of magic. But Sosaki Toko is not an ordinary person, who has the ability to modify her memories. This should be your own doing. Li Shang continued, if your request includes the condition of memory elimination, would you carry it out? Yes. Creating the Golden Princess is quite interesting, I would definitely agree to his conditions. After Sosaki Toko finished speaking, she scratched her head and said with some distress, I suddenly want to know what kind of magic I used. It's a pity that such an interesting thing has been forgotten. In addition to magic, there is another way to modify memories, elixirs. Li Shang pointed at Mayo and asked, can you create a memory-blocking elixir? I. Mayo was completely stunned and became hesitant. But his attitude was enough to indicate that he indeed had this ability. Then let's continue discussing Miss Sosaki's matter. Although this matter is very interesting, as the client, you must provide sufficient compensation. Li Shang looked at Bailong and said, I remember that Bailong's family recently purchased a powerful magical artifact, a Bodhi leaf dyed with dragon blood. I wonder if you can bring it out for us to see? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Sosaki Toko suddenly burst into laughter. I understand now, so that's how it is, the Cinderella magic. The rest of the people were a bit confused. Even Bailong seemed a little bewildered. Miss Sosaki, can you explain? Li Shang asked. Of course, this is a perfect masterpiece. Sosaki Toko said with a smile on her face. Zigfei gained immortality through dragon blood and became a hero. The Cinderella magic is the same. Using the Bodhi leaf to perform magic means that Karina overnight transforms into a true golden princess. Not bad for my student, quite ambitious. Enele chuckled and said, using such precious material for magic is really a waste. Only you can do it. Atalam, who attacked the Izuruma family, undoubtedly became a clown. Because the Bodhi leaf had already turned to dust. Even if he defeated Bailong today, he wouldn't get anything. So he wasted his life for nothing. Bailong endured the gaze of everyone and after a moment, he said, it was me, there's no reason, it's because I lost the Golden Princess and had to forge it with Miss Sosaki. What about the cause of death? Li Shang asked. Bailong remained silent for even longer this time, but eventually spoke, saying, magic reached a bottleneck, and I used some extreme methods. But in order to reach the root, These sacrifices were necessary. Every magician would execute without hesitation. His tone was quite righteous. The Silver Princess remained motionless, as if dead. She had known all along. Even her maid, Regina, behind her, was calm. Do not compare yourself to me. Li Shang snorted, if you kill someone, you kill someone. Why bother finding excuses? Ignorant child, what do you know? Bailong was furious. If you want to enter the final stage of the legal and political department now, I don't mind. Astadi's tone was cold, and the surging magic power almost made him kneel. The final step of the so-called law and politics department is execution. Sister, there's no need to be angry. Li Shang shook his head and said, next is another puzzle. Who framed Lanie's? Can Miss Aozaki tell us about the second mission you accepted, the battle you brought to me and my sister today? It's Regina. Aozaki Chika narrowed her eyes. The price is the cause of the Golden Princess's death. Now that I have obtained it from your mouth, this mission is naturally void. Everyone instinctively looked at Regina. She remained quite calm. What's wrong? Lanie's asked aggressively. Anyone except the deaf and dumb should answer me. She was extremely angry. She was just a step away from being dragged into an irreversible abyss. But Regina still remained silent. In that case, let me say it. Li Shang took over and said, there are two reasons. First, the actions of the Bailong family endangered the Silver Princess and Regina, fearing that they would follow in their footsteps. Second, the sealing designation. If the magic continues, it will inevitably trigger the sealing designation of the clock tower. They don't want to spend their lives in confinement. So, before escaping, the body of the Golden Princess was discovered? Lanie's pondered and said, no wonder you came to me the night before, involving magicians from opposing factions, so that the Izaluma and Baruarita families would shift their attention. Bailong family head was probably surprised when he saw the body of the Golden Princess. Li Shang showed a mocking smile. Because he would have dissected her to obtain data. You are quite ruthless. This is not ruthlessness. Obtaining various data from experimental subjects is the duty of a magician. Bailong's face turned ugly. Li Shang didn't want to argue with him about what a magician is. He continued, these two matters have been resolved. There is only one final mystery left. Why did Karina die? Since it was an escape, everyone's attention was diverted, and there was a chance to escape. Why did she die by the spring in the forest? The Silver Princess and Regina finally showed some hesitation. There is only one truth. Li Shang pointed at Mayo and said, Mayo, the murderer is you. Yukushi Mayo, with a pale face, widened his eyes and sat on the ground. No. It's not. Miss Aozaki, you should understand why Karina died by the spring, right? Li Shang changed the topic again. Cinderella's magic can only last for one night, just like in the fairy tale. By the spring, it was to wash away the last traces of magic. After all, in the legend of Zigfei, he bathed in dragon blood by the spring. Aozaki Chika explained with a respectful tone. She already regarded Li Shang as an equal opponent, so her attitude naturally changed. Karina wanted to escape, and it was highly likely that she would take the Silver Princess and Regina with her. Judging from the reactions of the two, they were also aware of this. There was no reason for them to stay behind. Li Shang snapped his fingers and said, in that case, you two have the suspicion of harboring the murderer. The only person in the entire Izaluma who can protect you two is Mayo, because you grew up together and were childhood friends. The Silver Princess wore a veil, so her expression couldn't be seen, but her eyes were already quite panicked. Regina's face was pale. Mayo sat on the ground, no longer trembling, and revealed a sinister smile. It's me. His voice echoed in the room. I have known her for a long time, long enough to understand everything about her. But she wanted to escape. She actually wanted to escape. Mayo stood up, his face filled with fanaticism. This is the ultimate beauty that can reach the root. It is the pursuit of my life. I prepared medicine for her, tried every means, and dedicated everything to her. But how could she escape? I absolutely won't allow it. Absolutely. Mayo roared. Even if it means killing her, this beauty must be preserved. The Silver Princess must continue. Because I have seen the end. How could we stop now? As a magician, we absolutely cannot stop. Li Shang looked speechless. Damn magicians. He always felt like he was living among a group of non-human beings. Astati raised her hand without hesitation, the brilliance of the gemstones shining. But the Silver Princess stood in her way. Why? Astati asked in confusion. Isn't Karina like a sister to you since childhood? Yes. The Silver Princess took a deep breath. I don't have much affection for Mayo, but Karina only has eyes for him. It was her dying wish for us to help Mayo. Astati fell silent. Tragic love. Poor Karina. Just then, Momozaki Orange suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Buds appeared on her chest. It worked. Mayo instantly aged, but his expression remained mad. I planted something else in the memory-blocking elixir. Now you can only listen to me, otherwise you will die. Come on. Let's do it again. Let's create another miracle of beauty. He looked at his two childhood friends and said, Isotera, Regina, let yourselves be cut up for me. Mayo had completely gone insane. However, Momozaki Orange just smiled faintly and said, Death to me is just a rebirth. If I let someone like you coerce me, it would be too embarrassing. She threw a pack of cigarettes to Inale. Sorry, can you hold on to this for me? After saying that, a rune cut through her body. Inale stood dumbfounded for a moment and shouted, Not good, run. An eerie aura. Despair-inducing magic. A crack appeared in Momozaki Orange's abdomen, like a door. A pitch-black hell. The true form of the monster in the bag was released. An unimaginable fear surged from within everyone's hearts. Even Inale was frozen in place. She remembered a previous tragedy. It took a lot of time and effort for the designated executor to finally apprehend Momozaki Orange. But she chose death. The monster emerged, and none of the other magicians survived. Li Shang took a few steps back. Huh? He didn't seem to feel anything. Strange. The rest of the people were all unable to leave due to fear. Oh, except for Astati. Thorny tentacles extended from the bag and grabbed Mayo. In an instant, he was dragged in and chewed by countless sharp teeth. Mayo. Astra and Regina shouted. Li Shang suddenly remembered that in the original work, it was Gray who saved Mayo. Because she felt that she was like him, if she were as bold as Mayo, she would have become a hero of the past and made the people of her hometown happy. It was simply a foolish and typical magician's thinking. Li Shang flashed in front of Gray, held her hand, and said, Gray, you are different from him. She was about to use the holy spear, but she froze. Interrupted like this, Mayo was completely turned into minced meat. But the monster didn't stop. Inale, worthy of being a monarch, quickly overcame her fear and was about to take action, but someone was faster than her. Astati said coldly, If you don't want to die, go back. In the next moment, all the tentacles retreated like they were fleeing, and they detached from the body of Orenji Aozaki and burrowed into the bag. In the end, they even conscientiously zipped it up. Li Shang was stunned. You have received the blessing of the goddess of the underworld, and your body has undergone changes, generating new talents and panels. Underworld protection, X level, no creature from the underworld or death spirit can harm you. Attribute. Durability E, 1, corrected to durability A, 99. Durability mainly refers to health points. So now I'm a nearly indestructible blood cow? Li Shang looked confused. Although it didn't seem very useful, since I can resurrect indefinitely, with this talent, I should be particularly strong in the parallel worlds and can save on simulation coins. Truly the blessing of Eri. But why? Li Shang couldn't help but feel that ever since he came to the clock tower, he had been living off others. Or rather, being fed by various wealthy women. Strange. It feels like triggering achievements, with different blessings triggered in various scenes. Li Shang rubbed his chin. Could it be that I'm really the illegitimate child of the heavens? Speaking of which, he suddenly thought of Fujimaru Ritsuka, the protagonist of the FGO game, the character controlled by the player. Only he can establish bonds with all the heroic spirits and gain their trust. Perhaps there was no Fujimaru Ritsuka in the world, or perhaps everyone is Fujimaru Ritsuka. No problem, all players are Fujimaru Ritsuka. I am too. The appearance and disappearance of the immortal monster were abrupt. Before everyone could react, the incident had already ended. Only Mayo sacrificed himself, and his body couldn't even be found. The rest of the people were unharmed. But it seemed inappropriate to say they were unharmed. Kill me. Kill me. Byring seemed to have lost all his spirit, repeating these 3 words continuously. For him, just like Mayo, he had been striving for the ultimate beauty his whole life. Now that the possibility was lost, he naturally didn't want to live anymore. Similar to him were the Silver Princess Isetra and Regina, who had already prepared for suicide. That's why they appeared so calm earlier. The only thing they didn't expect was that Mayo, who had been protected, had his true identity discovered. Garay quietly put the birdcage-shaped magical dress back into her large sleeve. As the holy spear of King Arthur, As long as it was unsealed, dealing with mere monsters was naturally not a problem. But she was stopped by Li Shang. Thinking of what he had said earlier, "You are different from him," Garay was a bit confused. Could it be mind reading? She glanced at Li Shang and secretly wondered. What a mess. Anale put down her right hand, which was ready to perform magic, and chuckled. "My student always gives me unexpected surprises." There was a hint of pride in her words. It had to be said that she was quite satisfied with her student's achievements. "I have something to discuss with Miss Kangzaki, so I will keep it for her temporarily." Astarte picked up her bag and said, "The next issue is how to deal with the Izaluma family." Inale's face changed slightly upon hearing this. Although she had reached an agreement with Astarte and Li Shang not long ago, she was ultimately a magician from the Democratic faction. Lainey's was self-aware enough not to participate. Speaking up at this time would easily offend Inale. Anyway, her suspicion had been cleared, so it was a fortunate outcome. But she owed Astarte and Li Shang a great favor. It seemed a bit troublesome. Mayo is already dead, so there's no need to deal with him anymore. Astarte was a high-ranking member of the Law and Politics Department, naturally qualified to pass judgment. The Izaluma family is involved in fraud at the banquet in the death of the Golden Princess. Their territory will be frozen, and all relevant personnel will be brought back to the Law and Politics Department. Wait. Inale raised her hand and said, "The Izaluma family is a branch house of my Baruyeleda family. The relevant personnel can be taken away, but the territory should be returned to Baruyeleda. I hope Miss Astarte will consider it carefully before making a decision. Consider it as me owing you a favor." Although there was suspicion of an open and fair transaction, Lainey's and the others didn't dare to come out and accuse them. After all, the Law and Politics Department was ultimately a noble faction. Obtaining the Silver Princess Isetra was almost equivalent to obtaining the secret technique of Izaluma. If they lost their territory as well, wouldn't Baruyeleda have been busy for nothing? Astarte looked at Li Shang and said in a deep voice, "We will follow the suggestion of Lady Inale." Originally, they had planned to leave by train while it was still early. But now it was obviously not suitable. Astarte let Lainey's and Garay go back first. Inale also bid farewell. Before leaving, she said to Astarte and Li Shang, regarding the magic chant, "My Baruyeleda will definitely do our best to repay the favor today." The next day, the Law and Politics Department's Hino Rika led the first squad of 12 members to arrive. She took Byring, Isetra, Regina, and others away. Astarte and Li Shang also returned to the clock tower. "I didn't expect such a thing to happen." Livia leaned back on the sofa and smiled. "The clock tower has become quite lively these days because of this. I only came to find you after hearing about it. Even magicians couldn't do without 8 trigrams." Li Shang drank a cup of tea and couldn't help but brighten up. The taste was quite good. It was brewed by the Mohican-haired butler behind Livia. Of course, the red tea was also provided by him. Compared to that, Astarte didn't have the airs of a noble. Baruyeleda's reputation has been damaged. I bet those self-proclaimed nobles are happy, aren't they? Astarte showed no signs of joy. More than that, Livia smiled. Those nobles made sure to invest heavily in Elmero's debt. When I went to inspect the student dormitories yesterday, Leneth asked me to tell you when you're free. She wants to invite you to dinner. Dinner is fine. Astarte paused slightly and asked, "What do you mean by inspecting the dormitories?" "I plan to attend classes at the clock tower." Livia raised 2 fingers. "I applied for 2 disciplines, mineral science and modern magic. I should receive a response soon." "It seems Lord Weber left a deep impression on you. Nothing escapes your notice." Livia sighed heavily. "That monarch is truly terrifying, not in the ordinary sense. When I met him in the Separation City last time, he effortlessly revealed the secrets of our family's magic. At that moment, I couldn't help but want to kill him." "Separation City?" Li Shang looked up at her. "Right. Since the Twin Towers have already concluded, the Separation City must have happened long ago. The general plot is that a magician dies and wants to gift the magic workshop known as the Separation City to the magician who solves the mystery. Weber was driven by poverty and manipulated by Leneth. Livia would definitely get involved if there were significant benefits. Weber solved the mystery, but due to the occurrence of a murder, he made a wasted trip and had everything confiscated by the Department of Law and Politics. As for what Livia said, it refers to Weber's special insight. In short, he has a sharp tongue. But he also knows that doing such things would offend people, so he rarely directly analyzes others' magic. He probably had no choice but to do so during the Separation City. But thinking about it, since he has such abilities, he can also give me guidance on my magic and further improve my strength, Luvia said as she picked up a scone. Astati smiled at her words and said, your personality really has its pros and cons. I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me. Luvia handed her the scone and said, regarding Li Zhang's new magic debut, I already have a plan. Let's organize a magic exchange event. Okay. Astati nodded and handed the scone to Li Shang across from her. Li Shang took a bite. Wow, it's so sweet. He actually didn't like eating desserts much and preferred things like spicy snacks. Luvia narrowed her eyes slightly. She whispered to Astati, why are you so good to him? Am I not good to you? Astati retorted. It's only natural for you to be good to me. Luvia blinked her beautiful eyes. Astati pinched her cheek and said, all right, when you study at the clock tower, just don't cause trouble for me. Cause trouble? How could I? Luvia widened her eyes. Are you saying that about your well-behaved little sister? It's really heartbreaking. No, I'm the one who's heartbroken. Suddenly, Tasaka Sakura appeared. As if she had teleported. Imaginary magic is really useful, Luvia said with a smile. You, my junior, are becoming more and more annoying. As long as you don't steal my sister, I'll make you like me, Tasaka Sakura replied sharply. Li Shang felt a bit dazed. What kind of battlefield is this? Something's not right. Shouldn't this kind of treatment be reserved for the male protagonist? Li Shang silently took a sip of tea. Astati waved at Tasaka Sakura. Tasaka Sakura immediately walked over and sat on her left side. And Lu Weya is on the right side. The two of them looked at each other through the gap, their eyes filled with sparks. What's all the noise about? Astati held one in each hand and said. Li Shang couldn't help but think of Li Zunwan's famous scene. Lu Weya and Tasaka Sakura immediately quieted down. Now that Sakura is back, let's have dinner. Astati let go of them and said. Dinner was quite lavish, because Lu Weya specially brought 3 master chefs. A Finnish master, a Neon master, and a Sichuan cuisine master. Li Shang couldn't help but admire Lu Weya's thoughtfulness. She truly represented the face of the Edelfelt family. When it was time to sleep, Astati asked Lu Weya and Tasaka Sakura to sleep in the same room, saying it was to cultivate their emotions. The two of them snorted coldly and turned their faces away. Their reactions were exactly the same. Junior brother, if I remember correctly, the Holy Grail War is going to start in February, right? Astati leaned against the door and asked. Yes. Li Shang nodded. Time was a bit tight. He didn't know if he could finish making the gem sword before the Holy Grail War. If not, he would have to find a way to summon a satisfactory servant. Speaking of which, there was a holy relic in the clock tower that could ensure his victory. Solomon. He had the power of a Grand Caster even when he was alive. This Grand Caster title is not the one from the clock tower. It refers to the Grand Servant. Simply put, it is the strongest existence in the entire type moon world. Almost unbeatable, just like the gods in mythology. The iconic event of Solomon's mysterious decline was his death. And the founder of the Mages Association was also related to Solomon, as he was his disciple. In the hands of the Lord of Celestial Bodies, Animosphere, there is a holy relic of Solomon, a ring. In the timeline of FGO, this lord established Chaldea and summoned Solomon to participate in the Fourth Holy Grail War, sweeping through it. He wished for endless wealth, and Solomon wished to become a human, the Doctor of Chaldea, Romani Archaemon. But in the current world, the Lord of Celestial Bodies, Animosphere, did not participate in the Holy Grail War. The holy relic must still be there. It's just a bit difficult to obtain it peacefully. Unless he marries into the family. Ahem. Or just use violence directly. So, can my senior sister tell me a little bit about the holy relic she promised me? Li Shang asked with a smile. If he was powerful enough, he didn't need to offend the Lord of Celestial Bodies. She is a god. Astati tilted her head and said. A god? Li Shang asked in surprise. Senior sister, are you kidding me? How is it possible to summon a god? Even if you have a holy relic of a god, if they don't respond to you, there's nothing you can do. Summoning is a mutual process. Unless the summoner is more powerful than the one being summoned, they must communicate with each other to achieve the summoning. That's the special nature of the Holy Grail War. Only the all-purpose wish-granting machine can attract the response of heroic spirits. Otherwise, who would care about you? But it seems that gods cannot be summoned in the Holy Grail War. After all, it is fundamentally for reaching the root. But God can go to the source at any time and anywhere. Why bother getting involved in these trivial matters? Sister has a clever plan. Astati blinked playfully and said, anyway, you won't lose out. Although Li Shang really wanted to tell the Riddler to get out of Gotham, when he thought about it, Astati had never deceived him. If it's really possible to summon a god, then this Holy Grail war can be looked forward to. Wait a minute. He suddenly thought of another question. God is indeed powerful, but there are also many different types. Sister, is this god good at fighting? Very, very good, Astati said confidently. Li Shang felt relieved immediately. Tomorrow I'll take you to meet Lorelei, and then we'll set off for Norway. Astati waved her hand and said, good night. Li Shang also bid her good night. After closing the door, he lay down on the bed. Sister is really mysterious, she can even get hold of a god's relic. I wonder which one it is. It would be best if she's pretty and not too troublesome in character. Li Shang thought of Gilgamesh. He really summoned an ancestor, and this guy never took things seriously. Clearly, he was the most powerful servant in the summoning, but he was careless and got killed by someone. The servant's strength is certainly important, but compatibility also needs to be considered. If they don't listen, it will be a disaster. In comparison, Solomon is a perfect servant. Powerful and easy to get along with. Doctor. Who wouldn't like him? Li Shang thought and drifted off to sleep. The morning sun shone through the blue curtains, illuminating the room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Shang woke up, got dressed, and opened the door. Junior brother, get ready to eat after washing up. Astati informed him and then went to the rooms of the two younger sisters. This time, she didn't knock, but opened the door directly. She saw Luvia and Sakura Tasaka huddled together. Astati took out her camera and took a picture of the scene. The two suddenly woke up. They quickly separated. Hey, give me your camera, Luvia angrily demanded. This is sister's treasure. Astati put away the camera and said, get dressed and come out to eat. On regular days, breakfast was made by Sakura Tasaka. But Luvia brought a chef with her, so they made it themselves. They even asked Li Shang what he wanted to eat. He replied with a chicken po head, a traditional noodle dish popular in southern Sichuan. Li Shang didn't expect that the chef made it very authentic. Sister and I are going to the Department of Law and Politics. Astati stood at the door and said, Luvia, you take Sakura to school. Luvia nodded. Although she competed with Sakura Tasaka verbally, they naturally had a deep bond from growing up together. The Law and Politics Holy Song team. Li Shang saw the legendary King Basmello. She looked very young, as if she was only in her teens, but she was wearing an old-fashioned white tailcoat, appearing dignified and elegant. Astati, what's the matter? King Bathromero, also known as Lorelei, asked expressionlessly. She completely didn't notice Li Zhang's presence. Or rather, she didn't care. My junior brother, Li Shang. Astati knew her personality and pointed at Li Shang, saying, you can tell just by looking. Lorelei finally raised her head. Your Majesty. Li Shang greeted and immediately formed seals in front of her. In the instant the magic circuit opened, Lorelei raised her eyebrows. Because in the office, Li Shang controlled the power and spat out a small fireball. How is it? Astati chuckled softly. Apart from this, there are many new magics. Changing incantations to seals will definitely have an impact on the existing system. Not bad. Lorelei's gaze changed, and she was no longer as indifferent towards Li Shang. Astati then talked about their plans in cooperation with the Baruarita family. You handle this matter. After listening, Lorelei almost immediately handed this matter over to Astati without hesitation. She was not unaware of the value of new magic, but besides the dead apostles, she didn't want to deal with other things. Alright. Astati was accustomed to her way of doing things and didn't refuse. As long as she heard Lorelei's orders, she would support whatever was done. This was how King Bathromero conducted herself. She liked being a hands-off boss. After you investigate the dead apostles in Norway, contact me. If it really involves any true ancestors, I will come promptly. Lorelei quickly changed the topic. I know. Astati's tone became heavy for a moment. If I can handle it, I will take care of it. Lorelei understood her strength and nodded, asking, is there anything else? Nope. Astati became a bit cheerful and said, Lorelei, don't stay in the cold castle all the time, go out more. Lorelei didn't answer and watched the two of them leave. After going downstairs, Li Shang remembered that he didn't have any classes this morning. While contemplating whether to return to the enforcement team, Astati spoke up. Didn't Luviagelida say she was going to attend modern magecraft class? Let's go too. Li Shang was slightly taken aback. Wow, going all the way to El Meloy classroom, isn't this heaven-defying? Weber is probably going to have a headache. Originally, he already had 2 problem children, and now he added 3 more. It's really troublesome. But as the protagonist, Li Shang was quite interested in Weber. After all, he had worked overtime in his Chaldea for several years. The two of them left the Department of Law and Politics and arrived at the street where the modern magecraft department was located. SLA Street. Walking up the rising slope and looking up at the intersection, the building they saw was the main teaching building of the modern magecraft department. Although Gray was Weber's disciple, her reputation was not prominent. Among the new generation of Clock Tower, the most famous were his other 2 disciples. They were known as the Elmero Twin Gems, Flat Escardos. Possessing unparalleled talent but lacking the mindset of a magus, he ended up becoming a problem child. After being returned by multiple mentors, he joined the El Meloy classroom, where his talent was able to shine. He didn't have any magic system and was always doing things in a disorderly manner. In Fate, Strange Fake, he once participated in the Holy Grail War as the master of Jack the Ripper. Sven Glaschite. Skilled in animalistic magic, the kind that can transform into a werewolf. A rare melee magician. Brave and upright, well-mannered, but sometimes behaves very strangely. It's not time for class yet. Astati glanced at the clock in the teaching building and said, let's go see King Elmero E first. I remember that we need to submit an application to join other disciplines, right? Li Shang was a little confused. Is it okay for us to go directly? Isn't there a problem? It's fine. Astati said nonchalantly, we can fill it out later. Anyway, no one dares to say anything to me. Li Shang didn't know what to say. What his senior sister said always gave him a feeling that returning to the clock tower was like returning home. The two arrived at Weber's office. Astati knocked on the door. Come in. Weber put down the pen in his hand, raised his head, and slightly startled when he saw the two coming in. Miss Astati. He stood up, with a serious expression. Thank you for your help to my younger sister at the Twin Towers. The recent incident really made him feel a bit scared. Because of this, he even rarely stood up to ladies. Please have a seat, both of you. Weber picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea, saying. Li Shang looked at him. He looked quite familiar. Waist-length black hair, a red and black windbreaker. He used to see him every day. Although it was in the game, at that time he inherited the power of Zhuge Liang, and he wasn't as weak as he is now, always having stomachaches. We both want to join the modern magic department. Astati sipped her tea while holding the cup. Weber was full of question marks. Why? The teaching of the king is well known in the clock tower, and I have admired it for a long time. In addition, my younger sister Levia holds you in high regard, so I plan to take classes under your guidance. Astati said with a smile. Weber felt a headache coming on. Can you geniuses please stop coming? Levia has already made him feel extremely troublesome, and now there's the even more terrifying Astati. Miss Astati, with your level, you can already graduate, there's no need to come to class anymore. Weber politely refused. He really didn't like geniuses. The reason was that he couldn't help but feel jealous. Putting aside his talent in teaching, as a magician, he was actually quite mediocre. Seeing a genius always reminded him of the Fourth Holy Grail War. If he had been a little stronger, perhaps the outcome would have been completely different. His servant, Alexander the Great, Iskander, would have been able to fulfill his wish. There's an old saying, live and learn. I just want to attend class. Astati changed the topic and said, my junior brother Li Shang recently joined the clock tower. He is a novice magician. Please give him more guidance, Your Majesty. Weber pinched his forehead with his fingers. The conversation had already reached this point, and he couldn't refuse. Astati's strength is well known. Li Shang, on the other hand, can indeed teach a little to repay the favor. He heard from ladies that Li Shang has the potential to be a detective, somewhat similar to himself. As for his strength, he only joined a few months ago, so he's probably average. If he remembers correctly, Li Shang seems to have just entered the intermediate level. Welcome to both of you. Weber smiled and then he stood up and picked up a book from his desk. Let's go, we'll go to class now. He closed the door and quickly arrived at the noisy classroom. But as soon as the students noticed his figure, they immediately quieted down. Although Weber was not very skilled and might not be able to beat his own students, his prestige was quite high. Frant. Weber frowned slightly and said, don't be so noisy every time. Yes, teacher. In the front row, a boy with golden short hair and blue eyes exclaimed excitedly. Weber sighed and walked up to the podium, saying, "Today we have two new students, Estati and Li Shang." Miss Estati. Frant became excited again. Wow wow wow. How can you be so rude? A handsome boy with curly golden hair standing next to Frant twitched his nose, his face intoxicated, and said, "Miss Estati, what a wonderful fragrance, like the melancholy grape flowers blooming under the quiet starry sky. One is brainless, the other is a pervert. Shut up." Weber glared at the two of them. It's fine if they're usually unruly, but it would be troublesome if they angered Estati. Frant and Sven shrank their heads and sat back down. But the two of them quickly greeted Estati and Li Shang. Their attitude towards them, who had saved lanies in gray, was quite friendly. Gray, wearing a gray hood in the corner, hesitated for a moment and said nothing. But Estati ran directly to sit next to her. Today's lesson is modern magic practice based on current and magic circuits. Weber began his lecture. Li Shang seemed lost in thought. He was talking about electrical magic. The magical power supply in Chaldea comes from nuclear power plants. It is the same theory as electrical magic, converting electricity into magical power. That's why Chaldea can summon hundreds of servants. After class, Li Shang looked towards Estati's seat. She was happily playing with Gray. Well, Gray's gentle and weak personality does indeed easily arouse people's protective instincts and hands-on behavior. Estati noticed his actions and said to Gray, "I'm leaving first, I'll play with you next time." Gray breathed a sigh of relief as if she had survived a disaster. But soon she was surrounded by Frant and Sven again. The two of them wanted to chat with Estati, but she disappeared with Li Shang in the blink of an eye. "I have already booked the tickets. We will go to Norway tomorrow." Estati walked down the spiral staircase. At the door, she saw Orenji Aozaki. "Have you decided who the doll will be made for?" Aozaki adjusted her glasses and asked. Her perfect dolls are made based on prototypes. They are not the kind of blank dolls that anyone can use. Moreover, the most amazing thing is that the dolls made are exactly the same as the prototypes. They won't become more beautiful or uglier, and they won't change their magical aptitude or anything. For her. For him. Estati and Li Shang said in unison. Aozaki's face showed helplessness. "Am I that unimportant? Other magicians beg me, but you two keep hesitating." "Sister, I don't need this doll." Li Shang said seriously, "I'm not joking. Although I can't tell you the reason, it's useless to me." Estati looked at him and nodded, saying, "It's useless to me too, and I can't tell you the reason either." If it weren't for her sincere gaze, Li Shang would really suspect that she was a parrot. "Here's the deal." Estati came up with a solution and said, "Leave me your contact information, and we'll let you know when we need you." "All right." Kanchi Chengxi shrugged and said, "Do whatever you say. Your purse is at my house." Estati drove her car, and the three of them quickly returned to the villa. "I won't stay here." Kanchi Chengxi picked up her purse and bid farewell, saying, "I happen to be going back to the clock tower. I want to visit my friend, Professor Raif." Li Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Raif. Raif, who was jokingly called the Bomb King, was actually an important character in the FGO storyline. If he didn't commit suicide in 2015, it meant that humanity was heading towards destruction. Unless a master named Fujimaru Ritsuka came out to save the world. Hopefully, things wouldn't be that unlucky. Li Shang secretly thought that since Lord Marisbury Animosphere didn't participate in the Holy Grail War, the chances were quite slim. After all, he didn't have the money to establish Chaldea. I wonder if MASH exists. It's 2004 now, so she should only be 4 years old. During dinner that night, Lev Laner mentioned that she had passed the examinations for modern magecraft and mineralogy and could officially start school tomorrow. Upon hearing that Estati had also joined modern magecraft, Tasaka Sakura immediately said she would apply tomorrow. Only Li Shang silently prayed for Weber, hoping that he would stay strong. But for now, it had nothing to do with Li Shang because he and Estati were going to Norway. Norway wasn't too far away, just across the sea from Britain. The plane flew over the North Blue and landed at an airport near the town of Rolos. Their destination was the Hesdalen Valley in the north of this small town. Estati rented an off-road vehicle and headed towards the valley. "We did some investigation before. The residents of the town said that they occasionally see unexplainable light clusters in the sky above the valley, randomly moving. They call it the Hesdalen phenomenon. After experts conducted research, They believed it was an atmospheric refraction phenomenon caused by temperature differences in the air. Related to a dead apostle? Li Shang asked after listening. This lake dead apostle seems quite high profile. Magic circle. Astati explained, he's not high profile, he just wants to attract humans to help with his cause. It's a pity he died. Li Shang frowned. That being said, he's not just an ordinary dead apostle. Any dead apostle who dares to covet one of the 27 seats of the dead apostle ancestors is a powerful individual. Astati suddenly smiled and said, actually, it's quite pathetic. After all, the so-called dead apostles are just someone's reserves. The Moon King, Crimson Moon. The true extraterrestrial being. The origin of all dead apostles and true ancestors. Originally wanted to truly control this planet, but was defeated by Jeweled Sword Zelrech because of a lack of understanding of magic. His body was destroyed, but he left behind a bounded field. It could make all true ancestors serve as her containers for her resurrection. Astati parked the car outside the valley. The two of them entered on foot. The scenery in the valley was quite beautiful. At least for ordinary humans, it was. But Li Shang could clearly smell a strong smell of blood. Almost impossible to dissipate. It would probably take the deaths of thousands of people to cause such a result. Although there were some decent guys among the vampires, most of them viewed humans as food and naturally had no sympathy. Li Shang had no qualms about killing them. There are multiple layers of bounded fields, making it difficult to infiltrate. Astati said expressionlessly, apparently also a bit angry. Fu. Fu crawled out of Li Zhang's arms and stood on his shoulder to catch his breath. Astati reached out and touched its head, saying, poor little thing, you must have been suffocating. Fu nodded in agreement. Reversing the barrier according to the normal procedure would waste too much time. Let's just break it with brute force, said Li Shang, who was already feeling annoyed. Even if it was a true ancestor, he and Astati could handle it with their strength. Fu will follow you, Astati said. Astati withdrew her hand and continued, after we go in, we'll split up and search for Rubare. She picked up 3 red gemstones and threw them out directly. The gemstones ignited fiercely as they rubbed against the air. In an instant, they collided with the hidden barrier like 3 meteors falling from the sky. There was no thunderous sound, but a faint red mist rose up like a smoke bomb. The mist corroded the barrier, creating large holes. Layer after layer, it continued downwards until all 6 layers were completely pierced through. Although barriers usually have a repair function, it would be difficult to repair such large holes. With a crisp sound like a shattered mirror, the barrier collapsed and disappeared completely, revealing the interior. It was a large castle connected by 5 smaller castles. After the barrier was broken, there was surprisingly no reaction from inside. It was truly strange. Li Shang activated his spirit speech, fairy dancer, and his body flickered, appearing in front of the castle. But as soon as he entered the range, he felt his blood being faintly sucked into the ground. So that's how it is. It's a magic array. No wonder Astati said it was a trap earlier. It was probably meant to lure the Holy Song Squad here and wipe them all out to avenge the past. For a magician, it might actually be quite useful. But Li Shang was different. After activating his spirit speech, he was no longer purely human. He was a half-blood dragon, or in the terms of type Moon, a phantasmal species. He nodded to Astati and headed towards the left. It had to be said that the castle was really big. The distance from left to right was at least 300 to 400 meters. Only a magic barrier of this size could have such a powerful effect. Perhaps it was also related to Rubare's promotion to true ancestor. There was only 1 vacant seat among the 27 dead apostle ancestors. To surpass the other dead apostles, Rubare's current strength was not enough unless his power increased dramatically. Li Shang had been discovered. He took out his Han sword and threw it directly. A scream immediately rang out. A dead apostle in the distance fell to the ground with a Han sword stuck in his neck. Li Shang raised an eyebrow. The dead apostle died on the spot and didn't get up again. That's how it should be. The 7 deadly sins, as the highest achievement of alchemy, is definitely not inferior to the God Eater in Fate, Stay Night. Moreover, in a certain sense, the Dragon Knight is similar to the dead apostle. Since the 7 deadly sins can even bring an end to the Dragon King, there's no reason they can't deal with the dead apostles. This is Li Zhang's first time using the 7 deadly sins against the dead apostles, and it has given him a pleasant surprise. His thoughts flashed by. Countless dead apostles surged towards him from all directions. Suddenly, Li Shang thought of Resident Evil. He instantly appeared in front of Han Jian, but in the blink of an eye, he withdrew Kaido Guko and drew out the 7 deadly sins, Wrath, which is a katana. For dealing with this kind of group battle, the long and hard katana is undoubtedly more suitable for bloody fighting. The katana has 2 forms. Li Shang originally thought he could only trigger the first form, which is a long sword measuring 1.8 meters, but to his surprise, as soon as he held it, the katana began to tremble violently. In an instant, the blade became unusually long, reaching 8 meters, and it was covered with spikes, like a skeletal raging dragon. Although it's not the jokingly referred to 40-meter giant sword, relative to Li Zhang's height of less than 2 meters, it can still be considered a small horse pulling a big cart. Fortunately, Yan Ling gave him enough power, otherwise, he might not be able to pick it up, let alone wield it. The dead apostles discovered that their surrounded enemy had disappeared, immediately looking around, and then they spotted Li Shang not far away and rushed towards him once again. Good timing. A sense of heroism arose in Li Zhang's heart. Indeed, the bigger something is, the more exciting it is. He charged forward, exerting force with both hands, and directly swept horizontally in a simple and rough manner. A strong wind rose. Li Zhang's immense power made the speed of the katana not slow, coupled with its large size, causing a fierce wind to blow. The spikes easily pierced into the bodies of the dead apostles, and then the excessive force tore them in half. In theory, with the presence of spikes, it should have created a scene similar to a string of candied haws. But the bodies of the low-level dead apostles were not as durable as imagined. Countless bodies flew into the sky and quickly turned into a wave of blood. It can be said that there was a great amount of bleeding. But this is normal. Ordinary humans have a lot of blood, not to mention the dead apostles who feed on blood, their blood reserves are not small. It also proves that they have committed various evil deeds. The blood on the ground was continuously absorbed. Li Shang noticed this and it confirmed his speculation. Labare not only needs the blood of magicians, but also the blood of his relatives. The more blood he has, the stronger his power becomes, ultimately ascending to the true ancestor. Perhaps according to his thinking, after reaching the true ancestor, he can defeat the Lord Bartholme Loy. It can only be said that he is naive. Although Li Shang doesn't know how much blood he needs, it must be a huge amount. Otherwise, there would be no need to take such a risk and directly come to London to attract the Holy Chant Squad. The sound of breaking wind rang out, only to see several dead apostles leaping up, jumping nearly 10 meters high, and then at an extremely fast speed, pouncing towards Li Shang in the center. Enhance. After using magic, the power within Li Zhang's body increased a bit. He gripped the katana and formed a half circle in front of him. All the dead apostles that came into contact with it turned into fragments. In the face of absolute power, their bodies were like paper. But there are too many of them. Li Shang looked at the dead disciples gathering around him, glanced at the center of the castle, and suddenly thought of a skill from Warcraft. With a low roar, he used the power of his long sword to jump to a height of 9 meters, and then his body began to spin. Blade storm. It was as if a sprinkler was watering the area within a dozen meters of his body with blood. As for Fufu, she had already left Li Shang and landed not far away. But no dead disciple dared to approach her. Even the dead disciples who were violently thrown in front of her by Li Shang and survived were filled with fear, crawling and rolling away. Even without limbs, their remaining eyes were longing for the outside world. Li Shang casually cast a levitation spell on himself. Then the blade storm moved towards the center of the castle. It created a bloody path through the dead disciples, and wherever it went, blood splashed and couldn't be stopped. It was like a meat grinder. Li Shang ran to the front of them and turned around to kill them again. With a single swing of his broadsword, he slashed from north to south, and from south to north. He didn't even blink. Finally, the dead disciples were almost all dead. Only the advanced ones were left. They retained human intelligence, and were even smarter than the other dead disciples. They didn't rush forward foolishly like the others. Li Shang also stopped spinning. It was embarrassing to be spinning in the air with no one attacking. He took a breath. Actually, he didn't exert too much physical strength, but his head was a little dizzy. Just then, a young-looking dead disciple suddenly rushed forward like lightning, perfectly avoiding the broadsword, and stabbed directly at his eyes with a Western sword. This was undoubtedly a master. In an instant, Li Shang switched weapons, and his Chinese sword blocked the Western sword just in time. Immediately, he kicked out. The young disciple quickly got up from the ground after falling down, but it took him a while. The look in his eyes when he saw Li Shang was full of horror. Such great power, was he really human? Was he really a magician? Li Shang didn't pursue his advantage because 2 more dead disciples were attacking him. He glanced around and saw that there were 7 people in total, and their strength should be second only to Labare. He didn't know how things were going with his senior sister. Because he had been in battle all this time, he didn't have the time to pay attention to a stati. But he could still hear the continuous sound of explosions. Li Shang cleared his mind and increased the strength in his hand. The 2 dead disciples, one with a night sword and the other with a long spear, had their weapons shattered with a single slash from Li Shang. They obviously didn't expect this situation. Unable to dodge, their heads were directly chopped off by the Chinese sword. Li Shang took a step forward and launched an attack on the nearest dead disciple. He was someone who liked to take the initiative. Being passively beaten is not his style. The reaction of the dead disciple was also quick. Faced with a sword piercing straight into his heart, he stepped out with his right foot and his body rotated slightly. While trying to dodge, he closed the distance with Li Shang and his right fist shimmered with flowing light, obviously preparing for a thunderous strike. But Han Jian was faster and more agile than him. In the instant his body moved, Han Jian pierced through his throat like a nimble snake. After successfully landing a hit, Li Shang immediately turned around. The ferocious expression of the dead disciple appeared in his sight. He diagonally crashed into the arms of the dead disciple, avoiding his right fist at the same time. A sword descended from top to bottom, piercing through his chin to the top of his head. A scream rang out, only to be kicked away by Li Shang. 3 people remained. Although he could clearly see the fear on their faces, they still launched an attack. This is the fate of being a member of the clan, only able to be enslaved, unable to resist. The 3 people closed in simultaneously. Because of their immortal flesh and blood-sucking abilities, most of the dead disciples were close combat fighters. There were few long-range magicians. After all, the distance was too far for them to suck blood. And ordinary magicians were extremely inept at close combat. But Li Shang was just the opposite. He narrowed his eyes and was the first to dodge the knight's sword in front. Immediately, his right foot cunningly kicked the knight's crotch. Even a vampire couldn't help but howl in pain. His head was buzzing. And because of Li Zhang's immense strength, his body flew backwards and happened to collide with the dead disciple behind him. Although he changed his move in time, its power was far less than before. Li Shang directly threw the sword. A move called 100 Steps Flying Sword pierced through him 3 meters away. One companion flew away and died, and the close combat dead disciple's face showed surprise. This guy lost his weapon. They had long noticed that his weapon was not right and completely ignored their immortal flesh and blood. Li Shang drew out the 7 deadly sins, envy. It was a weapon that looked like a samurai sword. Are you stupid? I have many swords. Li Shang chuckled softly and sent him to meet God. No way. He didn't have the purification method of the Holy Church, so he could only kill them. Li Shang walked up to the dead disciple who had been knocked away, delivered another blow, and then picked up Han Jian. Finally, he finished off the small fries. When he turned around, he found that all the blood had disappeared. Including the blood on his body. This blood-sucking ability is so good, can't it be used for something else? Li Shang complained. At this time, Fu Fu ran over again. He entered the central castle. Even during the daytime, the castle was still filled with a cold and dim atmosphere. The spacious hall, without any windows, leaked sunlight from the entrance, faintly illuminating the interior. In the center was a long dining table, covered with candles. Apart from that, there was nothing else, only 2 portraits of pale middle-aged men hanging on the grayish-green walls. Deep in the right side was an ancient stone staircase, extending to the 2nd floor. Li Shang did not see any presence of people or undead. He formed hand seals, using his perception ninjutsu. To his surprise, there was no one upstairs either. Instead, a massive energy seemed to be gathering beneath his feet. Considering that all the blood left by the deceased undead had been absorbed by the magic array, it was highly likely that the core was underground. Li Shang glanced at Fufu and suddenly felt that there was nothing to fear. I have a true ancestor with me, can't I defeat someone who hasn't become a true ancestor? With this thought, Li Shang immediately took out his Han sword, aimed it at the ground, and with a bang, the floor tiles of an unknown material exploded. A cavity of about 50 centimeters in thickness suddenly appeared. An indescribable smell gushed out. Li Shang almost vomited. It was like a pile of garbage that had been there for years. Dark red reflected from the opening. Only then did Li Shang notice that there was sticky blood below, forming a stream. He couldn't help but frown. The smell in his nasal cavity still lingered. He simply used magic to block his sense of smell. Li Shang jumped down. Previously, he could only see the opening, but now he could clearly see several streams converging into a strange pattern. Like a twisted sword. Magic arrays generally have something similar to an eye. Li Shang had attended a few days of classes after all. Since there were 5 castles outside, it meant that there were corresponding patterns below. The patterns were connected by streams. It was as if they were 2 organs in the human body, connected by blood vessels. So where was Rubare? Li Shang used his perception ninjutsu again, but found nothing. He didn't feel disappointed either. Perception was not omnipotent. Besides, his ninjutsu was not S rank. If he could use Sage mode now, he would be able to find Rubare's trace. Because of the power of the word spirit, Li Zhang's strength was already sufficient, and he even wanted the ability to perceive more. He was currently in a place similar to a transit station, with 4 passages in all directions. Fufu. Which way should we go? Li Shang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked. Fufu, as the first seed of the 27th ancestor of the undead, surpassed Rubare in terms of bloodline and strength. Fufu. Fufu called out and pointed to the left with its little paw. Li Shang immediately walked towards the left passage. After a while, there were 4 passages again. Fufu continued to show the way. Li Shang found that this magic array was actually a maze. After following Fufu's guidance 4 times, he arrived at the core position. An underground palace. It was no less magnificent than the castle above. You actually managed to find your way here? The middle-aged man on the throne asked in astonishment. Are you Rubare? Li Shang ignored his question. Now that you know who I am, you dare to come and die. It seems you have some skills. Rubare stood up and said, I originally thought that the first magician I would see again would be Basemaro. Oh, you mean my captain? Li Shang showed a faint smile. You don't have the qualifications to meet her. You are as arrogant as her, but I wonder what kind of strength you have. Rubare snorted. Like a volcano erupting, the floor beneath his feet appeared with a crack. Li Shang felt his eyes blur, and Rubare was already in front of him. So fast. Although his physical strength and endurance were good, his agility was almost non-existent, relying entirely on the support of the word spirit. Li Shang timely blocked his punch with a Chinese sword. In a hurry, his body staggered back 2 steps. Not bad. Rubare clenched his fist. He wore gloves with a metallic sheen, clearly not ordinary. Li Shang became fully focused and serious. In terms of strength, he was slightly inferior. But everyone was similar in endurance. It wasn't so easy for Li Shang to be beaten to death. Moreover, his swordsmanship was even more superior. Although vampires were transformed from humans, most of them were not martial arts masters. After becoming a vampire, there was no need to learn swordsmanship anymore. After all, with an immortal body and relying on superhuman strength and speed, they could basically win. But today, Li Shang was going to teach them a lesson. Having strength alone was not enough, skill was also necessary. Fists closed in. Li Shang took the initiative with the length of his Chinese sword, colliding with the glove, flicking his wrist to remove the force, and then thrusting out 2 more strikes. Rubare's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Li Zhang's sword was faster than his own reaction. This was equivalent to 3 swords against 1 punch. As the collision resounded, he took a step back. Rubare had never encountered such an opponent before. Clearly weaker, but unable to defeat him. Besides magicians, the only opponents he had faced were dead disciples. The former used magic, the latter fought blindly. There were few skilled individuals like Li Shang. But he remained calm. The advantage was on his side. As a former human, he knew well the fragility of humans. Once hit, it would either be death or disability. Let this guy be proud for a few minutes. Soon he would understand how foolish it was to fight in this way. A faint red light emitted from Rubare's right fist, then he smashed it out. Li Shang gracefully slipped through the gap and aimed straight for his heart. But Rubare reacted quickly, grabbing the sword with his left hand. At that moment, the long sword emitted a silver light. Li Shang flicked the long sword. Rubare grabbed the sword, but only felt a strong vibration, quickly letting go as his arm became momentarily numb. Immediately, he quickly retreated, but even so, he was scratched by the long sword. His clothes were not as sturdy as the gloves. A few drops of blood flowed, but instantly healed. This was his powerful physique. Rubare slightly raised his chin and said, "Let's see how long you can dodge. As long as I catch you, hee, you're as good as dead." In his eyes, humans were like porcelain dolls. Don't be fooled by Li Zhang's jumping around. One hit and he would be done for. Unlike dead disciples, a few serious injuries were nothing. Minor injuries were even more like scratching an itch. Rubare's body flashed, and his fists pounded out like a barrage. Although he didn't have too advanced skills, he understood the concept of intense attacks and pursuits in a short period of time. Li Shang frowned. He couldn't directly confront it. With a bang. Rubare's smile froze, his fists all smashing into a wooden stake. He didn't have time to think about what magic it was, but he heard the sound of wind behind him. Although he didn't mind getting injured, healing wounds also required energy, so if he could avoid it, he would. He crossed his fists, blocking the sneak attack of the Chinese sword. Rubare was slightly startled. This strength was far less powerful than before. Excitement appeared in his eyes. Li Shang had clearly entered a period of weakness. His physical strength was starting to decline. After all, he was just a human. As they say, take advantage of someone's illness to take their life. Lu Belay flew in front of Li Shang in the blink of an eye and landed a solid punch on his heart. But he finally realized the problem. The Li Shang he hit suddenly turned into a light spot and disappeared in front of him. Just an ordinary clone technique. Damn it. Lu Belay was about to go find the real Li Shang when a sword pierced through his kidney and emerged from the other side of his waist. Intense pain struck him. Ah, 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 he couldn't help but scream out. Since becoming a dead apostle, he rarely suffered such serious injuries. Li Shang, naturally, had no time to appreciate his foul screams. She pulled out her Han sword, aimed it at his heart, and made another cut, finally chopping off his head. Lu Belay's screams abruptly stopped. Head and body separated. The 4 blood holes caused by the Han sword, as well as the gushing blood from the neck, flowed out like a fountain. Li Shang quickly leapt back to avoid getting blood on her clothes. She increasingly felt that basic ninjutsu, such as the 3-body technique, was particularly useful in the Holy Grail War. Because of the unknown, no one was prepared. Even the clone technique couldn't see through it, let alone the shadow clone technique. After waiting a few minutes, Lu Belay was still bleeding. He fell silent for a few seconds, thinking of a statue outside. With his senior sister's strength, the dead apostles naturally wouldn't pose any threat. Perhaps the labyrinth had stopped her. Just as Li Shang was about to turn around to assist a statue, the palace suddenly filled with red light. It bathed his entire body in a blood-red glow. Li Zhang's expression froze, and she saw Lu Belay standing up. His separated head automatically returned. The gushing blood also stopped. Ha ha ha. The first thing Lu Belay did after resurrecting was laugh maniacally. His laughter was filled with joy. Li Shang felt inexplicable. So what if he resurrected? He's not Uchiha Madara. But he went through so much trouble to come back to life, and he's even surnamed Uchiha. Having such a smile was only natural. I have to thank you all. Lu Belay paused his laughter but remained excited. The magician outside has already killed all of my relatives, and the fake great magic formation has started to operate completely. I'm about to become a true ancestor. The only regret is that only your Holy Song team came, and the burial agency didn't make it in time. So that's how it is. Li Shang could understand his actions. He even called the burial agency truly brave. But she had a doubt. Why didn't he kill his relatives himself? Why wait for the arrival of the Holy Song team and the burial agency? Could there be some strange setting in all of this? A magic formation is essentially a large barrier, a super magic. Just like the Twin Mages Tower. Calling it a magic is not an exaggeration. And such magic usually requires extremely strict conditions. Like the position of the sun and the moon in the Twin Mages Tower. Come on. Kill me. Lu Belay opened his arms. Death will only make me stronger. Once I absorb the power of the magic formation, I will ascend from a dead apostle to a true ancestor. Li Zhang's doubt was completely resolved. No wonder he wanted to attract the Holy Song team. Clearly, he was invincible until the magic formation ended. Unafraid of death, the situation became tricky. But Li Shang wasn't too worried. He thought of the all-powerful sealing technique. Death is not so easy. With a twist of Li Zhang's wrist, the Han sword traveled through the air and directly pierced Lu Belay's heart. Immediately, he let go of the Han sword, formed hand seals, and a second later, pressed his palm against Lu Belay's chest. Inky black seals spread. Soon, they formed an 8 trigrams pattern. Lu Belay was about to resign himself to death when suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He didn't die. Instead, a strange force spread from his chest to his whole body, cutting off his connection with the magic array. It's impossible. Rubare exclaimed in fear. What kind of magic is this? Li Shang ignored him. Next, all he had to do was destroy the magic array to completely cut off Rubare's hope. Fufu, who had disappeared earlier, reappeared. As a true ancestor, you should at least do something, Li Shang complained. True ancestor? Rubare suddenly froze. You're saying it's a true ancestor? Fufu walked slowly in front of him. It casually glanced at him, then touched him with its little paw. Help. Help. Help me. Rubare trembled all over, unable to say anything. In Li Zhang's stunned gaze, he turned into a blood bead. What's going on? Fufu responded. But Li Shang couldn't understand. At that moment, countless blood surged from the ground, instantly turning into blood beads as well. Then they all rushed into Li Zhang's body. You have bathed in blood, and your body has undergone a transformation. New talents and panels have been generated. 27th Dead Apostle, X level. You are the 10th ancestor, possessing an undying body. Attributes. Durability A, 99, corrected to durability X. Li Shang didn't have time to think about it. He felt the earth shaking. The entire palace began to collapse. He quickly picked up Fufu and turned to run. But he didn't encounter Astothy in the maze outside. Li Shang quickly returned to the surface. He saw that all 5 castles had turned into ruins. He was dumbfounded. He remembered the information from the simulator just now. I am now one of the 27 dead apostles? Is it that hasty? Li Shang couldn't figure it out. But this talent didn't seem to be very useful in the main world. It just meant that his HP had no upper limit. Perhaps it saved him from using the simulator coins to start over. Maybe it would be useful to go to a world similar to Demon Slayer. The demons inside were actually more like vampires. Junior brother. Astothy's voice sounded. Li Shang quickly turned around and saw that she was unharmed, which relieved him. He explained the situation inside, leaving out the talent he obtained. If senior sister knew that he had become the 27th dead apostle, she would probably be difficult to deal with, muttering about killing him. By the way, since he was a true ancestor, why didn't he have the urge to drink blood? Li Shang pondered but couldn't find an answer, so he gave up. In any case, the mission was already completed. There are people. Just as Li Shang was about to dismiss the spirit speech, his brows suddenly furrowed. Astothy also looked towards the castle. 2 figures were slowly approaching. A priest and a nun. They could be recognized without much introduction. But this nun's physique was too extreme. She gave off a more fierce feeling than Tsunade. But at the same time, there was a sense of holiness. It was simply extremely bizarre. They are members of the Holy Church's burial agency. Astothy narrowed her eyes, a rare sense of alertness on her face. The priest is called Duan, not very capable. The nun is called Kaikyoyuin Kyo, a bit troublesome. After Astothy's reminder, Li Shang realized that apart from her clothes, the nun was almost identical to the Kaikyoyuin from the FGO game. Li Shang initially found it somewhat tricky, but upon further thought, the current Shishang Academy, no, Jishang Academy, should be a saint. A true saint. With a bodhisattva's heart. As long as some ignorant demon pillar doesn't provoke her, there shouldn't be any major problems. Miss Astothy. Jishang Academy showed a humble smile, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. You must have been attracted here by Rubalai, right? Astothy nodded slightly in response. That's right. Jishang Academy looked around and said, it seems we arrived a step late. There was no hint of any frustration in her tone. Hunting down apostles is our responsibility, no matter who kills them, it's all the same. Daoin spoke up. Now that we understand the situation, let's go back. Although he was a member of the burial agency, his own strength was average, and he was a logistics personnel, specializing in technology. As a priest, he tried to avoid conflicts as much as possible. Jishang Academy's gaze fell on Li Shang, her eyes shining, and she smiled. This member of the Holy Song team is unfamiliar. Did you recently join? Yes. Astothy's tone was neither warm nor cold as she said, if there's nothing else, we'll part ways here. Jishang Academy raised an eyebrow. This seemed different from the Astothy she knew. She looked at Li Shang and said, since we've met, why not travel together? No need. Astothy shook her head and said, the Magic Association and the Holy Church are ultimately enemies. Junior brother, let's go. Li Shang followed behind her. As they passed by the two, Jishang Academy suddenly said, I have a feeling we will meet again. After getting on the car, Li Shang felt that Jishang Academy's words were directed at him, not Astothy. He didn't know if the Jishang Academy in this world had clairvoyance. But the Shishang Academy in Chaldea did. The so-called clairvoyance, in the concept of fate, can be understood as a special ability that only a few people possess. Seeing through the future, present, or past. Because of the apostles, the Holy Song team and the burial agency often interact, but everyone has rules and rarely conflicts. After getting on the car, Astothy held the steering wheel and reminded, if we meet again in the future, just reveal your identity, try not to get too close to them. After all, everyone is only superficially peaceful, but secretly still enemies. Okay. Li Shang obediently nodded. He sensed that something was off between Astothy and Jishang Academy. Astothy chuckled lightly, relaxing her whole body. After this is over, you can focus on making the gem sword and then participate in the Holy Grail War. I hope it goes smoothly. Making the gem sword is not something that can be done in a snap. It requires a long time. Li Shang didn't know if he could catch up. Don't worry, I have quite a bit of experience, and there are still materials left from last time. If I'm lucky, there shouldn't be a problem. Astothy understood what he was thinking and smiled. Junior brother's luck should be pretty good. Why do you say that? Li Shang was curious. Can you still see my status panel? A feeling. Astothy tilted her head and said, since meeting junior brother, my luck seems to have improved a lot. Can luck be contagious? Li Shang couldn't help but complain. But it seemed that his luck had become extraordinary after meeting Astothy. All kinds of events ended up benefiting him. Occasionally, there would be blessings from some divine beings. Hopefully, it can continue. Luck is elusive, but everyone likes good luck. It will. Astothy showed a faint smile. After leaving the valley, the two had a meal in a small town and booked their plane tickets while waiting. During the wait, Astothy talked about the gem sword. She had tried many times before, but they all ended in failure. Problems always arise in unexpected places. For example, when the clock malfunctions, it messes up the time. There are also instances of shaking hands causing excessive material usage, using sapphires instead of rubies, and power outages in the middle of the night. After hearing this, Li Shang suspects that a statue has been blacklisted by the goddess of luck. It's really too absurd. But a statue is indeed wealthy, able to sustain for over 10 years. Meanwhile, Li Shang can't even come up with money once. A statue still has some leftover materials, but only 2/3 of them. Li Shang didn't want to rely on others, but she said there was no use keeping them. In order to avoid waste, he could only reluctantly accept them. As for the remaining 1/3, Li Shang would take it from his research funding. With the support of the monarch, a magic research project can receive substantial funding at the clock tower. If Batory and Bartomaloy contribute a bit more, Li Shang will easily become middle class. Perhaps it won't be worse than the 3 great families of Fuyuki City. As dusk approaches, the two of them return to London. Astothy goes to meet with the monarch, Batory, alone. Since it's already after work, she goes directly to her house. Li Shang isn't very familiar with Rorelei, so he doesn't go. He takes a taxi and returns to his own villa. Oh no, it's his senior sister's house. He takes out the key and opens the door. Livia is lying on the sofa in a completely ungraceful manner, in the classic GEU pose. Sakura Tasaka isn't here, but there's a fragrance coming from the kitchen, so she must be cooking. Have those 3 chefs already been driven away? Li Shang coughs. Oh, Li Shang, you're back so soon? Livia asks weakly. Yeah. Things went smoothly and got resolved, so we hurried back. Li Shang sits across from her and asks, what happened to you? Nothing. Livia grits her teeth and says, I got into a fight with Flat, that guy is really annoying. Li Shang remembers that they indeed have some difficulty getting along. But it's within the realm of friendly banter, like teasing friends. You lost. How could I lose? Livia immediately raises her voice, then continues, we were in the middle of the fight when Gray stopped us. I didn't expect that weakling to be even stronger than I imagined. There's a hint of frustration in her tone. First, she had a close match with Flat, then she was surprised by Gray. Livia had hardly encountered any opponents among her peers before a statue. So on the first day of class, El Meloy classroom left a deep impression on her. Both the teachers and students were astonishing. But she is still Livia after all. Negative emotions quickly dissipate. What about a study? She went to report to the monarch, Batory. I see. Livia lies back down. She looks like she's exhausted from using too much magical energy. Sakura Tasaka hears the sound and comes out of the kitchen. When will my sister be back? She should be back soon. In that case, we might not have enough food. After thinking for a moment, Sakura says, Li Shang, can you go nearby and buy some groceries for me? No problem. Li Shang takes the shopping list and says, I'll be right back. There's a large supermarket not far from the villa. By the time he finishes shopping, a study has already returned. She's sitting on the sofa watching TV. Livia is resting her head on Astati's thigh, her eyes closed, like a Persian cat, allowing Astati to stroke her golden hair. After giving the groceries to Sakura Tasaka, Li Shang also sits on the sofa. Fortunately, the sofa is big enough and doesn't disturb Livia, who's lying down. Astati looks at Li Shang sideways and says, Lorelei already knows what happened, so it's temporarily settled. I've arranged for you to have a 2-month leave. Okay. Li Shang nodded. No need to go to the Department of Law and Politics, there will be more time to make gemstone swords. After a moment, Tasaka Sakura began to serve the dishes. After dinner, Li Shang was stopped by a study. Come with me. Oh. Li Shang entered an alchemy workshop in confusion. There were various materials everywhere, but there were more gemstones. The main material for the gemstone sword is gemstones. The sword body, like the Mangekyo, is made of various gemstones according to a certain pattern. Of course, the hilt is also important. Astati can use magic to travel to parallel worlds. Although the gemstone sword is based on magic, it can only open a small gap and cannot achieve the purpose of physical travel. Sister, why did you want to make a gemstone sword before? Li Shang couldn't help but ask. According to Tasaka Sakura, a study came to Fuyuki City to find her ancestors because of the gemstone sword when she was still in the Tasaka family. But does a few-year-old girl really have that ability? Because it's beautiful. Astati looked at him and said, I have always liked shiny things, and the gemstone sword is no exception, so I wanted to make it, but after so many failures, I realized that I don't have that talent. Why is she like a dragon? Li Shang smiled and said, if I succeed, I will definitely make a gemstone sword for you, sister. Then I look forward to your gift. Astati showed a bright smile. Li Shang was stunned for a moment. It's rare to see her smile so sweetly. In his mind, Astati was more inclined to be a strong woman. Although she smiled, she also showed enough calmness. Not like this. Like a boyfriend and girlfriend. It seems that sister really likes gemstones. Li Shang secretly thought that she had helped him so much, and although the gemstone sword was troublesome, he had to give it to her. Let's start now. He rolled up his sleeves and said, the sooner we finish, the less trouble it will be. Astati calmly watched his actions and was surprised after a while. How did junior brother become so skilled? I have studied alchemy. Li Shang casually replied. No wonder. Astati pouted, I didn't need my help before. But her voice was very small. Li Shang was immersed in the gemstone sword and didn't hear it. Astati didn't say anything anymore, but she didn't leave either. She found a position, propped her chin with both hands, and kept an eye on Li Zhang's every move. And Li Shang had already entered a working state, completely focused, and even thought that a study had already left. Time slowly passed. The Magic Association is divided into 3 institutions, the Clock Tower, the Atlas Academy, and the Wandering Sea. Each has its own strengths. Among them, the Atlas Academy specializes in the study of alchemy, and most well-known alchemists are there. On the other hand, the number of alchemists in the Clock Tower is extremely rare. But fortunately, the alchemy in Dragon Clan is still useful, otherwise Li Shang would have to trouble a study again. He looked up at the clock on the wall, and it was exactly midnight. Li Shang took off his white gloves and prepared to continue tomorrow. He suddenly stopped. Not far away, a study was sleeping with her head on the table. Did sister stay here all the time? Li Shang flashed this thought and quickly walked to her. Sister? He reached out and pushed her shoulder, trying to wake her up. But a study suddenly grabbed his wrist, as if using it as a pillow, pressing it against her cheek. Li Shang was stunned, his brain didn't react. A soft, warm touch came through. Li Shang had never encountered this situation before and felt a little flustered. Hold on, I can win. He exhaled, but dared not move his right arm. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wake up his senior sister to avoid her misunderstanding that he took advantage of her. Sister, wake up. Did I fall asleep? Astati opened her eyes and casually raised her head. Li Shang withdrew his hand and said, just now. What happened just now? Astati's lips curled slightly as she looked at him with a narrow gaze. It's nothing. Li Shang shook his head and said, it's already late, sister, go back to your room and sleep. Okay. Astati stretched lazily. Li Shang subconsciously glanced at her, then quickly shifted his gaze. So, senior sister is not as flat as she seems. Wait. What am I thinking? Li Shang felt a bit confused. He said goodbye and fled. A smile that Astati had been holding back suddenly appeared on her face. How interesting. She touched her cheek and found it was a bit hot. Li Shang couldn't fall asleep for a long time after returning to his room. Is this what it feels like to touch a girl? He hadn't had a chance to fall in love in either of his lives. Not to mention a girl like Astati, who he rarely saw. He finally fell asleep after who knows how long. And he had a dream. A very strange dream. In a room somewhere, he met Astati wearing a black bodysuit. After putting on a bracelet, as if traveling through time and space, he appeared on a spaceship. Outside the window was the boundless universe. You have fallen into my hands, with no way to escape. Spend the last 10 days of your life here, and finally be sacrificed by me, helping me become the strongest swordsman in the universe. What on earth is going on? Li Shang was completely bewildered. The next day, Astati came to the room again. How's the temperature here? Is there enough oxygen? It's my first time detaining a prisoner, so I don't have much experience. You said the room is comfortable but boring. I really can't do anything about you. I allow you to use the terminal. Through the terminal, you can connect to the internet, play games, or even shop online, but you can only use up to 5,000 yuan, otherwise it will exceed my tolerance. Well, I allow you to release videos and get excited, but don't embarrass yourself. Do you want some water? I'll bring you some black tea. Also, don't be lazy, maintain the necessary diligence. Li Shang suddenly woke up. He was slightly startled. This dream is really absurd. Which prisoner lives so happily? Li Shang scratched his head and noticed that it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. He quickly got up. There was only Astati in the living room. Awake. I saw that you slept late yesterday, so I didn't knock on your door to wake you up. I didn't expect you to sleep until 10 o'clock. You're slacking off, junior brother. This is not like you usually. Maybe it's because I'm too tired. Li Shang smiled apologetically and said, senior sister, I'll go wash up first. He turned and entered the bathroom. After taking out his toothbrush, he suddenly froze. The mirror reflected the back of his right hand. There was actually a red pattern on it. A command seal? Li Shang stared at this familiar shield-shaped pattern, feeling a little stunned. Every master chosen by the Holy Grail would have a command seal. Having a command seal allows one to forcefully command a servant 3 times, including commands like suicide. Li Shang was surprised to find that there were already command spells at this early stage. Moreover, he was currently in London, not Fuyuki City. The distance between the two cities is far more than 1,000 miles, yet the Holy Grail can still function. Does this mean that he can summon a servant right now? Li Shang just casually thought about it. Without a holy relic, it is indeed impossible to summon a servant. But just like a gacha game, it's like finding a needle in a haystack to draw a specific character when there is no rate up. There are countless servants in the throne of heroes. Although a servant that is compatible with oneself will respond and manifest as a servant, it is difficult to guarantee their strength. Unless there are many responses, there can be a choice of leisure. Otherwise, summoning freely would be too hasty. Having a command spell is also a good thing. At least one slot is already confirmed. This pattern seems to be the command spell of Fujimaru Ritsuka in the FGO game. As a special command spell of Chaldea, it recovers 1 stroke per day. Li Shang often uses it in the game, so he is quite familiar with it. But it doesn't matter if the pattern is the same. However, the effect of the command spell in the Holy Grail War is exceptionally strong. After using it 3 times, it will not recover anymore and must be used at a critical moment. After finishing washing, Li Shang returned to the hall. Sister, I have been chosen by the Holy Grail, he raised his arm and said. Congratulations, Astati smiled at him and asked, after becoming a master, you can summon servants. It seems like you need to obtain the relics as soon as possible. Yes, The sooner the better, he replied. In addition to establishing timely contact with the servants, it is also possible to learn about them earlier. As a master, when summoning a servant, they will receive the servant's past experiences and understand their past and desires through dreams, in order to cooperate better. At least most servants are willing to cooperate. Not having obtained the command spells is fine, but after obtaining them, Li Shang felt a sense of urgency. Oh, by the way, Junior, what class of servant do you like? Astati remembered something and asked. The Holy Grail War involves 7 masters and 7 servants. Servants are summoned according to 7 classes: Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. Each class has its own characteristics. The reason for having classes is that most heroic spirits are not all-rounders, they have their own specialties. Artoria is a rare all-rounder heroic spirit, capable of wielding swords, bows, and magic. If a servant is summoned in an inappropriate class, their strength will be greatly reduced. For example, Heracles, the warrior of legends, is most suitable for the archer class, but he was summoned as a berserker by the Einsborn family's Ilya, losing his rationality and his weapons and swordsmanship from his lifetime. Although the berserker class is obedient and has good attributes, it is undoubtedly a case of gaining a sesame seed but losing a watermelon. If he were summoned as an archer, Ilya would have a high probability of winning the Holy Grail War. Advance to the 3rd stage: sword, bow, and spear. Li Shang also understood the difficulty involved. According to the plot, the sword stage was undoubtedly meant for Altria. She was the legendary King Arthur, inseparable from the Holy Sword. In her past life, many people even used Saber as her name. It is also difficult to snatch the Reda of the bow stage. After all, as long as Rin Tasaka summons in Fuyuki City, she will inevitably summon the Red A. However, the Reda can indeed become another class. His projection magic has this possibility, but the bow stage is still the strongest, followed by the sword stage. Speaking of which, the Lancer class has a higher chance of being summoned. Although Cu Chilane, the dog brother, is a Lancer, he is also very suitable for the caster class. By eliminating the original caster master, the possibility of Medea appearing as a caster servant is reduced. If he himself didn't summon a caster, he would definitely snatch someone else's class. So Li Shang hopes to snatch one of the top 3 stages. No problem. Astarte thought for a moment and said, the servant I have chosen for you meets your requirements and can be any class. Any class? Li Shang was slightly surprised. This evaluation is quite high. Due to the characteristics of the classes, the top 3 stages are usually more powerful. Referring to direct combat, if it's about ambushes and conspiracies, the assassin or caster classes are naturally stronger. The rider class comes with a mount, and the berserker class has good attributes and destructive power. The caster class can also create a magic workshop, making it the strongest in positional warfare. If a heroic spirit can become any class, it proves their versatility. Generally speaking, they won't be too weak. Well, any class is fine. Astarte said seriously. Li Shang had no reason to doubt her. His senior sister wouldn't joke about something like this. By the way, even though you woke up late, you still need to have breakfast. Astarte picked up the milk and bread on the table and said. They weren't there before, so Li Shang must have put them there while he was getting ready. Thank you, senior sister. Li Shang originally didn't plan to eat, but he couldn't let Astarte's kindness go to waste. In his past life, he would often sleep in until 11 or 12 on weekends and have breakfast and lunch together. After finishing a few bites, Li Shang returned to the alchemy workshop. He only had 2/3 of the materials now, so it was impossible to make a complete gem sword, but he could start by making a sword hilt. A week later, Lu Weya sent a message saying that the Magic Exchange Conference was ready. Li Shang left the alchemy workshop. If it weren't for Astarte, he suspected he would have become a savage. He didn't care about anything except eating. The venue for the Magic Exchange Conference was a hall in the Department of Law and Politics. There were more participants than Li Shang had imagined. Of course, they were all from the Basemarrow, Baroilta, and Edforth families. A total of 70 people. Although it was called an exchange conference, it was actually Li Zhang's one-man show. But he wasn't stupid and couldn't reveal all of his ninjutsu. He planned to start by teaching 10 ordinary fire-style techniques and take it slow with the rest. A steady and gradual approach. If he achieved everything in one go, how could he deceive the funding? When Li Shang stood on the stage, most of the magicians seemed confused. Apart from his lack of fame, They also didn't know the purpose of this exchange conference. King Basemero was silent and aloof, and naturally didn't say anything. Lu Weya and Rorelei also didn't have time to explain. This led to the current situation. Dear leaders, colleagues, welcome to this magic exchange conference. Li Shang took out his paper and said, the theme of the exchange is performing magic through hand seals. Lu Weya timely had her butler distribute a copy of the paper to each magician present. There was a slight noise. If it weren't for the presence of King Baruelta, they might have exclaimed in surprise. Everyone, please read the paper first, and then we can proceed with the exchange. Li Shang raised his hand and said. The hall immediately quieted down, leaving only the sound of pages turning. Occasionally, there were sounds of inhaling. Being invited here undoubtedly meant that they were the elites of the three major families. They were powerful and naturally understood the changes brought by hand seals. If operated properly, they could completely dominate the magic association. Chanting and hand seals each had their advantages and disadvantages. It was unlikely to completely replace one with the other, but it should be relatively simple to compete on an equal footing. Realizing this possibility, they became quite enthusiastic. Because they could benefit from it. Just the huge reputation alone was enough to make them work hard. Although the ultimate goal of magicians was for the origin, no one had succeeded in all these years. In this generation, there had been a shift in thinking. Setting aside the elusive origin, everyone was still very willing to gain fame for their own families and enhance their own strength. If it was really just for the origin, the clock tower wouldn't have the so-called three major factions. Where there are people, there is competition. No matter what it is, it's hard to avoid. Li Shang estimated a reading time of 15 minutes. Everyone, if you have any questions, feel free to speak up. After he finished speaking, the auditorium became as noisy as a marketplace. Li Shang was taken aback. Is everyone really this interested? He had underestimated the impact of the magic demonstration. Stop. Li Shang quickly raised his hand and said, let's take turns. Speaking all at once will waste time. The auditorium quickly quieted down, but everyone's eyes were burning with intensity. Li Shang pulled the corner of his mouth and randomly pointed to someone, saying, this senior. He had just joined the clock tower this year, and everyone present was older than him, so he decided to address them as seniors. Apparently, no one cared about this small detail. A middle-aged man stood up and asked, although you explained the principles of your thesis clearly, it is still just a theory. I wonder if you have any successful magic tricks? Oh, a good question. I'll give your college 10 points. Li Shang smirked and smiled, saying, of course, I do. Next, I will show you all a magic trick called the Great Fireball Technique. He slowly performed the hand seals, allowing everyone to clearly see his gestures. As he finished the seals, he tilted his head back and spat out a fireball. The people in the auditorium immediately showed their astonishment. Just as the middle-aged man had said, theory is theory, and practice is practice. After witnessing it with their own eyes, their hearts immediately became extremely passionate. Li Shang subconsciously took a step back. It was like seeing a pack of hungry wolves. But there were still quite a few magicians who remained calm. The following questions became much more professional. Many of them posed challenges that even Li Shang found troublesome. How did you come up with the idea of using hand seals? Because I come from a family of gardeners, I have been influenced by Taoism and Buddhism since I was young. Although hand seals are rare, they are not extinct. How did you determine that these specific seals would be effective? I wasn't sure either, but as I mentioned earlier, both Taoism and Buddhism have relevant content about hand seals, so I decided to give it a try. Just gave it a try, huh? After a few seconds of silence, the questioning continued. Li Shang understood how painful it was for an underachiever to pretend to be a top student. Fortunately, he had a quick-witted mind, or else he would have been exposed. In any case, today's exchange meeting ended smoothly. If it were reported in the form of news, it would probably be like this. Today, the Magic Exchange meeting jointly organized by the Clock Tower's Law and Politics Department, Mineral Science Department, and Creation Science Department concluded successfully. His Majesty Baruleta believes that this exchange meeting reflects the level of the new generation of magicians and has achieved significant progress in the creation of magic, the formation of systems, and its impact on the world. After the Magic Exchange Conference, Li Zhang's reputation improved within a small circle. Although it didn't have much significance for the time being, who knows when it might unexpectedly come in handy. The dozens of magicians who attended the conference were enough to form a large network of relationships. As the creator of seal magic, Li Shang naturally owed them a favor. When it didn't involve crucial interests, it was quite simple to lend a helping hand. After the exchange conference ended, Li Shang submitted his research proposal to his homeroom teacher, Kashiyu. According to the normal procedure, it would be submitted to the Mineral Science Department and then to the clock tower. Li Shang suddenly thought of a question. The 12 subjects are each overseen by 12 monarchs. Except for exceptions like Weber, the monarchs delegate matters to their families or the professors of the academy. But who is in charge of the clock tower? Li Shang asked a study. His senior sister smiled and asked in return, guess. Mischievous. Li Shang was slightly taken aback and asked, could it be the Department of Law and Politics? Congratulations, you answered correctly. Astati said softly, the dean of the clock tower has long ceased to manage affairs. Aside from her, who else is qualified to manage the clock tower? Li Shang indeed had some blind spots. He hadn't thought much about Roralei's identity. In this case, isn't his application a sure thing? After about 3 days, Li Shang received the news that his application had been approved. Once the project was officially established, he should use the funds to purchase various related materials and equipment, as well as hire expert professors and assistants. But this was just the usual practice. Li Shang didn't need any of that. He could handle everything on his own, as long as he provided a certain amount of magic to the 3 major families on time. Of course, he wouldn't reveal everything. Once he reached a certain quantity, he could let go. Because these geniuses would automatically research new magic. Perhaps Li Shang could even learn from them in return. For now, he put this matter aside. With the money in hand, he naturally went to buy various materials. Due to the majority being gemstones, most of the funds went into Astati's wallet. To be precise, the Edelfelt family. As a prestigious Finnish family, they were a major gemstone magic clan, known as the scales that measure minerals. Managing gemstones was only natural. Li Shang was happy and relaxed. Just by paying money, he could receive deliveries at home, which was much better than running around at auctions. Besides, his senior sister could be considered family, so he treated it as paying rent. Another busy day ended for Li Shang in the alchemy workshop. Although his alchemy skills were good, the gemstone sword, as one of the top magical artifacts, naturally had a high level of difficulty. It could easily rival the divine dress. He opened the door and saw purple long hair. Oh, it's senior sister Sakura. Li Shang took a step back, creating some distance, and asked, is there something you need from me? I've noticed that you've been waking up late recently. Tasaka Sakura asked calmly. Because making the gemstone sword consumes a lot of energy and magic power, I occasionally can't get up. Li Shang felt a bit puzzled. He clearly remembers that Tasaka Sakura doesn't care much about him. In her eyes, there is only Astati, a clear case of sister complex. As a magician, you should maintain the habit of going to bed and getting up early. Tasaka Sakura lowered her head and said softly, the most important thing is not to delay my sister's class time. So that's how it is. Li Zhang's face showed a sudden realization. When he wakes up late, breakfast is always prepared by Astati. Indeed, it does waste some time. I will pay attention. Li Shang nodded and said, thank you. Tasaka Sakura suddenly showed her usual gentle smile and turned away. What is there to thank for? Li Shang pondered. Does Sakura think that she has taken her sister away? Why does it feel like being stabbed at any moment? What kind of personality does Sakura, who grew up in the Edelfelt family, have? Li Shang has always had the impression that she is gentle. Because she is indeed like that in front of Astati. After a small incident, Li Shang felt that it was time to return to a normal sleep schedule. During the summer and winter vacations in his previous life, he often reversed day and night. After a while, he felt that he had no energy. Half a month later, Li Shang finally completed 1/3 of the gem sword. Calculating the time, it should be finished before February. Junior brother. Astati leaned against the sofa and waved at him. What's the matter? Li Shang sat opposite her and asked, is it about the holy relic? Astati crossed her legs, tightly wrapped in black stockings, outlining a powerful curve. Because of the slippers she wore at home, her right foot was completely exposed, and it was unconsciously shaking at this moment. No, Astati shook her head and asked, I found that you have been getting up early every day recently. Don't you want to rest a little longer? Or do you prefer Sakura's breakfast to the one prepared by your senior sister? Of course not. Li Shang quickly said, unhealthy habits should be corrected as soon as possible. Now that the gem sword is on track, there is no need to stay up late anymore. Well said. Astati smiled and said, no matter when, discipline must be maintained, with meticulous planning, efficient living, and serving the overall purpose. Li Shang froze. He had heard the second half of that sentence before. In a dream. Astati said it too. Since having the dream of being imprisoned, Li Shang was surprised to find that this dream was actually a series, constantly extending downwards. During this period, he probably dreamt it 7 or 8 times. There was nothing too surprising in the content. It was all about daily interactions with a stati. But the location was on a spaceship in the universe. What's wrong? Junior brother. Astati reached out and waved in front of his eyes. You're spacing out while talking. Did you not get enough rest? I'm fine. Li Shang caught a faint scent. But then he slightly startled, because a stati raised her finger and tapped her forehead. Well, you're in good health. She smiled and touched Li Zhang's hair. Seems like you're a bit slow. Li Shang really wanted to remind her not to casually touch a guy's head. Go to sleep. Astati looked into his eyes and said, good night, maybe you'll dream of your senior sister. The fragrance disappeared in front of Li Shang. After sitting still for a moment, he returned to his own room. What does that last sentence mean? Li Shang pondered as he entered his dream. The room was warm, just like before, but the decorations had changed to black and gold. Expressionless Astati appeared, and she said, tomorrow is the 10th day, cherish your last moments. Blood sacrifice. Li Shang thought for a moment and asked, who am I? Astati showed a different expression for the first time. She reached out and pressed Li Zhang's forehead. Could it be that you've developed amnesia from staying too long? But your body is healthy. Li Shang smelled the same fragrance, just like his senior sister in reality. For a moment, he couldn't quite distinguish whether it was daydreaming or dreaming at night, or was there something wrong? Hey, don't scare me. Losing effectiveness as a prop can be very distressing. This cold and ruthless person definitely wasn't his senior sister. Li Shang shook his head and said, I'm fine. If you're not satisfied with your current treatment, you can tell me. Astati tilted her head and said, well, try challenging me one-on-one. If you win, you can leave. A one-on-one challenge. That's doable. Li Shang had long realized that he was just an ordinary person in his dreams. He definitely couldn't win in a fight, so he might as well be a useless person. As the leader of the space god Yin Flow, I have won more than 99 times in a row, so think carefully before challenging me. Astati raised her chin and said, failure will result in imprisonment and confiscation of property. Space god Yin Flow? Li Shang widened his eyes and blurted out, you're Ishtar? Astati's face immediately darkened and she said, on my spaceship, I don't allow anyone to mention that name. Sorry. Li Shang snapped back to reality and said. Forget it, I forgive you. Astati's emotions lasted for about a second before returning to her usual expressionless state. If you really want to call me that, please don't do it in front of me. Li Shang suddenly laughed. So he was in the FGO Star Wars event storyline? Blame himself for skipping the storyline and not realizing it in time. Light poured in from outside the window. Li Shang opened his eyes. In his past life, he had always called a stati universe Rin or En Rin. At the very least, he called her Ishtar, as translated in the Chinese server. Very few people would notice that her name is Ishtar a stati. Plus, he never thought that a stati would become her senior sister. There is a psychological phenomenon where things are often overlooked. In theory, this is an impossible thing. From the setting, a stati is the original goddess of another universe. It is unknown how long it would take for her true body to arrive here. But if she really is a stati, then various things that have happened so far have a reasonable explanation. Li Shang was eventually awakened by a knocking sound. He regained his senses, quickly put on his clothes, opened the door, and saw a stati outside. Come out for a meal. Astati was still the same as usual. After Li Shang finished washing up, he sat opposite her. Luvia and Tasaka Sakura recently discovered a ruin, so they haven't been home these days. Astati felt puzzled. Li Shang seemed a bit strange today. He occasionally looked at her with a gaze that had an unclear meaning. It made her feel a little flustered. Well, junior brother, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Astati couldn't help but speak. She was not used to this atmosphere, which made her feel uneasy. I dreamt of senior sister last night. Li Shang said with a measured tone. Oh, what was it about? Astati raised an eyebrow and asked. You told me that you are the leader of the space god Yin Flo, and you have another name, Ishtar. Li Zhang's face remained calm. Astati froze. A sense of panic surged up in her. She looked dazed, unable to figure out how she should react. I remember that as a master, you dream about the past of your servant. Li Shang raised his hand, revealing a command seal, and smiled. Senior sister, should you explain it to me? After a long time, Astati came back to her senses. She smiled confidently and asked in return, why should I explain? Clearly, it's you who doesn't remember my name. It's not. Li Shang suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed by the current situation. Astati raised the corner of her mouth, hooked her finger, and said, come here, I'll give you a reasonable explanation. Li Shang put down his chopsticks and walked up to her. Astati stood up, just at his neck level. She noticed this problem, took off her shoes, and stood on the chair, instantly surpassing Li Zhang's height. Li Shang found it difficult to understand the scene in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his lips being bitten. A soft touch and a sweet taste burst in his mouth. It also burst in his heart. As if a language had been unlocked, he clearly heard his own heartbeat. His mind went blank. Their lips parted. Astati held Li Shang, her head resting on his shoulder, and said, Master, long time no see. Her lips couldn't help but curl up, a rosy blush appearing on her fair and beautiful cheeks. Li Shang took a long time to come back to his senses. There was still a dazed look on his face. Thinking about his recent behavior, he couldn't help but feel some regret. He had really embarrassed himself as a time traveler. Being attacked, he should have firmly held her head down, fully utilizing the flexibility of his tongue, making her understand how foolish it was to anger a man. Master, your reaction is really dull. Could it be your first time? Astati said. She let go of his head, sat back down, and elegantly put on her black boots. If a tail were to appear, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a little devil. Is this the character of a cold and aloof person? Li Shang remembered that she had a triple personality. According to the plot of FGO Star Wars, it was probably that the original goddess was divided into two halves, good and evil, which were Astati and Ishtar. With the help of the master, they merged back into Ishtar Astati. Her personality was also clearly distinct. First, she was a ruthless ice beauty, second, a tsundere and carefree girl, and third, a straightforward and virtuous wife, always ready to say sweet words. As a mixed-state Astati, it seemed normal for her to display any personality. What do you mean by, first time? I'm not interested in women, Li Shang snorted and said. If your master wanted to, he would have done it countless times. Indeed, Astati's reaction exceeded his expectations. What was with this proud tone? And aren't we in a master-servant relationship? Li Shang felt that something was off. As a master, he was actually being teased by a servant. Although Chaldea did indeed have a bunch of servants with ill intentions. Li Shang sat across from her, took a bite of his bread, and asked, aren't you supposed to be in the servant universe? The so-called servant universe was another distant starry sky where there were no humans, only servants. Even the gods were in the form of servants. Astati didn't need a physical body to become a servant like the gods in the universe where Li Shang was. All the servants were freed from the constraints of their original works and were able to enjoy a different kind of life. In short, it could be understood as an otherworld that was set in a different world. I am the original goddess after all. Astati raised her chin slightly, looking like she was saying, I am a goddess, I am powerful, and said casually, isn't crossing the universe a simple thing? So that's how it is. In theory, the original goddess possessed galaxy-level magic power, or she was the galaxy itself. Quite exaggerated. Wait a minute, then wouldn't I have a guaranteed victory in the Holy Grail War? Li Zhang's eyes brightened and he asked, will your power be suppressed on our planet? According to the setting, their planet had a so-called suppression force. One was Gaia, the consciousness of the planet, and the other was Alaya, the consciousness of the primates. Both existed as defense systems to prevent the destruction of humanity and the world. It was said that their appearances were too little lawless. Alaya managed the throne of heroes and could send the heroic spirits themselves to the battlefield in times of crisis. In the FGO storyline, it was undoubtedly Fujimaru Ritsuka who was her most beloved child of destiny. It will. Otherwise, I wouldn't be allowed to enter, Astati nodded and said, and I crossed the universe, consuming a large amount of magical energy, which hasn't recovered yet. But don't worry, with Holy Grail, winning the Holy Grail War is not a problem. That's good then. Li Shang was a little curious and asked, can the suppression force still stop you? It can't stop me, but blowing up a planet is something only the big villains do, a Stady said in a calm tone, talking about something terrifying. Li Zhang's heart skipped a beat. A real-world destruction. So, does that mean I've also sold my body for the sake of world peace? Why did you come looking for me? I'm just an ordinary high school student, Li Shang asked another question. He had long wanted to know why he had such good luck, why everything seemed to happen to him. Ordinary? Astati curved her lips and said, in your understanding, you are the Tudumaru Rika of this world line. Li Shang really hadn't thought that he had such a role in saving the world. At this moment, should he say that everything is the choice of the Steins Gate? But it seems fine. Not everyone can have an infinite restart simulator. Well, not bad. Li Shang smiled and said, at least I can earn a goddess. Astati was slightly startled, avoiding his gaze somewhat unnaturally, and said, it's just that you have good luck, I'm not. Forget it, finish your meal quickly. Li Shang quickly finished eating the bread, drank a glass of milk, put it in a glass, and said, I'm done. Astati put away the plate and glass and quickly went into the kitchen. Li Shang watched her figure gradually fade away. The development of things was too tortuous. He still hadn't caught up to the tail of the car. What are you daydreaming about? Astati took off her apron and put it on the shelf. Seeing Li Zhang's motionless appearance, she frowned and said, you should go make the jewel sword. No matter when, you must maintain a sense of tension. Oh. Li Shang opened his mouth and quickly got up and ran into the alchemy workshop. Foolish master. Astati suddenly smiled. Under the bright light, Li Shang exhaled. Then he slapped himself. So useless. Li Shang picked up the large beaker in front of him and began his work. There were just a few more mistakes than before. But fortunately, there were no accidents and no delays in progress. Night. Li Shang drank a glass of lemon water. Astati appeared in front of him wearing a white yukata. Her hair was wet, as if she had just finished bathing. Wait, a yukata? Li Shang subconsciously glanced. A pair of long white legs were particularly eye-catching. Master, do you have any plans for the Holy Grail War? Astati sat opposite him as if nothing had happened, using a dry towel to wipe her hair. Plans. Li Shang thought for a moment and said, we can cooperate with Bazit. In the original work, Bazit summoned Lancer, but was secretly attacked by the priest Kirei Kotomine, losing the command spells and control over the servant, causing a lot of trouble. Li Shang felt that Bazit and Lancer were reliable and wouldn't betray them. Plus, both of them were members of the clock tower, so it was only right to help each other. Moreover, both of them had good strength and wouldn't be a burden. Although he didn't know which route the Fifth Holy Grail War would take, or perhaps because of his butterfly effect, it didn't belong to any specific route. The most troublesome ones were Gilgamesh and Heracles, at most adding a red A. Astati's strength was already not weaker than theirs. Li Shang didn't need to panic. After all, the Holy Grail had already been corrupted and couldn't fulfill any wishes. By then, let Bazit know, they wouldn't have to resort to fighting each other. Okay. Astati had no objections and said, I have some acquaintance with Bazit, I'll talk to her tomorrow. For safety's sake, don't tell her that you are a servant. Li Shang added. Even if Bazit was a trustworthy person, they couldn't reveal their trump card so easily. He thought of something else. So, do I not need to perform the summoning ritual? After the 7 masters for the Holy Grail War were selected, they would use a specific ritual and summoning chant with a relic to designate their desired servant. But he already had a Astati now, no need. Astati looked up at him and said, Master, don't try it, there may be bad things that will happen. Li Shang felt a bit inexplicable. At worst, it's just a failure. Why would there be anything bad? But he quickly realized another problem. What class are you? Li Shang remembered that Astati had asked him not long ago about what class he wanted as a Holy Grail War artifact. I am whatever class you want, Astati said with a smile. Is this reasonable? Li Shang couldn't help but ask, can the goddess cheat as she pleases? Perhaps noticing his expression, Astati explained, because the Holy Grail War is still far away, all 7 classes are currently vacant. And I can adapt to any class, so it depends on which one the master likes. Is it possible to do this? Li Shang thought of Astati as the Avenger in the game, so many players called her Avenger Rin. But Avenger is a special class, and it shouldn't be summonable in the Holy Grail War. Which class do you think will allow you to unleash your full potential? Many heroic spirits may adapt to different classes, but their strongest will always be what they are best at. Li Shang remembered that Astati's strength had not yet recovered, so choosing a class was quite important. Well, archer then. Astati tilted her head and said, I like throwing gems. A rich woman's temperament suddenly emerged. This statement is even more domineering than saying, I like to spend money. After all, many precious gems are worth tens of thousands of dollars. But there is a conflict in the character design. It makes Rin Tasaka look like a poor version. Then archer it is. Li Shang agreed to her request without hesitation. As for the plot and such, it's already chaotic, so a little more chaos doesn't matter. Okay. Astati put down the towel and said, I should thank the master. She flicked her hair back, exuding a hint of charm. There's nothing to be thankful for. Li Shang stood up and said, go to bed early, see you tomorrow. Astati understood why he was single. Well, she can teach him slowly. She returned to her room, turned on the light, and casually picked up a romance novel. The next day, after Li Shang finished eating, he continued his alchemy work in the workshop. Astati went to the clock tower, but she returned after half an hour. She said she had already talked to Bazet and they would leave for Fuyuki City together. This efficiency, truly worthy of a goddess, so capable. Li Shang felt a bit emotional. The Far East's Danzo Tasaka, who often takes the blame, probably doesn't know how envious he is. In the previous Holy Grail War, he summoned Gilgamesh and was very cautious, fearing that his servant would be dissatisfied. Unlike Astati, who can handle anything, and without having to coax. Li Shang looked at the departing servant and went back to his work. The sound of clapping continued to echo. In his hands, the gem gradually took shape as he desired. Time passed quickly, and it was already February. Li Shang finally completed his gem sword. It went very smoothly. He could hardly believe it, but this was a good thing. As he held the gem sword, he felt a line extending infinitely into the depths he couldn't see. Li Shang infused a bit of magical energy. The sword glowed faintly, and the embedded magic flickered. Infinite magical energy flowed back into his body through a seam. Li Shang suddenly felt a sense of being full. The body was completely filled. And the quality was rich, obviously different from modern magic, but rather ether. As he expected, his magic sage mode had to rely on the gemstone sword to solve it. Master, congratulations. Astati leaned against the door and said with a smile. When she called him alone, she called him Master, but when there were others around, she called him Junior Brother. She was wearing a black JK uniform today, exuding a sense of purity of a young girl. Why are you dressed like a student today? Li Shang noticed her, his eyes brightened. She had a different flavor from her usual self. To be honest, who wouldn't like this kind of youthful girl? Just getting familiar in advance. Astati casually explained. Both of us are just the right age to enroll in the Higashikuni Academy in Fuyuki City. Oh, that's a good idea. The story starts from school. Li Zhang's gaze subconsciously swept over her black stockings in the absolute territory between her skirt. Ahem. Don't blame me. Li Shang asked seriously, when do we leave? Tomorrow morning. Astati immediately said somewhat helplessly, I need to talk to my clingy little sister about the situation. Li Shang knew she was talking about Tasaka Sakura. During this time, she seemed to be a bit guarded against him. Being obsessed with one's sister is quite scary. Especially since Sakura already had the potential for corruption. After Astati left, Li Shang began to experiment with Sage Mode. Because he had already messed around with it in the ninja world. Now it was much easier. After blending the ordinary magic and the ether transmitted by the gemstone sword in proportion, Li Shang clasped his hands together and a faint golden sphere appeared on his forehead. So fast? Li Shang was somewhat surprised. He thought it would take more time, but he succeeded after a few attempts. He closed his eyes. The situation around him came to mind. Even the sound of insects flapping their wings could be heard clearly. My perception ability has expanded several times. I wonder how much other abilities will be enhanced. Li Shang left the room and went to the courtyard. He formed hand seals and performed a great fireball technique. Not bad, about 7 or 8 times stronger. Li Shang was very satisfied. With his current strength, impersonating a servant was no problem. He was even looking forward to the Holy Grail War. The sun set and rose again. At the airport, Li Shang saw Bazet waiting. She was wearing a women's suit, which, combined with her determined and beautiful appearance, looked exceptionally handsome. The earring on her ear was the relic that summoned Siyu Chilane. Li Shang remembered that she seemed to be a descendant of the Knights of the Round Table. It could be said that they had quite a fate. He looked around and didn't sense any hidden aura. They probably hadn't summoned their servants yet. Of course, it could also be because his perception ability was insufficient. Both of you are going. Bazet was somewhat surprised. I have nothing better to do, so I'll accompany him to have some fun. Astati explained. Bazet didn't ask any further and brought up another matter. I have a friend in Fuyuki City named Kotomine Kirei. He is also the overseer of the Holy Grail War. He has already arranged a place for me to stay, so you can come together. The Holy Grail War is quite dangerous. If necessary, you can seek his protection. There is a reason why Bazet trusts Kotomine Kirei. As an executor, she not only carries out sealing designated targets, but also performs other tasks. About 6 years ago, she met Kotomine Kirei and the two of them cooperated to complete a mission. Afterwards, due to their work intersecting multiple times, they became familiar with each other and collaborated privately. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, Kotomine Kirei was dispatched to the Mages Association and recommended Bazet to participate in the Fifth Holy Grail War. Under various circumstances, Bazet never expected to be on guard. After all, it is indeed difficult to believe that a friend of over 6 years suddenly betrays you. 10 hours later, they got off the plane and took a boat to Fuyuki City. We're going to the ghost ship mansion. Bazet revealed the residence prepared for him by Kotomine Kirei. The taxi driver nodded. Fuyuki City can be divided into 2 areas, Shintown and Deep Mountain Town. One faces the sea, the other is surrounded by mountains. The ghost ship mansion is located deep in the mountains of Deep Mountain Town. It is an extremely quiet place, you can tell just from the name. Are you Miss Bazet? The receptionist at the ghost ship mansion smiled and said, your room has been cleaned and you can check in at any time. Li Shang and Astada joined temporarily, so Bazet hadn't had a chance to inform Kotomine Kirei. But it doesn't matter. Accommodation won't cost too much money. Bazet, have you summoned your servant yet? Astada poured 3 cups of tea and handed them to Li Shang and Bazet. No, I plan to summon tonight. Bazet answered truthfully. Night is a good time. If you need any help, you can call me. Has your junior summoned their servant? Bazet glanced at Li Shang and asked. Yeah, it's an archer class. Astada smiled and said, many servants have the ability to investigate, so the specifics are temporarily hidden. Why do I feel like it's you participating in the Holy Grail War instead of your junior? Bazet asked curiously. As a senior sister, it's natural to take care of my junior. Otherwise, our teacher would be angry. Astada explained casually. You don't have a servant, so it's best to seek refuge with the church. Remember, in the last Holy Grail War, even the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, unfortunately died. I understand. Astada put down her teacup and said, the Holy Grail War hasn't started yet, so there's no need to rush. These days, we'll gather information first, as they say, know yourself, know your enemy. Bazet nodded in agreement. After finishing their tea, Astada and Li Shang left. Their rooms were not far from each other. Astada followed Li Shang into his room. Master. Her tone was a bit shy. What's wrong? Li Shang turned around to look at her. The Holy Grail War is very dangerous. Astada spoke without understanding. Li Shang naturally knew that the Holy Grail War was very dangerous, but hearing it from the mouth of the primordial goddess felt strange. You can punch a planet to pieces, are you sure it's dangerous? So I want to protect you personally, Master. Astada stared at him and said. Ah? Li Shang didn't expect her to say that. Although Master is quite powerful, compared to some other servants, there is still a gap. Astada explained reasonably, so in order to prevent any accidents, I need to be by your side at all times. Li Shang hesitated for a few seconds. The reasoning makes sense. Other servants will also protect their masters at all times. But he still felt something was off. If Master doesn't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Astada didn't give him any extra time to think. She went to the next room and brought back a set of bed sheets. She put down the blanket and separated the bed from the middle. I'll sleep inside, you sleep outside, Astada said, then crawled into her blanket. In the unseen place, her face turned red. Li Shang froze in place. What's going on? He didn't react at all. What should he do now? The bed in the ghost mansion is a double bed, so sleeping 2 people wouldn't be crowded. But that's not the issue. Li Zhang's head felt like there were 2 little people fighting inside. The little person on the left said, this woman is provoking you, you should give her an unforgettable lesson and let her know you're a strong man. The little person on the right said, It's normal for a servant to protect their master, and your Lee family has been gentlemen for generations. How can you do something beastly? Master, turn off the lights. Astati turned to the side, facing away from him. Oh. Li Shang turned off the lights. He hesitated for a moment, walked to the edge of the bed, lifted the blanket and lay down, without even taking off his clothes. Fortunately, the bed was big enough, so there was no unexpected physical contact. Li Shang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. After undergoing various enhancements, his body and senses had become extremely sensitive. To the point where he could hear Astati's breathing and the faint fragrance on her body. Astati turned over, her golden eyes looked beautiful even in the darkness. She looked at Li Shang, who had his eyes closed, and couldn't help but smile. He was pretending to sleep. Li Zhang's senses were strong, but hers were even stronger. She had only lost her magic power, that's all. As a deity, her body was many times stronger than Li Zhang's. Astati suddenly blushed. In the future, the master might not be able to handle it. It seems that she'll have to find a way to strengthen his body. Astati closed her eyes again. After a long time, Li Shang let out a sigh. His spirit was highly active, and he even felt a bit hot. It's February. Why is the weather so cool? I'm in Fuyuki, not Tokyo. Li Shang admired himself for being able to complain at this time. He didn't know how long had passed when he got up to go to the bathroom. He glanced at Astati. At this time, her breathing was steady, and she had fallen into a deep sleep. A little starlight fell on her cheek from outside the window. Indescribably beautiful. Li Shang heard her heartbeat again. He quietly left the room and went to the depths of the corridor. At this moment, he sensed an unusually active magical energy in the neighboring room. Was Bazit summoning a servant? In order to maintain secrecy, Astati had rented the entire ghost mansion. In this quiet environment, Li Shang heard Bazit's voice. Your body is entrusted to me. Let my fate be attached to your sword. Appear, guardian of the scales, through the suppression of the wheel. The incantation ended. Li Shang wasn't interested in eavesdropping. But at this moment, the door was opened. A large amount of mist filled the air. A purple figure appeared in front of him. Coming from the land of shadows, named Scathach, can I call you master? The figure said. Li Shang saw the servant in front of him. Purple tight-fitting clothes, red eyes, a black mask, and a crimson spear. Scathach. Li Shang stood still. What's going on? Sorry. Astati had arrived without him noticing, and she said coldly, your master is the one behind you. Bazit still hasn't reacted. She wanted to summon Siyu Chilane. Why did it go wrong? It's not you. Scathach stared at Li Shang, furrowing her brow. Since you were summoned as a servant, you should be able to feel the connection with your master. Astarte took a few steps forward, standing in front of Li Shang and blocking Scathach's gaze. She snorted and said, it seems like you've been in the land of shadows for too long and your senses have gone awry. Scathach turned around in silence, looking at Bazit and said, so, it's my unruly disciple's earring. There was no emotion in her tone. Bazit was a bit confused about the current situation. Did her servant mistakenly take Li Shang as the master? Is that even possible? Wait, unruly disciple. Are you Scathach? Bazit asked in surprise. Scathach, the teacher of Siyu Chilane and the queen of the land of shadows. In terms of fame and strength, she undoubtedly surpassed her disciple. In the Holy Grail War, she could be considered a miracle drawn from a single summon. Bazit was a relatively practical mage, so summoning Scathach was actually a stroke of luck. Let's go. Astarte pulled Li Shang away. Scathach glanced at them, withdrew her gaze, and closed the door. Then let's see if you are qualified to be my master. Li Shang returned to the room and suddenly remembered that he needed to use the bathroom. Mainly because he was too shocked and forgot about it. He ran out again. After finishing, he came back. Li Shang looked pensive. From the perspective of the holy relic, it was possible for Bazit to summon Scathach. It is well known that in the same era, many heroes using the same item is highly likely. Even Artoria's holy sword has a certain chance of summoning Merlin and Morgan. Not to mention the Round Table Knights. All of those dozen or so can be summoned. Perhaps Bazit's earring was a gift from Scathach to Siyu Chilane. But Scathach is not dead. Unless she was bored herself, it would be impossible for her to be summoned. Li Shang thought about how she mistook him for the master. Could it be because Bazit was summoning while he was nearby? Was he mistaken for a holy relic? Master. Astarte waved her hand in front of his eyes and asked, "What are you thinking? If she really is Scathach, it's not a bad thing for us." Li Shang snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. From the perspective of an ally, it was naturally not a bad thing. But in a fight, it would be hard to predict. After all, Scathach can have divine special attack. Astarte, as a goddess, has divinity and is restrained by her. And Scathach's wish is to be killed, so Astarte would be an excellent opponent. The chances of ending peacefully like Cu Chilane would be smaller. Then let's go back to sleep. Astarte didn't seem worried at all. Li Shang opened his mouth, turned off the light, and went back to sleep. Perhaps due to experiencing too much, drowsiness overwhelmed him and he fell into a deep sleep. The night passed unnoticed. Li Shang woke up. He felt like something was pressing on him. Looking up, he found a leg. Oh, it's a leg. Wait. Where did the leg come from? Li Shang suddenly lost all his sleepiness. He saw that Astarte was pressed against him, her hands holding his right arm, and one leg draped over him. If he lowered his head a little, he could touch her fair and delicate face. Li Zhang's body stiffened and he didn't know what to do. Should he push her away? But he felt that it wasn't appropriate. After much thought, Li Shang decided to wake her up. Astarte. He called out several times. HMM. Astarte murmured in a voice that was difficult to describe, both charming and lazy. Li Shang immediately pushed her away and ran into the bathroom. A series of actions were completed in one breath. He took a deep breath. He almost lost control. Men in the morning, so fiery. Li Shang splashed cold water on his face and instantly felt much better. What a disaster. He looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but shake his head. Being a gentleman is really not easy. Of course, he was referring to a true gentleman. These days, every word has deviated from its original meaning and become particularly unbearable to look at. Li Shang finished washing up and returned to the room. Astarte had already gotten up. She sat on the edge of the bed, picked up a pair of pure black stockings, and slowly put them on. Li Shang glanced at her but dared not look again. "We're going to school today." Astarte stood up and said, "Let's go check the situation first. What should we do about Bazet? If Shiki Ryugi comes over, with her trust in him, even if we replace Scathach, it will be difficult to rescue her." Li Shang nodded and asked, "If Scathach falls into Shiki Ryuji's hands, it will really be a big trouble. I will leave behind a familiar." Astarte took out a diamond and, with her manipulation, turned it into a transparent little bird. Li Shang trusted her abilities and didn't say anything more. After breakfast, they went to Bazet's room and told her their plans. Her thoughts were similar. Scathach had already left earlier. The school was located in Zindu, on the other side of Fuyuki City, quite far away. On the bus. "There's something I didn't tell you." Astarte leaned against the window and looked at Li Shang beside her, saying, "I only arranged enrollment procedures for you. I'll protect you from the shadows." "Oh, it's fine." Li Shang didn't mind and shook his head. They weren't really here to study, just to get close to a few masters. Like Rin Tasaka, Shuru Emiya, and Shinji Matu. Speaking of which, what would happen to the Matu family without Sakura Tasaka? In the original work, Shinji Matu became a master by using the Book of False Attendance to seize the right to use a servant. But in reality, the true master was still Sakura Tasaka. Unless the Matu family finds another magician to be the master, Shinji Matu shouldn't become a master. But the actual situation still needed to be investigated. According to Li Zhang's plan, they would deal with the Matu family first. After getting off the bus, what came into view was a typical Japanese high school commonly seen in anime. It was only 7 o'clock, so there weren't many students. Astarte disappeared from his sight in a corner. Li Shang saw the school map on the bulletin board. Following the instructions, he arrived at the office where the homeroom teacher, Fujimura Taiga, was located. "Good morning, Teacher Fujimura." After getting permission, Li Shang opened the door. "You are..." "Oh, Li Shang, right?" Fujimura Taiga showed a cheerful smile. "Welcome, I've already looked at your information, you're quite outstanding." "Teacher, you flatter me." Li Shang smiled and scratched his head. "Let me check the time. There's still an hour before class officially starts." Fujimura Taiga turned around and brought out a stack of textbooks. "Let's get familiar with them first." Grade 2, class circa. Following Tasaka Rin's instructions, Li Shang sat in the empty seat at the back row. Because it was still early, he was the only one there. If he remembered correctly, the hour before the 8 o'clock class was reserved for club activities. Due to various factors, the classroom seemed unusually empty. Soon, Astethys appeared. After revealing her identity as a servant, she had no reservations and could freely use her ability to materialize. "How's the situation?" Li Shang flipped through his English book. Since the first class was English, the teacher was Tasaka Rin. Having spent some time at the clock tower, English was no problem for him. The content in the textbook seemed simple to him. No boundary was found, Astethys replied. Li Shang was somewhat surprised. Because in the original work, the first plot was Medusa, Shinji Matu's rider class servant, setting up a boundary at the school. It seemed that the butterfly effect was indeed at play. Many plot points had already changed. Check how many masters there are in the school later. Li Shang thought for a moment and said, to be chosen as a master by the Holy Grail, unless it was an extremely special case, they would all be magicians. Since they were magicians, even if their magic circuits hadn't been activated, it would be easy for Astethys to sense the magical energy within them. Okay. Astethys sat across from him. Li Shang felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. He looked up and saw the softness in her eyes. After a slight startle, he said, if you're interested, I can give it to you. I'm not interested in textbooks. Astethys reached out and pressed down on his English book. Leaning forward, her warm face almost touched his. I'm only interested in you. After saying that, she even blew a breath towards him. Li Zhang's heart raced and he quickly leaned back. Master, you're really interesting. Astethys's lips curled up, then she disappeared in front of him. A boy walked into the classroom, with his chestnut red short hair. Seeing Li Zhang's slight startle, he asked, did this classmate walk into the wrong classroom? I'm a transfer student who just enrolled today. Li Shang stood up, smiled, and said, my name is Li Shang, what should I call you? So you're a new student. The boy was a bit surprised and said, I'm Emiya Shuru, you can call me Shuru. Okay. Li Shang shook his English book and said, I still need to preview, let's chat next time. No problem. After Shuru put his backpack on his seat, he said, I also need to help out at the student council. Probably fixing the heater. Li Shang smiled. Shuru was undoubtedly the kind of person who was always eager to help. A bit like someone studying computer science being called to fix a computer. Because of projection magic, he often fixed appliances like heaters. After Shuru left, more students entered. Occasionally, a few socially adept students noticed the unfamiliar Li Shang and chatted with him. By the time it was almost 8 o'clock, the entire classroom was filled. Li Shang looked around and frowned. Why didn't he see Shinji Matu with his blue seaweed-like hair? If he had taken a temporary leave, there should be an empty seat. But there wasn't. Li Shang was a bit puzzled. But he could only temporarily suppress his doubts. The bell rang. Late. Late. I'm going to be late. Tasaka Rin shouted as she sprinted down the hallway. Wow. Everyone's here early. She tried to stop her body, but couldn't stop her momentum and crashed into the podium. A loud thud. The classroom fell silent. Did the teacher faint? A student in the front row hesitantly asked. You wake her up. No, I don't want to. I'll be killed. Then there's only one last resort. A boy raised his right arm and said, listen to my command, 1, 2, 3, tiger. The entire class shouted, tiger, in unison. Li Shang didn't miss out either. Damn it. Tasaka Rin did a carp jump and landed steadily, angrily saying, how many times have I told you not to call me tiger? She was truly an interesting woman. Li Shang couldn't help but smile. There have been several cases of death in Fuyuki City recently, I'm sure everyone has heard about it. After class, Tasaka Rin said, starting today, you can't stay in school after 6 p.m., even for club activities. Murder cases? Li Shang raised an eyebrow. At this time, there were still several cases, most likely the work of magicians and servants. It's a bit unusual if it's not a gas explosion. Take the time to investigate what's going on. But before that, Li Shang had one more thing to do. After school, he left the classroom with the other students. Half an hour later, there was no one left in the school. Li Shang returned again. Astethys appeared by his side. Based on the investigation, only Tasaka Rin and Emiya Shuru were magicians. No Shinji? Li Shang said, let's go to the administrative office. He arrived at the administrative office according to the map he saw during the day. He turned on the lights and used the shadow clone technique. Find the information on Emiya Shuru. Li Shang gave the order and opened the filing cabinet. As long as Emma Yashiro was studying at this school, there would definitely be information. Astati didn't idle either and walked to a computer, turning it on. An hour later, Li Shang recalled the shadow clone. A massive amount of information flooded in, but there was no information about Emma Yashiro. It was as if he didn't exist. Li Shang pressed his forehead. This was undoubtedly unexpected. In the original work, there didn't seem to be any possibility of Emma Yashiro not attending school. When the enemy comes, we block. When water comes, we cover the earth. Li Shang turned off the lights and returned to the Phantom Mansion. I heard about the bloodshed at school. He turned on the computer and started searching. Astati stood behind him. When the results popped up, Li Shang felt the pressure on his back. He subconsciously glanced and saw Astati's entire upper body weight pressing on his back, her hands naturally holding his neck. It was a bit soft. Li Zhang's body stiffened. On the evening of February 1st, at Central Park, a couple was found dead. Astati read the news on the screen, the constant breath hitting Li Zhang's earlobes. On the evening of February 3rd, at the seaside park, a young man died. A total of 13, all in the past 2 weeks at night, with 12 of them being young men. You can't see anything from the news, you have to see their bodies. Li Shang pondered. The magician's methods would be covered up by the supervisors, that is, the Holy Church. Externally, they would claim it was accidental gas explosions or ordinary murder cases, etc. Astati's chin rested on his shoulder. Noticing his slightly red ears, she couldn't help but smile. I just don't know if the bodies were taken by Tasaka Kuritsugu. That would be troublesome. Li Shang was suddenly startled. Because Astati bit his ear. Just as he was about to say something, she had already disappeared. Master, there's a guest. Li Shang remained silent for a few seconds. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but recently he felt like he was often being teased by Astati. He opened the door and saw Bazet and a young man in a robe. Li Shang, this is the Tasaka Kuritsugu I told you about, currently also a magician of the Magic Association. Bazet noticed him and introduced, you're the second master to participate in the clock tower, right? You're quite well informed, father. Li Shang looked at him and asked directly, have you heard about the recent murder cases? No wonder you're the magician who solved the mystery of the Golden Princess's death. Li Shang frowned immediately. This scene was not in the original. Even if one were to absorb life force and turn it into magic, it would not leave behind an empty shell, but rather an emaciated body. Do you have any leads on this magician? Bazet asked. As an executor, she was different from ordinary magicians and had a stronger sense of justice. I don't know, Yang Feng Keeley explained. I am just a supervisor, responsible for cleaning up. I'm sorry. Bazet suddenly remembered that he was no longer in the same role as his previous partners. It's okay. Yang Feng Keeley smiled faintly and asked, where is Miss Astati? She hasn't come back yet. Li Shang casually made up a lie. I see. Yang Feng Keeley bowed and said, it's getting late, so I'll take my leave. After he left, Skathich appeared. She looked at Li Shang and said, we can try to find this killer tomorrow night. My rune magic might be of some help. Bazet looked around and felt a bit redundant. But she had no objections and said, okay. Li Shang naturally nodded. He knew how powerful Skathich's original rune magic was. Finding someone shouldn't be a problem. Li Shang returned to his room. Astati was leaning on the sofa, holding a teacup. You just now. Li Zhang's words were interrupted. It's nothing, I just didn't want to see Skathich. Astati lightly blew on the tea and said, to avoid losing control. Li Shang was a bit confused. Lose control of what? But he could tell from Astati's unusual tone that he shouldn't ask further. What do you think of tomorrow night's operation? Since she has already extended an invitation, we should give her face. Astati put down the teacup, clapped her hands, and smiled. Master, it's time to sleep. A moment of charm. Li Shang tugged at the corner of his mouth. If this continued, his body would definitely have problems. I'll go take a shower first. He turned and entered the bathroom. When he emerged, he saw Astati lying flat on the bed. Just like yesterday, she had taken off her coat and stockings. Master, it's not healthy to sleep fully clothed. Astati turned to the side, blinked her eyes, and said, at least take off your outer clothes. Are you afraid that I'll eat you? After speaking, she opened her rosy lips and stuck out her tongue. Li Shang lay in bed, nothing out of the ordinary happening. He considered himself to have a good understanding of Astati. Although she didn't often tease him, in reality, she had the heart of a thief but lacked the courage. She probably just enjoyed seeing him in a difficult situation. Sometimes, Li Shang wished she would just make a move already, so as to avoid this torment. But upon careful consideration, he felt a bit embarrassed. He sighed and fell into a deep sleep. It must be said that the power of habit is quite strong. He couldn't sleep last night, but today he was already indifferent. Perhaps he himself quite liked the current situation. Morning. Li Shang woke up. He felt his right arm completely numb. He turned his head and found that a statue was using his right arm as a pillow. No wonder. It's abnormal for an arm to not be numb after sleeping a whole night. Does the original goddess not have any sleeping habits? Li Shang looked at her messy hair and couldn't help but shake his head. But she was indeed beautiful and willful. Even so, there was an unintentional innocence and cuteness about her. Good morning, master. Astati blinked her left eye at him and then showed a happy smile. Can you get up for a moment? Li Shang moved his arm. Oh. Astati sat up. Li Shang was able to retrieve his arm and then put on his coat to go to the bathroom to freshen up. After finishing, he found a statue sitting on the edge of the bed. Master, can you do me a favor? What is it? This. Astati picked up the stockings next to her and said, help me put them on. Li Shang was silent for 2 seconds and said, you're not a child. Oh, does master like lawless? Astati tilted her head and asked. How did you come to that conclusion? Li Shang gave her a disdainful look. Then help me. Astati lifted her smooth and fair jade foot. Li Shang instinctively glanced at it. The faint veins under the taut instep were vaguely visible, and the toes looked round and delicate. He half squatted in front of her and took the black stockings. The feel of it was quite good, it should be quite high-end. He didn't have much knowledge about stockings, he just wanted to finish quickly. It's a bit itchy. Astati's white cheeks turned slightly red, and her legs involuntarily straightened. Fortunately, Li Shang was quick, and he had already finished putting them on for her. It's just that his technique was a bit mediocre. The stockings had some wrinkles in several places, making them not smooth enough. After adjusting a few times, Astati said, thank you, master. No problem. Li Shang turned around and said, I'll call someone to bring breakfast. And then he fled. Hey, aren't you wearing shoes yet? Astati couldn't help but laugh. A few minutes later, Li Shang came back with a tray. Japanese-style breakfast. Chicken breast, salad, teriyaki salmon, miso soup, and blanched spinach. It's quite rich, and the taste is not bad. At least there's no natto. Li Shang went to class as usual. It was a peaceful day. Until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Shang received a transmission from Astati. Because he was in class, Astati couldn't openly show up in the classroom either. Her familiar, the gemstone bird, saw Yan Fengqili. And Scathach wasn't there either. There was no doubt that Yan Fengqili had figured out that none of them were present and chose the best time to come knocking. Li Shang immediately raised his hand and said that he suddenly had a stomachache and wanted to go to the bathroom. After getting permission, he left the classroom. In the empty corridor, Astati appeared and grabbed his shoulder. Marina. The next moment, they arrived at the Phantom Ocean Manor. Li Shang was slightly startled, remembering Astati's previous magic carpet called Anna. Now it seems to be her arc, Marina. The two quickly concealed their presence and arrived at Bazit's room. There was a conversation inside. Should we just kill him? Astati casually set up a barrier, then whispered in his ear. Kill him. Li Shang had no mercy in his thoughts, but we have to wait until he's about to make a move, otherwise Bazit might not believe us. Astati nodded to indicate understanding. She raised her hand and a pale white gemstone disappeared. The atmosphere in the room was quite good. Under Yan Fengqili's large robe, his right hand was already gripping the black keys. Not a black keyboard, but the magic attire unique to the church, resembling a short sword. It was used as a throwing weapon, with exorcism runes engraved inside, specifically used to deal with so-called demons. It had average physical attack power, but it effortlessly cut through the flesh of ordinary humans. Bazit, I have something I want you to help with. FY number 8L equals Yan Fengqili smiled faintly. What is it? Bazit was somewhat surprised and also somewhat expectant. She had received help from Yan Fengqili multiple times, but this was the first time he had truly asked her for something. As a friend, she naturally wanted to help. Yan Fengqili looked at her and slowly raised his right hand. Huh? Bazet was somewhat puzzled, and even showed a rare hint of shyness. She had a slight fondness for the resolute Yan Fengqili. The next moment, the blade flashed. Bazet couldn't react in time and her left shoulder was cut. But it was just a small wound. Yan Fengqili's expression froze, unable to continue the attack. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cut off Bazet's left arm with the command seals. He didn't hesitate and rolled on the spot. A red light fell through the door and exploded into a not-so-small pit where he had just stood. Because Bazet was nearby, a statue controlled the power. A storm howled. Li Shang chased after Yan Fengqili, who was jumping out of the window, and in midair he drew his Han sword and swung it down. The mighty force cut through the air. Yan Fengqili's scalp tingled. Damn it! Is this really a beginner magician? He had investigated the situation before attacking Bazet. Li Shang was not to be feared, but a statue was dangerous. So he dared to make a move only after confirming that they were all out. He didn't expect them to come back so soon. A thought flashed through Yan Fengqili's mind, and he suddenly swung his right hand, sending out 3 black keys. The Han sword was enveloped in a silver light and easily cut through the black keys. Not only that, a dazzling red light appeared above Li Zhang's head, enveloping Yan Fengqili. An unimaginable sense of crisis surged up. We're going to die. Yan Fengqili's face twisted as he shouted, "Archer!" The command spell on his wrist disappeared instantly. A gray shield suddenly unfolded. Li Zhang's Han sword fell on it, but it was completely unharmed. Then came a statue's gem attack. A powerful shockwave suddenly spread out. The red light burst like fireworks. Various magical powers intertwined in chaos. Even in midair, the grass on the ground was in a mess. The glass on the outer side of the Phantom Mansion shattered. Li Shang quickly retreated and landed on the ground. Yan Fengqili, on the other hand, was taken several meters away by a black figure. Gilgamesh. Astati didn't attack anymore, she immediately identified the intruder's identity. This Ishtar from this universe has some conflicts with him, which might make him take it seriously. Li Shang nodded in response. The relationship between Astati and Ishtar is like another version of myself in the world. It's hard to distinguish Gilgamesh from Gilgamesh if he doesn't use his omniscience and omnipotence. And he won't use clairvoyance or omniscience for the sake of fun. As the magical impact dissipated, Li Shang saw Gilgamesh, dressed in a black motorcycle suit, with golden hair and red eyes. He seemed a little excited at the moment. His smile faintly revealed a twisted feeling. Interesting. It's really interesting. Gilgamesh pressed his bangs with one hand and said, "What reason made you lower yourself to become a servant, Ishtar?" "It's none of your business." Astati pursed her lips and said. "It seems you're just an archer, which is an insult to this king." Although Gilgamesh was speaking to Astati, his gaze was shamelessly sizing up Li Shang. "I should have settled it directly with you, but if I don't know the reason behind it, I might lose too much fun, especially since you responded to the summoning of a mere amateur." Astati stood in front of Li Shang and said coldly, "You can try now. Good things are always left for last." Gilgamesh showed a pleased and intoxicated expression. The fun at that time will far exceed the past. After he left with Yan Fengqili, Astati turned around and asked, "Master, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Li Shang had long known Gilgamesh's personality. Compared to the wise king in his old age, he was indeed contemptible. But his arrogant personality undoubtedly brought trouble upon himself. Without Astati's appearance, he would have been killed in the original story. If he had taken it seriously, he could have won, but oh well, he just wanted to play. However, Gilgamesh's actions were in line with Li Zhang's thoughts. There was no need to fight now, as it would only benefit the other masters. Although Astati was strong, she would have to pay a price when facing the separation sword. "Let's go see Bazet." Li Shang turned and returned to the room. Bazet had a look of despair on her face, seemingly unable to believe Yan Fengqili's betrayal. Although Yan Fengqili is a supervisor, he is actually a participant. Li Shang thought for a moment and said, "He killed you to take your servant and ultimately win the Holy Grail War." Upon hearing this, Bazet regained her senses and asked, "Is the Holy Grail War really that important?" "At least for him, it is." Li Shang sighed and said, "He recommended you to participate in the Holy Grail War, which undoubtedly means he had planned everything. You don't need to be sad for someone like him, but rather, you should give him a taste of his own medicine." After a few seconds of silence, Bazet said, "You can leave now." Li Shang nodded. He wasn't worried about Bazet because she wasn't the kind of idle drama female lead who would cry and be emotional. She was more like a heroine who sought revenge. The matter was over. Li Shang went back to class. When he saw Bazet again in the evening, she appeared quite calm. The damaged items in the Phantom Mansion had been restored to their original state. Although Yan Fengqili suffered a great loss, he still had to fulfill the duties of a supervisor. Otherwise, it would cause dissatisfaction from the Holy Church and the Magic Association. "Thank you for your help during the day," Bazet said with a hint of gratitude. "If you encounter danger next time, you can summon me with a command spell." Scathach obviously knew about the battle that happened in the afternoon. Speaking of which, Li Shang remembered that in the FGO game, she was the natural enemy of Gilgamesh due to her anti-divine and anti-divinity traits. But games are games, and it's hard to say in a real fight. If she teamed up with Astolfo, there shouldn't be any problems. Next time she sees Gilgamesh, she can give him a surprise. "Don't you want to have fun? I hope you can handle this surprise. Let's forget about what happened during the day and start tonight's mission." Li Zhang's gaze fell on Scathach. Although she is a lancer, it doesn't mean she can't use the original runes. It's just that the power may not be as strong as a caster. After all, her current spirit origin leans more towards endurance and agility, rather than magic. If it were Scathach Scatty, who is a caster, her magic power should be at the X level. Scathach raised her hand. A flickering mud yellow symbol appeared on her palm. As she uttered an incomprehensible syllable, the symbol suddenly rose into the air and disappeared into the night. Li Shang guessed that she was speaking the original Guelga language. Because Scathach is not a heroic spirit, but a mythical figure who has lived until now. Not in the throne of heroes, but in the land of shadows. Having lived for too long, she avoids others asking about her age. Not to mention being called an old lady, she likes to be forever 18. After a moment, Scathach spoke, in the commercial street of the new capital. "Mana." Astolfo raised his hand. Li Shang finally saw the true form that she didn't see during the day. A huge celestial boat resembling a bow. It can not only fly and change shape at will, but also open a stargate connecting Earth and Venus. In the game, it is also her symbolic weapon as an archer and the mount of a rider. "So, you archers don't need bows to fight, right?" The four of them arrived at the commercial street in the blink of an eye. Because it was late at night, although there were still lights, there were no people. Especially with the recent frequent occurrence of murder cases, people dared not stay outside. The rune shows that it is in this area, but it may not have happened yet. Scathach said. Li Shang thought that she seemed to have clairvoyance, and with the original runes, achieving the effect of prophecy was effortless. "Let's split up." Astolfo glanced at her and said, "You and Bazet check the east side." There was an indescribable vigilance in his words. Scathach naturally knew, but she didn't mind. Although she snatched the position of the apprentice's summoning due to sensing Li Zhang's aura, she felt that being involved in this Holy Grail war was not bad. As long as she keeps fighting, she will definitely fulfill her wish for death. After all, there can only be one winner in the Holy Grail war. Eventually, she will fight against Astolfo. Li Shang walked towards the west side of the street. Astolfo materialized and concealed himself in the surroundings to avoid startling the servant who was causing the murders. As for Li Shang, as long as she hides her aura, her magical energy inside her body will generally not be noticed and she will be seen as an ordinary person. If she is directly targeted, that would be even better. Li Shang also analyzed the targets of this magician and servant. All of them were young men. The only dead woman was affected by her boyfriend. After a few minutes, Li Zhang's keen hearing noticed rustling sounds. Like a swarm of insects, she stopped and saw a black tide surging on the street. Li Shang couldn't help but frown. It really is a bug. And it's the Matu family's crestworm. Its appearance alone can make ordinary humans feel uncomfortable. I wonder if the magician behind the scenes is Matu Zangan or Matu Shinji. Li Shang drew his Zanmato, a curved blade over 7 meters long. Silver light flickered. Green blood splattered. The crestworm was directly crushed. For a moment, the scene was extremely disgusting. The mixture of corpses and blood was unbearable. Astethus threw out 2 rubies. With a bang, flames soared into the sky and spread at a rapid speed. A pungent smell filled the air. Li Shang quickly retreated and stood side by side with Astethus. The swarm of bugs kept pouring in, but they screamed as soon as they touched the flames. The magician behind the scenes seemed to have noticed this scene and the swarm of bugs burrowed underground again. Li Shang and Astathis jumped up in unison. Two black bands emerged from the ground where they had just stood. The black mud of the Holy Grail. Li Shang was slightly surprised. Without Tasaka Sakura, why would this thing still exist? Could it be that Matu Zangan gave the fragments of the Holy Grail to someone else? As his thoughts flashed, Li Shang landed on the roof on the left. Just then, the ground near him cracked open. A figure emerged, his right hand shimmering with a deep red light, making a clenched gesture towards Li Shang. Hassan Saba. He was a guy with a white mask and his right arm was twice as long as his left arm, making him an extraordinary assassin. His noble phantasm was called delusional heartbeat, which could create fake hearts and cause damage to be reflected in the real heart. In other words, he wanted to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Li Shang. The success rate of noble phantasms depends on magical power and one's own luck. Phantasmal speech, fairy dancer. Li Shang reacted quickly. His heart beat violently. And his body accelerated, swinging the Zanmato in his hand towards Hassan Saba. As an assassin of the killer rank, Hassan Saba had poor frontal combat abilities and was easily defeated in the original work when facing Tasaka Kirei. But when combined with the restraint of the Holy Grail's black shadow, his noble phantasm became quite powerful. Seeing that his noble phantasm was ineffective, Hassan Saba immediately retreated, wanting to leave. At the same time, three black shadows seemed to be ribbons, trying to envelop Li Shang from different directions. Stop him. Li Shang jumped high as if he had springs on his feet. Not attacking, but retreating. With his strength, coming into contact with the black mud would likely cause problems. Hassan Saba's speed was extremely fast, and just as he was about to disappear, red light suddenly lit up all around. He looked up and saw nearly 100 rubies shining like stars. The anger of a wealthy woman. Crash, crash. An immense amount of mana filled the entire street. Hassan Saba's eyes reflected a splendid fireworks display. Although he had the skill to dodge, he couldn't avoid such a large-scale explosion. The light illuminated the night sky, visible throughout Fuyuki City. But the nearby streets were not destroyed, because Astathis threw a few more diamonds to cover the buildings on both sides. So the unvented mana flew directly into the sky. Not far south of the commercial street was the Tasaka mansion. At this moment, a girl who looked very similar to Astathis, wearing a red windbreaker, stared in astonishment and asked, "Is this the magical power of your servant? You may have misunderstood our servants." Beside her, a white-haired young man frowned and said, "It's incredible. Even though I am a magus, my magical power is far inferior to hers. Is it because she has a generous supply of mana from her master? Or does she naturally have a lot of magical power?" "Hey, what do you mean?" Rin Tasaka turned to look at him. "Are you really a magician? It's already frustrating enough that you're not a saber class, and now you've lost your memory. This situation is just too terrible. You, as a master, are already outstanding, one could say you are top-notch." Red A shook her head and said, "It's not your or my problem, it's this servant who has a problem. HMPH, now you praise me, but it doesn't change your lack of honesty towards the master." Tasaka Rin shifted her gaze, looking at the night sky with a serious expression. Opposite them, in the Fuyuki town church, Kotamine Kirei looked at the light in the sky. "It's truly amazing, it seems that Emayashuru's life is coming to an end." "For a god, it's just a small matter," Gilgamesh said calmly. "This time, it can't be concealed by a gas explosion." Kotamine Kirei sighed and said, "The aftermath is becoming more and more difficult." Back in the commercial street, is he dead? Li Shang squinted his eyes and asked, "He's dead." Astolfo nodded, then changed his tone and said, "But I haven't found his master. Being implanted with a fragment of the Holy Grail, he is like a knockoff version of the Holy Grail, so it's normal not to find him." Li Shang recalled the glorious record of Black Sakura, escaping is nothing. And Astolfo is not good at finding people. Just don't know who this guy is. Two figures flashed by. Scathach and Bazit appeared. What just happened? Bazit couldn't help but ask. Scathach, on the other hand, looked at Astolfo calmly. "The assassin-class servant is already dead." Astolfo answered casually, "We're going to the Matu house." Li Shang realized that he had entered the wrong path. Since he already knew that the assassin-class master came from the Matu family, why not go directly to their door? The four of them quickly found the Matu mansion. Under the night sky, it was pitch black with no lights. Faintly, a strong killing intent could be sensed. The magician's mansion is undoubtedly a magic workshop with various defense measures. But Li Shang was not worried at all. On the left was Astolfo, on the right was Scathach. What do I have to lose? Matu Zokan is nominally Emiyashuru's grandfather, but in reality, he is an ancestral figure. In 1800, he visited Einsburn and together with Tasaka Nagato, constructed a magic called the Holy Grail. This is the origin of the Holy Grail War. But unfortunately, as one of the three families, Matu Zokan has never won the Holy Grail War. In this generation of Emiyashuru, because he was far away from his homeland, the bloodline of the Magus has completely weakened, so he adopted Tasaka Sakura. Originally, Matu Zokan could be considered a righteous partner, but because of his obsession with immortality, he began his scheming. First, he used insect magic to consume the bodies of others to prolong his life for nearly 500 years. Then, in the previous Holy Grail War, he noticed Angra Mainyu in the Holy Grail and realized that the Holy Grail was contaminated. So he transformed Tasaka Sakura into the Black Holy Grail and took over her body through the transmigration of souls, in order to achieve immortality. Now that Tasaka Sakura is no longer here, with Matu Zokan's character, he would definitely not give up. He might look for another candidate or directly modify Emiyashuru. Leave the barrier to me. Scathach noticed that Li Shang and Astolfo were preparing to forcefully break through, so she spoke up. She raised her hand and a rune floated lightly into the mansion. The barrier suddenly shattered, and it started to rain. The rainwater overflowed, and countless insects emerged. Astolfo casually flicked his hand, and a ruby exploded into flames, enveloping the swarm of insects. A few seconds later, the ground was charred, with no trace of any insects. This should only be the first attack. As a magician, Scathach's skills were top-notch, and she could almost instantly discern reality from illusion. Li Shang nodded. There was no need to guess, after all, Matu Zokan was from the clock tower. In his youth, he even had the strength to directly confront servants. But now he has decayed. Li Shang was the first to enter the gate. The courtyard is very quiet. Suddenly, several vines attack him at an astonishing speed. But before Li Shang can react, a crimson spear flashes by, breaking all the vines. Astolfo snorts and says, "You focus on your own master, I will protect mine." Scathach calmly says, "We are temporary allies, it's normal for me to take action." Li Shang is a bit overwhelmed, but he still chooses Astolfo. He squeezes her right hand and says, "Let's continue." Astolfo nods, but it is clear that Li Shang underestimated the determination of the goddesses. He never had a chance to make a move. All the attacks were easily countered by Astolfo and Scathach. He estimates that her servant is one step ahead. Finally, amidst the chaos, they arrive at the basement. Because the other rooms are empty, the basement is undoubtedly the center of the magic workshop. Li Shang can't help but gasp. He sees a large underground hall with a diameter of possibly over 10 meters, filled with swarms of insects. They are densely packed together, creating an indescribable visual storm. Astolfo instinctively moves closer to Li Shang. Without waiting for his command, she throws a pile of gems. Flames pour down like rain. Just then, a roar resounds. A green dragon suddenly appears, like an enlarged version of an engraving insect. It opens its mouth and sucks in all the flames. But immediately its entire body ignites, emitting a painful roar. The swarm immediately flees from its location, revealing a large empty space. A few seconds later, the sound stops, and it has turned into charcoal. Immediately after, a group of mosquitoes, larger than usual, flies towards them. Blade-winged insects. Li Shang recognizes them because he has seen them in a game before. Scathach suddenly rushes out, spinning her spear in her hand, killing all the insects. Her skill is astonishing. She and Astolfo clearly have different styles. As one of the strongest warriors in the Gaelic mythology, her martial arts have reached the pinnacle. Astolfo, on the other hand, excels in swordsmanship, specifically the Yagayu Shinkage Ryu. But her magical power is so abundant that she doesn't need any skill. Similar to the tailed beasts in Hokage Ninja, a move like the tailed beast bomb can conquer the world, and only Kakashi learned ninjutsu because he had the least chakra. If given time, so many insects would be nothing to Scathach. But Astolfo doesn't want to be outdone in front of her master, so she throws a translucent moonstone. The beautiful gem bursts with extreme coldness. It explodes like snowflakes, releasing a powerful magical force. The swarm immediately freezes upon contact. An unimaginable chill invades their bodies, causing their lives to swiftly fade away. Scathach sneers and returns to Bazit's side. The advantage of magic is undoubtedly evident at this moment. The underground hall is now covered in ice, but there is no trace of any magicians. Just when Li Shang thought that Kotomine Kirei or Matu Shinji hadn't returned, the floating ice in the northeast corner suddenly explodes, revealing a huge cocoon. There's a human inside. Astolfo speaks up. Doesn't this situation resemble the butterfly magic? Li Shang raises an eyebrow and asks. The so-called butterfly magic is a magic that imitates the transformation of a caterpillar into a butterfly. More accurately, it is body possession. It is similar to insect magic, but with greater drawbacks. Insect magic uses someone else's body to sustain its own. But butterfly magic inserts memories and personalities into another person's body. It's hard to say it's rebirth. Yes, this is butterfly magic. Astati chuckled lightly. Jian Tong Zhang Yan is quite ruthless. No wonder the consecutive murders were all young people. It must be because he switched bodies with Jian Tong Shen Li Shang suddenly realized. The reason why it's called Jian Tong Shen instead of Jian Tong Zhang Yan is because if he wanted to use the butterfly magic, he wouldn't have to wait until now. He could have done it a long time ago, not to mention he has the Holy Grail to achieve immortality. It's impossible for him to willingly use such a low-quality resurrection magic. But if it's Jian Tong Shen it doesn't matter. He can even turn him into a small Holy Grail for his own use. A green light suddenly flickered. The cocoon was engulfed in the green light. Then there was a cracking sound, like unwrapping a bandage. The shell kept falling off, revealing a young man inside. Jian Tong Shen Li Shang looked at the unfamiliar face and asked. Do you know me? Jian Tong Shen opened his eyes, his tone unusually cold. But before Li Shang could answer, he leapt up and broke through the ceiling, running away. Li Shang snapped back to reality and asked, did he just escape? The change was too sudden for him to react. We'll chase after him. Scathach bounced off her legs and turned into a purple meteor. The remaining 3 people quickly caught up. Li Shang stood in midair looking around, but Jian Tong Shen had disappeared without a trace. His speed was unbelievably fast, but considering the Holy Grail inside him, it seemed natural. Fortunately, Scathach was there. Her runes quickly predicted Jian Tong Shen position. Trace on. Projection start. A blue light illuminated Emiya Shuru's serious face. He was wearing a jumpsuit and was in his own warehouse. As he performed his magic, the worn-out furnace was covered with a network of nerves. So it's aging here? Emiya Shuru pondered. As a half-hearted magician, he only learned projection magic. At that moment, the warehouse door was suddenly blasted open. Emiya Shuru was startled. He quickly stood up and grabbed a wrench. A very unfamiliar young man walked in from outside. Who are you? Emiya Shuru asked nervously. Mainly because the young man gave him a strong sense of oppression, making him feel weak in the legs. Give it to me, Jian Tong Shen said. What? Emiya Shuru was completely confused. Give it to me. Jian Tong Shen suddenly roared, and as his emotions fluctuated, 4 flying shadows emerged behind him. Emiya Shuru immediately froze. The pervasive killing intent almost made him faint. But fortunately, he had a strong will, so he barely stood his ground. What do you want? Emiya Shuru asked with a dry throat. Saber's relic. Jian Tong Shen said coldly, Emiya, I'm not interested in playing with you. After controlling Hassan and Astati, he understood that he needed the most powerful saber class to have any hope of victory. And coincidentally, Jian Tong Zhang Yan had told him that Emiya Shuru's father, Emiya Kuritsugu, had summoned Saber in the previous Holy Grail War. Generally speaking, relics don't disappear after being used once, so it must still be in the Emiya household. I don't know what you're talking about, Emiya Shuru answered with difficulty. I've never even heard of Saber. The next second, the shadow pierced through his arm. Blood sprayed all over the floor. Jian Tong Shen revealed a terrifying smile and said, the next attack will be aimed at your head. You don't want to become a headless knight, do you, Emiya? Emiya Shuru held onto his arm. He smelled the scent of death. This person is definitely a pervert. Although he had known Matu Shinji since middle school, he couldn't recognize him at all after his appearance changed. He had to run. Emiya Shuru forced himself to stand up. He didn't know why, but he felt a power slowly growing inside him, making his wounds less painful. Emiya, I'm running out of patience. Matu Shinji waved his hand casually, and a black shadow immediately pierced through Emiya Shuru's right leg ankle. Ah, ah, ah. Emiya Shuru couldn't bear the pain any longer and screamed. The possibility of escaping completely disappeared because of this attack. With his strength, it was impossible for him to escape with an injured leg. The only thing he was grateful for was that Fujimura Taiga hadn't come home yet. Almost half of the warehouse was stained with blood. On the ground where no one paid attention, there was a faint blue light flowing. Emiya. Why are you opposing me too? Matu Shinji was completely enraged. He didn't have any time left. Astolfo and Scathach could find his trail at any moment. He thought that becoming the Lesser Grail would make him invulnerable to servants. But Astolfo's strength far exceeded his imagination. Since you won't say, then this is the end. A black shadow behind Matu Shinji rose high like a Shinigami. Suddenly, a white light flickered. A girl clad in armor swung an invisible weapon and cut the black shadow. Saber. Matu Shinji was slightly taken aback, then cursed loudly, "Damn it, when did this happen?" He completely didn't notice any signs of summoning. And if she had been summoned earlier, Emiya Shuru wouldn't have waited until now to let her out. The only explanation was that she had just been summoned. Thinking of this situation, Matu Shinji felt uncomfortable. It felt like his wife had been snatched away in front of him. But he didn't have time to say anything, because the girl had already rushed over. Matu Shinji quickly retreated, avoiding the girl's deadly strike. The invisible night sword fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. Matu Shinji's reaction was also quick. Under his control, the black shadow swiftly skimmed across the ground. Even if she had been summoned, so what? He could still use the black shadow to snatch her back. After all the servants participating in the Holy Grail War were fundamentally summoned by the Holy Grail. Be careful. Emiya Shuru couldn't help but shout. The girl didn't reply. She stomped her feet and jumped up, gripping the invisible night sword and thrusting forward. The black shadow clearly lagged behind her. The sound of wind howled. Suddenly, it turned into spinning light, bursting out with a swoosh. Blood splattered. Matu Shinji was thrown heavily. His clothes in front were completely destroyed, revealing a rotating wound inside. But he didn't hesitate at all and shouted, "You are mine." The black shadow covered the girl. She didn't know the true nature of the black shadow and thought it was just an ordinary magical attack, so she didn't pay attention. Because she was wearing armor and had a rank magic resistance, ordinary magic had no effect on her. But at this moment, she finally realized that something was wrong. An unimaginable filth seemed to drag her into hell. Even the noble king of knights couldn't resist this corrupting power. Matu Shinji showed an excited expression. He was about to succeed. In an instant, a burst of white light exploded above Artoria's head. The originally unstoppable shadow unexpectedly fell into stagnation. Experienced Artoria naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. With a gap opened by the night sword in her hand, her petite body immediately escaped from danger. Who? Shuru Emiya's face froze, angrily saying, "Who dares to ruin my good fortune?" No one answered. 3 rubies were right in front of him. Blinding red light exploded, and Shuru Emiya was sent flying. But even with his skin torn and flesh ripped, he was still full of vitality. "It's you again." Shuru Emiya gritted his teeth, looking at Astith. Her speed was too fast, otherwise, he really wanted to use the shadow to corrupt this guy into his own servant. But he couldn't touch her. "Are you alright?" Astith casually asked. "I'm fine." Artoria shook her head slightly. Because she was standing behind her, she couldn't see Astith's appearance. But she could still determine that she was a servant. As Artoria, who had participated in the previous Holy Grail War, the current situation was not unfamiliar to her. The only strange thing was what kind of creature Shuru Emiya was. He wasn't a servant, but that shadow had such terrifying power. Immediately after, Scathach landed behind Shuru Emiya, blocking his escape route. 3 servants. Even Shuru Emiya, who was arrogant, understood that the current situation was particularly dangerous. His shadow was indeed a weapon, and it was difficult for any servant summoned by the Holy Grail War to resist. In the original work, Gilgamesh was also assimilated and killed due to carelessness. But servants were not fixed targets after all. As long as they were serious, it was extremely difficult to hit them. Previously, there was still Hassan of the Cursed Arm who could launch a sneak attack, but now there was only him. And excluding the shadow, Shuru Emiya was just a magician with almost infinite magic power. Scathach's figure flashed. At a terrifying speed, all the magical power gathered in her spear, an unimaginable sharpness, instantly piercing through Shuru Emiya. Blood splattered. Artoria's expression froze, such a fast spear. This servant was not simple. Scathach elegantly pulled out her spear and stepped back. Shuru Emiya fell to the ground. He's not dead. Li Shang arrived a step late. If he remembered correctly, even when Black Sakura was dismembered, she could still revive in full health. It was likely that Shuru Emiya wouldn't be too far off. And at this time, they would rely on the miraculous sealing technique. Although they couldn't kill him, sealing him for a period of time was not a problem. When the time came to dismantle the Greater Holy Grail, Shuru Emiya would naturally die. Wait. Astith pulled Li Zhang's sleeve and said, "Let me do it." She took out a holy crystal. Under Li Zhang's somewhat surprised gaze, she crushed it into pieces. Immediately, his line of sight shifted. He found himself in the midst of the universe. The external Artoria, Scathach, and others saw Astith, Li Shang, and Shuru Emiya disappear inexplicably. Infinite starlight enveloped them. Li Shang appeared extremely amazed. And Shuru Emiya had a face full of terror. He had no idea what had happened. Fully revived, he had planned to find an opportunity to corrupt the three servants and then counterattack. But suddenly, he was pulled into this universe. In his thoughts, a dazzling golden light reflected the stars. A colossal entity that occupied half of the universe appeared in front of Emiya Shuru and Li Shang. A statue, dressed in a red gown. Emiya Shuru stood dumbfounded in place. While Li Shang looked at this familiar scene and subconsciously said, "The noble phantasm of Universe Rin. I wonder if it's a red card, green card, or blue card." A statue raised her hand. Stars gathered at her fingertips. Countless golden lights filled the sky. Emiya Shuru vanished in an instant. It felt like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Soon, Li Shang returned to Earth. A statue blinked her eyes and asked with a smile, "Is it beautiful?" She made great efforts to control the power of her noble phantasm, not endangering other living beings. Otherwise, she could have enveloped the entire galaxy. But that would be too wasteful. In other universes, one should save whenever possible. The most important thing is not to harm the master. It's beautiful. Li Shang nodded in response. In fact, he didn't have a clear sense of Astati's strength. Because the game is a game, he hasn't seen the reality, so he can't be sure. But just now, he finally gained a clear understanding. The forgotten Emiya Shuru finally spoke. His originally severe injuries had been healed. After all, Avalon's scabbard was buried in his body by his father. Now that Artoria appeared, the scabbard's powerful healing ability began to take effect. Emiya Shuru looked at the 5 people in front of him and finally focused on the only person he knew, Li Shang, and asked, "Li Shang, can you tell me what the situation is now?" He was first abused by strangers, then saved by a strange girl in armor, and now 4 more people appeared, one of whom was his classmate. In just a few minutes, it was a roller coaster of emotions. He was completely bewildered. "Your name is Li Shang?" Artoria suddenly turned her head, looked at him, and asked, "Fujimaru Ritsuka?" Li Shang suddenly remembered that she was not an ordinary heroic spirit either. Like Scathach, her original self was still alive. The Hassan of the Cursed Arm he encountered earlier didn't recognize him either. Gilgamesh was the same. But if he activated clairvoyance, he should be able to know. "You should first care about your master." Astati pursed her lips and said. "So annoying. Can't you take the Holy Grail War more seriously? Why are you always staring at other people's masters?" Artoria was stunned for a moment, then walked up to Emiya Shuru and asked, "Master, how are you?" "Thank you. I'm fine now." Emiya Shuru also felt a bit strange. How did his body recover so quickly today? But he was quickly attracted by Artoria's address. "You call me master. What exactly are you?" "I am a servant, also known as a familiar." Artoria could tell from his appearance that he knew nothing about the Holy Grail War. Because it was his blood that triggered the summoning circle left by Emiya Kuritsugu in the warehouse, summoning her. Li Shang glanced at them and stopped paying attention. "It's a bit strange." He frowned and said, "Why would Matu Zoken just watch Emiya Shuru die?" It's not that they had a deep grandfather-grandson relationship, but Emiya Shuru being transformed into a lesser grail was naturally related to Matu Zuken's reincarnation plan. Li Shang didn't believe that he would just give up like this. "I didn't see any soul worms on Emiya Shuru." Astati added in a timely manner. Li Shang pondered. Was it because there wasn't enough time, or did Matu Zoken not care at all? But no matter which one, it means something unusual behind it. Now that the plot has changed dramatically, Li Shang can't guess what Matu Zangan wants to do. It's getting late. Let's go back. Astati suggested. Emiyashuru and his servant won't finish talking for a while, so we don't need to stay. I'll say hello to them. Li Shang nodded and walked up to them, saying, Emiya, see you tomorrow, and I hope you make up your mind sooner. After all, there is a future you who is already sharpening the knife. Hesitation will only be killed by yourself. Thank you. Although Emiyashuru didn't quite understand the meaning of his words, he did receive Li Zhang's help today. Artoria Pendragon hesitated to speak, but in the end, she watched the four of them leave. Back in the room at the Phantom Mansion, Li Shang glanced at the time and it was almost midnight. Although in his previous life, he often went to bed at midnight, this life is surprisingly regular. Perhaps it's because there is no mobile phone, so there is no way to watch videos of beautiful women dancing or anything like that. As time goes by, it feels like fast forwarding. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Very terrifying. I'll go take a shower first. Although Astati is a servant, she is used to living as a human, so she still acts the same as before. In fact, as a collection of magical energy, servants don't need to eat or take showers, they are like little fairies. Even clothes can be simulated with magic. As for Artoria Pendragon's love for food, in addition to her personal factors, it is also because her master, Emiyashuru, is too half-hearted, which forces her to save magical energy. She even hesitates to use her noble phantasm. Look at Tasaka Rin, as a master, she uses her noble phantasm just like a normal attack. Servants like Astati are ultimately too few, so the level of the master is also quite important. Otherwise, some servants can only take risks to harm ordinary humans. Unfortunately, Li Shang still wanted to try replenishing magical energy. Ahem. Back to the point, today they killed Matu Shinji and the assassin class servant. At present, Saber, Archer, and Lancer have all appeared. Apart from the almost predictable Reda of Tasaka Rin and Ilyasvil's uncle, there is one missing. Gilgamesh is no longer considered a servant, as he obtained a physical body in the previous Holy Grail War, allowing him to exist independently. He can be called a cheater, the eighth servant. So according to the original work, this remaining servant is most likely in Matu Zangian's hands. But what Li Shang didn't expect was that he didn't leave assassin. After all, with Matu Zangian's level of operation, assassin suits him very well. If that's the case, the servant in his hands is likely to be someone significant. It's very likely that it's not Ryder, Medusa. Master, I'm done showering. Astati came out wearing pajamas, and her skin showed a slight blush. She looked quite charming. Li Shang quickly walked into the bathroom. After finishing up, he returned to bed, a night of silence. Li Shang pushed away the big white leg resting on him and woke up Astati. After breakfast, they went to school. There is a servant nearby. Just as Li Shang stepped into the school gate, Astati's voice sounded in his ear. Artoria. He maintained his normal walking speed and casually asked. No, Astati said softly, it should be Rede. His aura is almost identical to Emiyashuru's, but I don't know exactly where he is. Li Shang nodded. Rede is somewhere, but Tasaka Rin is in the class next to his, Class A. Let's not worry about it for now. Li Shang entered his own classroom.